Let's rebuild what we've lost. There's a night where we go through the highs and the lows, turn our memories into gold.
I haven't seen you for a while. Let's make it worth a while. I've been wondering how you've been. Tell me everything you've seen. How about we start again? Let's do the little things, find hope in the unseen. I know we're different. Let's focus on what we know. Let all our worries go. Don't care about the end. Let's rebuild what we've lost. There's a night where we go through the highs and the lows, turn our memories into gold. Let's rebuild what we've lost. There's a night where we go through the highs and the lows, turn our memories into gold. Gold. something different. I feel the pain. Something is hurting. It's burning inside my heart. Am I insane? When is it turning? Converting. You and I, only us for life. It was you and me. Now we'll be something different. Something different. Something different. Something different.
Our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Who's hustling? Who the champions? Who came to win? Who's hustling? Who the champions? We got our eyes on the prize. Never fall, only rise. Heroes live on, and legends never die. We got our eyes on the prize. Never fall, only rise. Heroes live on, and legends never die. On the rise, on the rise. On the rise, on the rise. On the rise, on the rise. On the rise, on the Our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team, who came to win? Our team, who's hustling? Our team, who the champions? Our team, our team, our team.
I step into the light, I got my crown, yeah, I'm ready. Pressure don't face me, I'm cool and I'm steady. I rise to the top with my game lifting heavy. Celebrating everyone, your bubbles confetti. I'm the boss, babe, watch me flex on the scene. Classy and fierce, living life like a queen. Such a boss, babe, yeah, I'm stacking up my green. Every move I make, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm a boss, I'm a queen. I'm on cloud nine, above the technicolor skyline. Floating so high, no gravity to keep my feet tight. I ain't never felt this kind of mood before. It's the sort of thing you dream about. I can feel it doing something to my core. Don't know now if I can go without.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
One rifle for Shiro.
Oh, swing out, multiplayer phase here. That shield and Famous just sliding forward, able to find him with the classic. Crystal putting it back eventually, but it's Shiro barrel stuffing Crystal. Going for the Hunter's Fury. Knows that the counter swing is going to be pretty much instantaneous, and Shiro.
Seen too much in terms of the leaders as well. So right now sticking to this setup, especially Buzz still opping away the tops of pipes as well. Stacks is nearby. Oh, Buzz swaps over to the Headhunter, and instantly with that. What? It's going to be map point, so hopefully the stack helps them out. It's Forsaken up to the top of Rumble. Ooh, finds texture, but still the sprays from Karen over. He shrouded steps way past them.
Yes, on the reposition, Patrick who forced away as the flash comes in. Nice drag across. Famous going to be taken down. Hell yes, looks to absolutely shatter their hopes here on this C site. This ace. And it looks like Global, it looks like they're willing to die to give it to them. They do lose out on an additional play.
Gen G, the 9-3. Salvos at least, just in case, but ultimately PaperX has the site currently. Munchkin though, happy to play out the first. PaperX now in for a bit of a triple, but what is that spray? Oh, he's getting the transfer, he's getting
He's gonna show you a picture together. You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it. So.
Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is,
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
wow, this one
I
is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
この時はあんま覚えてない。
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time, I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision Striker Specs.
これは覚えてます。
Did we stack?
You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
いや、
No, me and Jinbung is quite, we competing each other so long time, since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding, 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now, yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
Really getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは。TFM のジンブンです。バロラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from PaperX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz, and I'm from Talent Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim, and I played against him, and then his race was so annoying, and
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, this
true.
guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate, play like him.
ステッツ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのは、ティアン上がってきて、最初の試合が一番、熱もかかってるし、ちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
他いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対上手くならないなって思ってもう頑張って変えたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change. For
Really?
me, yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players is like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old. I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbung. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I press tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's why
Superstar.
I think like that, and then I checked my Instagram, not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's like, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first, when I was in the Business Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
Sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we just...
We see, we
we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like... Beep, 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 beep. Everyone, Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agents over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching is chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고 僕もバロラントが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
Keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージ1も頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos. Confirm.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
안녕하세요.
오늘 진행해볼 거는 퍼시픽 제1회 운동회입니다. 스택 선수가 선서문 선서하시고 감독해 주십니다.
알겠습니다.
선서! 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 영예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속 안 합니다. 네?
저희 1번 게임 피구부터 진행해볼 건데요. 저희 뭔지 감이 안 오시죠?
소발이 코 뭐야 꽃기?
들었어요. 아까 젠지 애들한테.
이거 반칙! 반칙!
저는 못 들었어요.
제가 그래서 연습하다 왔어요. 커스텀 파가지고. 이게 만데? 이게 만데? 우리 지금 여기 소바 메인이라고 지금. 우린 큰일 났네. 과거의 소망이. 태호 해야 되는 거 아니야, 태호?
오! 와, 현실 공격 골.
오!
하나, 둘, 셋. 오! 오!
아니 왜 이렇게 못해? 파이팅! 아니 많이 써야 돼.
형, 그 차색이 좋은 거 같아. 지금!
잘하는데? 확실히 소바가 어렵긴 하네요.
힘이야.
아, 근데 소바만 하던 사람인데
당연히 이겨야 되는 게 아닌가.
저 브릿지 태호.
자, 화이팅!
아유, 벌써 큰일 났는데?
그럴까.
파이팅, 노아준!
아, 이번 졌다. 뭐해?
잠깐만요. 중년 갑바 샀나 봐.
예?
안 샀네.
저 안 샀어요.
예?
네. 근데 본인 과실이기 때문에.
야, 이건 본인 과실이에요. 본인 과실.
과실이라
바보 이슈로 1패 인정하겠습니다.
인정하겠습니다.
나이스. 오. 아니, 이 형 다 맞는데? 오, 좋은데. 오.
피해.
오, 장순아.
진짜 완전 피해이다 형. 좀 많이 어려운데? 상대의 머리를 읽어야 될 것 같습니다.
역시 아이주에. 좋네.
정판 필승 좋은데.
아니, 형 지금 무빙 좋아. 이대로만 해.
좋은데. 정빵. 형이.
정빵 많은데.
아이.
보고 쏘면 안 돼. 예측샷을 해야 된다니까. 아준이 형. 아준이 형 지금 상대가 지금 예측샷 하잖아.
어려운데?
세레모니 골.
아쉽네요. 이길 수 있었는데. 야, 너 영혼이 너무 없어.
형 너무 성의 없이 대답하는 거 아니야 지금?
아니 아쉽다. 진짜 아쉬운데.
잘했어.
나이스 까비.
1cm라도 따지네.
야 얘들아 확실하게 이겨야 된다.
그럼 내가 확실하게 이겨줄게. 거기 자신 있어요?
저희 지금 전략 짜고 있어요.
근데 이게 전략이 할 수 있나? 아니 근데 내가 볼 때는 이거 궁잘 써야 돼.
궁잘 써야 될 것 같아.
궁이랑 대시를 잘 써야 돼.
가해가 주먹이야. 그냥 이해가 이렇게 했던 거 많이 기억나는데.
가위바위보. 아. 가야 돼. 오. 가야 돼. 해야 돼.
어려워.
어려워 보이긴 해.
어렵겠지.
I have the spike.
아, 나 깝치다가.
좋아.
안 돼! 제발! 한 번째 어떡해, 와!
그렇지. 나 고수인데?
까불지 마.
이대로만 해, 이대로만.
계속해,
알려줬잖아.
계속해.
뭘 더 알려줘야 돼? 너 걸리는데?
너 걸려.
같이 써.
Spike dropped.
우재야, 어차피 1분 안에 하면 돼.
Spike
야, 몸에 붙여, 그냥. 됐어, 10초, 우재, 10초. 도망가!
걸렸어. 빨리 줘. 괜찮아. 그대로만 해, 그대로만.
나이스.
어려운데?
우재 왜 이렇게 못해?
내가 볼 때 형이었으면 더 못했을 듯?
야, 너 일로 와봐.
아니 뭐 잘하긴 하는데 스킬 활용이 아쉽다. 저보다는 아쉽지 않나.
안돼 이럴 때 겸손해야 돼 임마.
뭔 소리야? 아쉬운데. 오. 자? 오. 오. 심리전을 걸겠다. 와 미리 던지니까 알지? 예측걸. 너무 센데? 20초 남았어 20초. 아이 거라 그냥. 응? 아, 레이서. 우리 큰일 났다. 이거 역전패 당하겠다. 우와! 오! 오 무서워. 오! 뭐 어딨어? 어디 갔어? 어리둥절까. 이거 먹혔다. 잠깐만. 야 그거 저거 쓰지 마. 아 진짜 민혁아. 너 바보야? 좋은데 민혁아. 안 좋은데 민혁아. 좋은데 지금. 잘하고 있어. 잘하고 있어. 오. 아니 어려워. 포까지. 이런 어쩔 건데. 어이. 아니 스파이크를 들고 있지 말고 어? 아우. 오. 아 이거지. 아 좋았다. 대시를 쓰면 따라가란 말이야 임마. 어? 아직도 모르겠어? 너 이거 잘 피해야 돼. 너 이 쓰지 마. 있어. 너 TP 쓰지 마. 알았어. 화이팅! 도망가. 아 지금. 올. 천천히 해. 마이투비. 깨달았다 브로 깨달았다. 따라가. 아니 감도를 늘려야겠는데.
Spike dropped. I have the spike.
뮤지컬. 아이 큐를 들으라니까 왜? 아니 그 뭐냐 이거. 아이 잘했어. 잘했어. 2점이면은 하준이 형보다 잘한 거야. 나보다 잘한 거야. 6대 3이야. 이길 수 있어. 3대 0 내야 돼. 저는 잘 모르겠는데요.
야 1점만 나도 이기는 거야. 1점만 나도. 명간이 한 판 보내 그냥.
나 나쁘지 않아. 이거 한 3초 정도 왔어. 아니 3초 너무 길어. 2초. 난 요루를 발로란트 하면서 한 두 판 했나?
가위바위보로 정해보겠습니다.
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 야 우리 빠 내지 말자.
가위바위보 왜 이렇게 따지는 거야?
아 너무 빨리 탔어.
어디야? 아 너무 빨리 탄데? 나 이거 가깝다.
그래
이거.
너무 빨리 탔어?
오 좋은데?
내가 딱 한 3초 형 3초. 제발. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. 와. 좋았다 형 이거야. 어떤데? 저리 가 임마.
명간이 먼저 하자.
아, 나 먼저? 오케이. 샷. 슛! 오! 와. 떨어져.
아 너무 가까운데?
이거 아닌데.
너무 가까운데?
저기 아까 영섭이 형 위치거나
떨어졌는데? 아 너무 가까운데?
우리 떨어졌는데?
너무 가까운데? 자 갑니다.
That's not ready.
저 보냈어요. 모르고.
실격패. 나. 아니 형 오버타임 가고 싶네.
영섭아.
우리부터.
나도 아까 전에 근데 몰수프 당했는데 난 이겼다.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 이걸 또. 와.
떨어진 거 아니야? 떨어진
아니
거 같은데?
떨어졌겠냐고 형 바보야?
아니야.
너가 보내 빨리 보내.
지금 준비됐어요.
보내.
나이스 고영석! 일부러 재미를 위해서.
V팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다. 감사합니다. 아무래도 제가 아닌가.
아무래도 하준이 형이 소바를 좀 못하지 않았나. 저도 그렇게 생각하기 때문에
저도 그렇게
얘 때문에 진 것 같아요.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
근데.
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific.
Need it. I'm talking one of a kind. Talking about blowing your mind. I'm gonna show you divine. Talking about making you mine. Hey, I keep it coming all day. I'm never stopping, no way. Just keep the beat on replay, and I'm gonna take your breath away. You can't get enough what I do. I'll show you something brand new. Just take a look at this view, and I'm gonna take your breath away. Take your breath away. Take your breath away.
Hi guys, it's Bella. It's DRX playing today, and I wanted to talk to Mako to hear his thoughts before the game begins. Hello, Mako. How are you?
Bella, I'm so busy.
You're busy? No interview?
Talk to a new face.
New face? Where?
Hey, it's me.
Oh, hi. Good to see you. Will you be playing today? Oh, it's a secret. Okay, we shall see. Thank you. Thank you for the interview. 감사합니다.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. It is stage 1. It is week 3. It is day 3 of week 3. And we are seeing something very new. You guys saw a little preview. We saw Estrella wearing the DRX jacket. And I think we're going to break that down later. I'm your host, Victoria. And with me, surprise, it's Pilsky and Big Time.
Surprise! How did I get here? The hell? What are all these numbers? I can't do math.
You can't? Well, you can yap, right? Nah?
That's the main part of this job. You got to figure it out. Oh god.
Well, you guys,
nervous.
In case you guys don't know who they are, welcome to VCT Pacific. This is ex-coach Pilsky, ex-assistant coach of Global Esports, who's playing today.
Yes.
Big time. You can call him Morgan. You can call him Mitchell. You guys can call him whatever you want.
M&M's.
M&M's. Oh yeah.
Yep.
I like the M&M's.
I'm the blue one. He's whatever color people don't like.
The brown one.
They all taste the same.
Guys, we're talking about M&M's. We're talking about M&M's. Let's be absolutely clear. But yes, apparently no one likes the brown ones, even though they all taste the same.
Yeah, what?
M&M doesn't even sponsor this. Let's talk about stuff that people pay for, like the Smite 2 skin that you guys can pay for at home.
Yep.
It's upgrader. It's better than ever. And you guys can get it at home. I'm not really a Smite enthusiast. I think
But should you get it? That's the question.
Yeah.
It's actually legitimately good. I can't believe this is what they did for an
You
April
like
Fool's Day.
it?
No, I like it. I think that's nice.
That's cool.
It's
I'm
sort of
happy
like
for you.
It's like so bad that it's good.
But that's like kind of like British fashion sometimes. It's like, what is he wearing? No, it's very fashionable. Trust me. That's like literally him holding the Smite Vandal, you know?
I mean, what skin do you use on your Vandal? Yeah.
Prelude. Blue Prelude.
Oh, that is the most boring answer
because
you could possibly
it feels
give.
so good.
No, that's
the
horrible.
Sound,
that's
the
horrible.
Feel,
What do you use for your Vandal?
The fish
Gaia.
one.
Oh, the blue
Blub
blue
Blub.
gun.
Oh, the Blub Blub. That was a Blub Blub meta for a while. Wait, black or the white one?
The white one.
The black one's kind of low-key good though.
They're
That
both,
one-
the fish one, that's
Yeah,
what
they're
you want.
both
We'll
great.
get that with a little smite buddy, now we're talking. That's
But
how you frag.
It's such a waste on the Vandal. You're not supposed to spam with the Vandal. That's why I put out my Spectre. So you can hear the blah, 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 blah.
Blub, blub.
Yeah, I use the Champions one.
Okay.
I paid for it. Apparently some
What a
casters
flex.
get them for free, and that is so unfair. But anyway, I paid for mine, and let's talk about the standings. We're moving on past skins. The standings. We saw some banger matches yesterday. Full 3 mappers yesterday. It was very competitive. I mean, Boom continues completely uncontested right now. They end up beating PaperX. PaperX took a map off of Boom, finally, first team to do so, but of course they didn't win it out in the end, so a lot of PaperX fans are left disappointed and have been very vocal about it.
Yeah, close but no cigar for PRX. Boom managed to top the table 3-0. The first team to clinch that playoff spot in Group Alpha, so they'll be feeling very, very good now. So they do have 2 more games left, but you can kind of take it slightly easier, I suppose. Well, I don't know if you're going to buy actually for coming top of the group, so maybe they're going to want to keep pushing. But regardless, knowing that you're safe is a nice boost for that team. And then we see towards the bottom end of that where we have DFM PRX still fighting to get their first wins, get themselves moving up the board.
Yeah, but you see the difference in them, like -6 to -3. PRX is taking maps against Gen G, DRX, Boom, so they played all of the better teams in theory in the group, and they're still taking maps, they're still making it look like some winnable series, they're getting better round difference than what you're seeing DFM get, so let's see how they go in their next 2 games, still a decent shot at being able to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and so today's matches do matter as well, in that especially for Group Alpha placements, depending on who wins today. Now, on the side of Group Omega, we saw 2 teams face off. It was Talon versus Nongshim. All the Talons picked Nongshim except Quack and myself, who predicted Talon. But even then, with that prediction, a lot of us were kind of 50-50 on this. Talon ended up taking that away, taking the last 2 maps, ending it on a banger fracture.
Yeah, Talon looked much better. I mean, I think the reason why a lot of us ended up predicting Nongshim was because when we saw Talon play against RRQ, they didn't seem that impressive, right? But, you know, Talon has always been this kind of up and down team, and I think yesterday was a real high for them. You know, we saw the rookies as well have great performances, so a lot of respect for Talon turning that round week on week. I thought they did a great job yesterday to steal that win away from Nongshim.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Nongshim, honestly, they missed a beat there. That's a team that, in my mind, especially with 2 new rookies coming in, you have to be able to beat Talon. You're the known quantity. You're a team that's been very consistent. You're a team that's even taken maps off some of the good Korean teams or pushed some of the good Korean teams in the league. So losing against Talon in this round-robin format is maybe not actually a good look for Nongshim, and they tried some new stuff which really just did not hit at all.
Definitely. I mean, we did get to see Danby back on the Neon, so you got that wish, at least.
Yeah.
But we saw some newcomers, especially on the side of PaperX. Patman was one of them. Really good showing, I have to say. He played the initiator roles, which carries forth, of course, from his challenger days. And I would say played them really well. You could see he was very steady throughout the game. Who you guys have a favorite newcomer? Do you have any, like, what are your thoughts on these particular?
I mean, for me, when we look at newcomers coming into Stage 1, the one I want to highlight the most is Crazy Guy for me, because I was a doubter of Crazy Guy initially, I have to say, after, you know, seeing him play against, you know, when he was a part of Bleed last year, to see him come into this RRQ team looks like a completely different player in my mind. He's calling very, very smoothly. His individual level is incredibly high, and I think for what appeared to be quite a controversial signing, he seems to be leading this team in the right direction. So as a newcomer for Stage 1, very, very impressed with Crazy Guy. My hat goes off to him.
Yeah, I think he's been doing a lot of grinding in the challenger scene. He's someone that's been around for a long time and has a bit of a like cult history kind of name to him, for those that know and how as old as I am. So I think his pickup was a good one. You know, he's been like top 2 the last couple of splits of Challengers SEA. So it's not like he's one of those, like there's plenty of Pacific players, they get cut from Tier 1, they just stop playing or they don't, you know, play super actively. But he was still grinding, and he, I think, has benefited from continuing to grind. And like you said, he's been sharp mechanically. That's because when you play Challengers SEA, if you're coming top 2 in Challengers SEA, guys, you have to be sharp mechanically. There are a lot of shooters down there.
Yep.
Now, another guy who was in Tier 1, and to your point about a lot of them kind of drop off, disappear. They might even retire, go do something else. But Suggest made a return as well.
Yeah.
Briefly on the side of Gen G. He was on DFM formerly, joined Gen G. We saw him for 1 week, and then yesterday or 2 days ago, they decided not to use him. So what do you guys make of all that?
Yeah, I think it's like a little bit of like the coaching staff with like, I wouldn't call it huge nepotism, but like mild nepotism for the coaching staff. There's a lot of players that you could have looked at in terms of the Korean scene to pick up. At the end of the day, he's been dealt a rough hand. He's had to play a role that he's not played before, and he didn't look particularly great doing it. He was a little bit out of fashion. I think honestly, although the DFM team that he was on didn't find a lot of success, I thought he looked better on that team than he's looked on Gen G. So unfortunate. We'll see if we're going to get to continue to see him play, because he seems, like a lot of the 6 men in Pacific right now, to still be somewhat active. I saw him promoting the bundle. I mean, maybe he's the spokesperson now.
I mean, Gen G seems to be doing something there with Foxy9, and I mean, he promotes them too.
Yeah.
I want to talk about another team, Talon. So they had 2 new rookies come in, Kalua and Thai, and they both look phenomenal. And let's talk about Kalua and his performance. I love his interviews, by the way. He's man, a few words, but it's adorable.
Yeah, Kalua's been great when we watched him play. I mean, he was a great pickup, I felt like, for Talon. We were very, very excited by this prospect coming into this Thai roster. And I feel like he's managing to live up to those expectations, and he doesn't really look like a rookie at all to Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is where I feel like a lot of people have inherent Tier 1 bias, but at the end of the day, you look at these players that you pick up from the Challenger scene and the SEA scene, Patman, Crazy Guy, Kalua, they come into Tier 1 guys, they don't look like they're second-rate players at all. There's a lot of players that, in my mind, belong in this league that are playing in Tier 2 right now, and these are the exact kind of pickups that I want to see more of. More of these players deserve a shot and deserve a chance and deserve a move up, and I hope that seeing them perform like Kalua has, and like some of the other guys that have come up from Tier 2 recently that they've been playing in perform, is going to incentivize a lot of teams to have some better scouting. As far as Thai goes, though, that is an example of the academy system working extremely well, and some excellent scouting from Talon's coaching staff.
Oh, definitely. So Talon has a really nice mix here. And another team who has a really nice mix of rookies, experienced players, and players coming from Academy would be DRX. So let's pull up today's schedule. DRX is facing off against Global Esports. Global Esports, too, arguably also the same. A good mix of experience, like old and new players coming in. The second matchup today will be T1 and Team Secret, which we'll break down later. But DRX and Global, I like what they've done with their rosters.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting when we see a sort of difference in approach and how they want to build, right? So DRX are well known for having this huge, like, internal academy system where the second a Korean player looks even remotely good, they sign them and, kind of get them into their academy and learn upwards. But we saw GE in this offseason do big open trials, really trying to expand that wide net to build a team that they really feel like is going to be able to do something. So I like these 2 approaches from these teams to try and put together something very good.
Now, DRX is coming into the building. So DRX has done something very interesting here. They've plucked a guy from RRQ and returned him back to DRX. I ran into their CEO, Ken Yang, in the lift just now, and he's like, it kind of fits. Estrella has been really close to us for a really long time, so it's not, it doesn't feel weird just slotting him in.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of negative sentiment around Estrella. To be honest, I thought he's been serviceable inside of RRQ despite having to deal with a lot of communication challenges and things like that. They always looked like a team that had great structure. If anything, maybe he's a player who in the IGL role might have not been able to help them through a lot of tough games and had the experience that they needed to be able to grind out some of those games. So I think that especially in kickoff, he had a couple of maps where he was actually looking pretty good for RRQ, I'll say. So I don't mind this pickup. I don't think that Bane did necessarily anything badly, and I think DRX has looked good so far, and Estrella is going to be replacing him, at least for this game that we can see, and I'd imagine role-wise for a lot of the roles, but I think it's a fine pickup, and I think this is maybe just a little bit of a fine-tune from DRX, if anything.
I mean, I think even if we look outside of Estrella, it's hard to doubt the kind of grander structure that DRX provide. I think in general, when they make changes in a way, you kind of have to trust it, because even a lot of these younger players were kind of doubted in this pickup. They moved away from that old school Vision Strikers-esque era, signing younger players, signing rookies, and they continue to make it work. So I think you have to give the kind of coaching staff the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing, and this was the team that won kickoff after all. So something's going very right for DRX right now.
And Mako, that we've heard the update there, will be IGLing today. How the call will be split, we don't yet know yet. We'll find out more as the game goes on. On the opposing side will be Global Esports. I also ran into their management staff in a different elevator. I'm just running to all of them. And
You're just riding them up and down? What's going on?
Seeing who I could catch in the lift.
You just went missing for half an hour and you literally, I'm going to walk in the elevator, you're going to be pushing the buttons for us and saying, welcome, welcome aboard.
Yeah, well, it kind of worked out. I got a little insight from them, and he looked a little bit worried. He's like, I'm a little nervous going against DRX.
Yeah.
Understandably.
They haven't lost yet.
Yeah,
of course you're going to be nervous.
It's totally understandable. But that said, they have a lot of really good players on their team. It's a 6-man roster, as I understand it here. But last week, we saw a little bit of a fumble come from Global.
Yeah, I mean, this was a roster a lot of people were excited about, right? And myself included. I really like how they approached their off-season, this casting of the wide net in their kind of scouting process. I thought it was great to be able to do that. And, you know, we saw the likes of Crystal and Pappy being picked up, which are players that we've both rated for quite some time. So we were very, very excited by this. And, you know, they started week 1 strong by defeating DFM. But then last week, I think it tells a different story.
I think for GE, for me, I'm sold on Kelly S. I think he's fantastic. Yudatan is very good as well. Crystal, I'm a little bit worried about his comms a little bit, and some games he's not as good as he was in Tier 2, but he is still fine for me. I think Papi is someone that I have followed his career for a long time, been a massive fan of his, but he has not been good since the start of kickoff. He has been struggling quite a lot lately.
I noticed, Pilsky, you don't play the Poppy song anymore. I used to
play the Poppy song to get myself pumped up for the GE games, and there hasn't been very much Latin pop going on in the talent room lately. So yeah, I think both Papi and Patrick Hu are having a rougher time, particularly in that last game. But just in general, we have not seen the best of Papi since the start of kickoff when he was winning those sick clutches in the opening games. And for Patrick Hu, I mean, this is the kind of rookie performance that I expect a lot of the time, unfortunately, guys, especially for someone of that experience level. I think Pacific, it's crazy how many rookies with unproven experience step up into Pacific and do really well. In other esports titles, that almost never happens. So I think for me, Patrick Hu is the kind of performance that I expect, but we'll see if he can turn it around. It's going to be really tough against this opponent specifically, though.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk more about the Southeast Asian rookies in particular in a bit. But DRX, if they win this match today, they're going to tie with their previous longest win streak, which I believe was 7 wins in 2023. So that means they're up to 6 consecutive wins. And of course, this is why Global Esports is a little nervous facing against DRX right now.
I'm looking at a 23 win streak, and I'm not seeing that many Korean teams that they were beating back then. This time they've played a lot more of the Korean teams, and they're beating them. They're beating Gen G, they're beating T1 multiple times. That's a very, very legit run for DRX right now. I mean, the only problems they've really had is internationally.
And it's worth noting that, you know, this will be kind of the tie for the organizational length, but this wouldn't be Mako's longest win streak. Back in the day in Vision Strikers, 103 games, I think it was, when he was there. So
that's all right.
This is a man who understands win streaks. This is a man who knows how to win these games. So he's stepping up into the IGL role, still continuing that forward. So a lot to look forward to.
Putting Australia into the team, are they trying to make it harder for themselves? Is it too easy for DRX? Is that what's going on?
So I know me and you we have very contrasting opinions about this pickup. I know you're a fan, but for me, I'm worried about this, if I'm honest, because when I see this DRX team, we see them on a big win streak. We see them winning kickoff. Yes, Bangkok wasn't perfect, but why are we making changes, guys?
What I will say as well is looking at the agent pool, I'm thinking about Bane, and I'm thinking, and that man played a lot of Sova, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen Australia play Sova. Can Australia play Sova as much? I'm not sure. Do we even need to play Sova, or are we just going to slam freeing on Teo every game and call it a day? Because that might be the way to go. Breach Sova, breach Teo every map. Maybe play a little bit more double controller than we were before. Honestly, the fact that he can play Viper is going to be pretty good for DRX, if you ask me, because I think Flashback kind of struggled on that agent when I saw him play it from time to time.
Now, Pelski was talking about Yudatan just earlier and, you know, his role within this team, but what do you make of that, Big Time?
I think Yudatan has been the standout GE for me. And in kickoff, we saw him play this duelist role, and we were very, very impressed by his duelist, right? And now, with Patrick Hu joining the lineup, we've seen him move mostly back to Sentinel unless they want to play that double duelist. We look back to that Haven game where he was on ISO last week. He looked great on that duelist. It looked like a real return to form for him. So I don't mind if they want to try this double duelist, because I think they need to enable Yudotan. I think Yudotan is the star of this GE lineup.
I think at the end of the day, we're getting to the point where I said it in kickoff when Patrick Hu wasn't able to get a visa yet. We hadn't seen him play. Just put him on the duelist at some point and put Darion back in the lineup if you're not finding success, because this guy was pretty sick. He had some off games towards the end of kickoff, I will admit, but for the most part, when you put Yudotan on the duelist, he is unleashed and he can kick it with the best in Pacific.
Interesting take. Now, another thing that is always going to factor into a win-loss for these teams, of course, is the map draft. And this is really interesting. At the start of this weekend, we got to see two coaches and break down their map draft and their thoughts on it. And of course, they're both very confident with it, and in the end, only one was right. So I'm curious how this is going to play out.
So DRX are going to ban Pearl. That's kind of their perma ban, so I'm not too surprised about that. They have had some struggles on that map. GE's getting rid of Icebox. They were previously banning Ascent, and DRX has gone, well, you've left Ascent open this time. Let's give that a crack. They did play it themselves recently as well against DFM. But if you're getting a win against DFM, I'm going to need to also see you play someone else for reasons.
Yeah. It's always kind of risky when you decide to change your veto like this. If you have a permaban and you decide to leave it open, in a way you kind of have to expect your opponents to go, okay, right, well, we'll take you there. Let's see how good you've managed to improve.
But I will say, GE picking Split, it's probably the map they've looked the best on. The DFM game they lost in OT and kickoff, it was like a bit of a messy one. But some of their other games on Split, we were like back when we were looking at GE and saying, wow, these guys are actually looking promising. We haven't seen them play Fracture yet, I don't think, so that is going to be a tough third map, I'd say, because DRX Fracture has been pretty decent, actually. But I just want to see what have GE got on Ascent this time, because they've left it open. They get to start defense here, and Split is a must-win if they want to do anything in this series.
Oh, absolutely. And we're getting Fracture as their decider map one more time. We had that both series yesterday, and I'm really glad because we're Fracture fans. Here are our predictions.
I mean, Global's Filipinos, so 3 Filipinos, Mika.
That makes sense.
1 + 1 = 2 at this point.
Yep, that's what it is. So that's the predictions there, and I think why we won DRX is fairly obvious. The viewers seem to think the same. And with that, we're going to be sending it to the stage because VCT Pacific starts right now.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. DRX.
DRX is coming back into old victory form. Now with Mako as their IGL today, if they win today, this will be their 7th consecutive win. That is the longest streak since 2023, which Mako was also on that roster. But also, Pacific was a very different landscape back then.
Yeah, for sure. I think this win here to lock in playoffs most likely is going to be a bit of a stepping stone for them, but they're still learning something from their wins. They've made a tweak to their roster. They are not keeping everything the same.
No, they haven't. So this is going to be very exciting to see, especially with Estrella in the roster. But going against them will be Global Esports. They have also completely changed their roster since 2023 and are looking much, much better. But last week they had a bit of a stumble. Can they pick it back up this week?
Yeah, they're coming in today 1-1, a strong week 1 and not a so hot week 2. Now is the chance for them to really kind of turn that around, but they have a gauntlet to run if they want to make it to playoffs, and it starts today against the kickoff champions, DRX.
That's absolutely right. They are right now in the top 4 of Group Alpha, but this is a very precarious position depending on today's match.
For sure. I mean, they did put DFM away, but when you look at a round robin group, you're looking at games like this and knowing that they're going to be tough for you. So we'll get the coach fist bump here. Big man Elevated has got a lot of work to do. He's now working for two fellas.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think with him stepping up to this head coach position, it is a lot more work. It is a different role altogether, but it seems like he's taking it in his stride. He's going to try and rise to the challenge to help guide this team forward. So that's all you can ask from your coaching staff. So massive respect to him there.
For sure.
But there's no dancing around it. They have a mountain to climb today.
Yeah, and it's not great timing for them. I mean, this is an important game. I think they've got to reserve their expectations at the end of the day. They would have anyway. DRX is going to be a tough opponent for anyone in Pacific, so I think this might have to be a little bit of a test game, a little bit of a learning game for Global, and I want to see, particularly on Split, the map they picked into this series, what they're going to be bringing.
Yeah, definitely. Their next match for Global Esports is going to be against Gen G. So this is a really tough way to end the group stage for Global Esports. But you know what? I don't think this is a situation like even 2 years ago, even last year. Global does have a shot at this. I know we saw our predictions there. It's like, yes, Mika with the Filipino support there. But I think this is something that Global can achieve.
Yeah, I think their ceiling is high. It's just, can you make it work today? We have the agent picks coming in, and I want to focus on DRX first, running their double duelist that they seem to be liking, and we're seeing Estrella on the Vice, freeing back on the Teo. So if you want to run double duelist, putting Estrella on the Senti makes the most sense. I quite like this from DRX.
GE starting defense side of their opponent's map pick are rocking the classic double sentinel. Deadlock Cypher, very popular, used to be run with Yoru, but also has been run with Jet. So Patrick, who's got a lot of work to do on attack as an entering presence. You're going to see a lot of quick executes from them, but they need to get a lot of value off of this defensive side to start this game off.
All right, to take us through day 3 of week 3, it is 2 casters. You guys know them. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Hello, it's us. You know us. We're 2 casters.
We are.
Just 2 casters.
Just 2 casters.
That's just it at the end of the day.
Chill guys. Yeah.
2 chill guys. 2 chill matches here today. Perhaps we're hoping for things to be elevated a little bit here. We're hoping that we get some excitement from these series, but we have some very clear favorites. The desk was just talking about it. DRX are kickoff champions going up against Global. And for Global, this is a big one. If they are able to find a victory here, make this, even just a contentious series, then their odds of making it to the playoffs become stronger and stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, GE can get it done here today. They're a team that has really strong fundamentals. They look like they are slowly but surely putting the pieces together. Patrick, who comes in, now you've got the full 5-man roster that you originally wanted to roll with, and at times they can look like they can contend with anybody in Pacific. So we're going to have to see if they can bring that in the server today. Obviously with DRX, there's the big change with Estrella. Him being on the Vice, that's his first time playing that agent. So this is going to be quite interesting to see with him. We're so used to seeing him on kind of like flash initiators or info initiators for the side of RRQ. A little bit of a different role that he's asked to slot into with now DRX leaning into this more double duelist heavy style that Flashback is picking up with the Yoru.
Alrighty, well, we're going to have the double duelist going up against the double Senti here on the side of Global Esports. First on the attack here is DRX. The barrier is now dropping. Patrick Koo out in mid. Sheriff in hand, catches a glimpse there. Some shots flying Hyunmin's way, but he's able to go ahead and just quickly drift back, freeing tiny bit of damage going to be taken in. Global Esports is going to continue scaling forward, taking so much control over mid. And they've got 2 players that they can intercept over at Gelato.
Yeah, absolutely. But this should be noted by DRX. Shots did ring through by Poppy. A scrape of damage on the freeing.
Mako finding one, and he's eventually able to find the headshot, avoid taking damage. Poppy going to be caught off guard there from behind. Kellyes is able to find Estrella. This Meant to go ahead and put him down on the floor. Still a bit of a cutoff here from Freeing. Does have the stealth drone, but now
just need to buy time.
Yeah, he's just going to continue to go ahead and keep him busy. Gets a suppress out, instant headshot. Salvo's going to be sent. Will get caught on the timing there. Zutaton's able to find one, but now he's got to wait these out. In the meantime, it's all on Crystal versus 3 that are still sat here on the site. Time's already gone.
Yep.
This is overall just incredibly well navigated from the side of DRX, and Mako in particular finding that opening, causing and disrupting so much of the game plan here. Causing chaos, I should say. As there you go at Team Ace in the first pistol, going the way of DRX.
And it's really cool to see Mako stepping up here. We know that he's still IGLing today. I think there was some question marks about that with Estrella coming over to DRX, you know, as he was a IGL previously in RRQ. Would he be taking over that role? No, it's still Mako, and Mako makes brilliant reads throughout this entire round. His ability to call for the accelerate towards A site after they identify the push out on the catwalk, and then his ability to re-clear that space, find that pick, get the plant down. Freeing buys a ton of time on the backside. That opens up so much for DRX there in that post plant. Beautifully navigated by DRX. No other way to slice it. That is a really just incredibly intelligent round.
Relatively standard purchase here for the side of DRX. That Vandal in with the Bulldogs. A stinger in the hands of Fring. Nothing but classics here for Global. As, Pixel out of place. A little bit of a warning shot there from Estrella over onto Patrick Koo, trading back some of that damage.
A little bit of patience being shown by DRX, trying to suss out a little bit more info.
Bit more taken here. I mean, Mako trying to draw some attention. He's got it. Pretty much everybody on the side of Global is here on this A site. Spike now going to be ushered across over towards B, where DRX will get ready to strike.
Mako might get caught here coming out of short. I'm kind of curious. There was a read from GE. They got Yudotan snuck into Wine, but instead they actually backpedal, expecting a re-aggression towards A. It's going to be Patrick Koo all on his own.
Just now winning here into Boat. Store now going to be shut at Market. Stun connecting. Mako peeks in over towards window. He's able to find one. Patrick Koo can't quite hold the line here. Plant now coming in. Mako catching a glimpse of another player. Regen shield. We'll go ahead and push him back up to a 125. Yudotan going to be held at bay. Just stuck in back behind the boxes for the moment. Needs to get closer so he can try to go down to the spike.
Let's just see how aggressive DRX wants to be. If they're just going to let those last 3 players go down. You're one away from flashback salts. You might just send him with that ghost. Yep,
swap it over. Make sure you're not going to lose any of these weapons. Freeing salvos will claim 1. And getting the Armageddon online, also not going to be a bad shout at all. Elias Yudotan just tucked in around the corner. The cam is set up to go ahead and watch the approach here from flashback. Not dialed in on it. They obviously hear the footsteps, but yep, headshot will come through. Flashback will be able to go ahead and get that ult online as DRX, a very clean anti-eco, move up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, everything looking very, very solid for DRX in the protocols, in the fundamentals, in the awareness. Great pick there by Mako. Able to just push his way up through short, find that freebie, and back on out. You know, with Freeing back on the Tejo, you expect him to put tons of numbers up. He's so consistent on that agent. You know, one of the first adopters of Tejo in Pacific and one of the best leading into Masters Bangkok. See how they want to use this ult, or if they use it, on their bonus. Right now, though, more patience being shown. Quite a bit of control taken over at the other main as well by GE, so doing a good job of establishing their presence on the map and making things a little bit tricky for DRX in terms of finding an opening to set up their executes. Mako, there is a camera right around that corner. It is cleared. So good awareness by Mako. Oh, Estrella. Beautiful with the Bulldog.
Not ready yet.
And just Kelly S trying to do what he can to re-clear that space, but that's a painful loss. It is your duelist, so on the defender side, the Sentinel certainly maybe feeling a little bit more impactful. Crystal gonna get quite a bit of info there in mid with his drone. So he's already backing off. It's just going to come down to Kelly S if he can win that duel against Estrella. Estrella already trying to flash him out. Yeah, he's got him. And he has to back off.
30 seconds
Ball
left.
is there, dimensional drift, looking to go ahead and score it forward. Hyunmin finding Kelly S. The lone anchor of this site now displaced. Triple approach from GE over towards Ali, but might just have to make the tough call to just go for the save here. You know that you're up against 5. Devastating though. Just hand over the bonus conversion. But unless they can find a pick in the next couple seconds, feels like they're just gonna have to back away, and yep, the call is made. They're gonna go ahead and slowly drift out of here. I rewound back, something didn't really sit right with me going into this round. That's why I was widely quiet here.
Yeah.
So I rewound on YouTube, and yeah, I didn't realize that Yudotan did not die to the spike in the eco round. The door was shut. It was planted at backside, so...
Oh, so he didn't get caught by it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good catch.
Didn't notice at the moment, but I was like, something's weird. Why does he have a Guardian? Let me investigate. So, yep, some oddities already on display as DRX get the 3-0 start.
I just like, it's just one of those things where you just assume they're going to die to the spikes. Yeah, you just stop looking.
I was like, all right, moving on.
Yep.
Let's go into the bonus. Let's see the rifles.
Exactly. But this is so well played by Estrella. He's doing a great job in these 1v1s. Also using his utility to push Kelly S back to open up that space for Hyunmin to make his way onto the site and win that opening duel as well. So already Estrella finding some serious impact for DRX as this Sentinel. And again, an agent he's never played. This is his first time ever playing in an official match with Vice. And he's looking really, really solid in terms of his fundamentals. So, as you would kind of expect with DRX, they're a team that is just historically great at picking up players and getting them integrated into the system and consistently being threats no matter what event they're at. So, certainly for Global, going to be a bit of a toughie today. Some fans coming in from all over the world as usual here at Pacific. Great time of year to be in Seoul as well. The cherry blossoms are blooming. The weather's nice.
Yeah, we're getting into some nice light jacket weather.
Yes.
And it's the calm before the storm that is the blistering summers. You walk outside and you feel like you're just immediately swimming through the humidity.
Yeah, it is not something I'm looking forward to. So I try to enjoy this time of year as much as possible. And so seeing a lot of people out in Seoul, just the jackets on today. Very, very nice, but Estrella still going to hold on to that Bulldog. He's been so good with it, and you're going up against a pseudo-eco. Of course, the gun's carried over from the save of GE, but trying to prioritize that orb. Going to be paranoid out. Kelly S. Trying to push forward. Is he going to use that wall to just clear the orb? Nope, just a sonic sensor pushed forward to keep track of DRX's movements. Trip the wall this time. I think that's something GE's been looking to do with that B main control, get rid of that Vice wall so they have a little bit more room to maneuver on the map potentially, or at least a threat of room to maneuver to keep DRX a little bit more honest. Sonic sensor is either tripped or cleared over there by Mako.
Orb does eventually get taken. Freeing going to be tucked in here behind the boxes, and I'm not sure if they're going to lend any credence to this. However, he is about to be encroached upon by multiple people, and hits the instant transfer, and oh my god, Freeing!
Jeez.
Have some mercy, son. They're on an eco. Does not care. Is now one away from that Armageddon here in death. Good lord.
I love Freeing, man. He's just so good.
Something else, but I mean, for Yudotan and Poppy, it's the same. It's the same thing. Walk away.
Just walk away. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you just don't expect them to be there. I mean, DRX has done a great job of kind of understanding the map and where they can find the open space, where they can find those timings, and keeping track of GE's movements very, very well. You know, you would think with the Cypher in there, you might have a little bit of an advantage as GE, but DRX has done a really good job in the early part of the game, kind of feeling out how GE wants to play it. You know, Mako's doing a great job by himself controlling A main. If there's any util put out there, he's able to identify and eliminate it, and then kind of keep GE a little bit more off balance. So an operator going to be invested in now. Certainly feels like things got to turn around for Global Esports if they're going to get anything going on this map. Such a quick transfer there. Freeing just so ready. If there wasn't a fourth player there, he's probably walking away scot-free.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I half expected him to just go ahead and get the 4K.
It looked like he was going to.
Well, similar starts here, just sending out those missiles, trying to stave off any potential grab net combos over towards that B main. We can see that the deadlock is here at A. Flashback tucked into the corner. Poppy watching for this as Mako just jiggling around. Let's see how they can break this Yoru out of here. Estrella on this lurk, though, finding one now, confirms position of another. Crystal swinging out. Almost gets that headshot lined up, but Crystal does manage to go ahead and come away with the kill. Space being refilled, and Crystal maintaining control of this B site.
Oh, this could be great timing. He just used the drone. Oh, they're going to double back. Okay. Just checking his back quick. Was Mako maybe looking to see if there was anybody hot on their tail, but this could really work well for DRX. However, GE's reading this nicely. Really good job by Poppy. I mean, he's been aggressive the whole map. The whole game plan here for Poppy is just push through mid, find that info, and figure out where DRX is. Hasn't really worked out too well, but this round could go their way. Crystal's been so good in moments like this.
The salvos now sends them down. They have to just wide swing out a little bit further. Crystal able to find a third. Keeps it now into a 2v2. Could have been a bit of damage suffered. Patrick Koo able to find the shot there with the operator. Gets himself online. Mako trying to stick the plant. Does manage to draw off, finds one, but Op can be carried forward. And Global Esports will get themselves their first round win.
I can hear Kelly S down on the stage trying to rally the troops already. This is a much better round, even though Estrella gets that freebie. This time they've got the backup there to make sure that B main is clear. And good reading of the map. And it helps that Poppy finally are able to find some value out of those quick lurks that he's been trying to find the whole map. Crystal, good for 3. Very talented player. First 3 kills of the game. Now you've got a judge for Poppy. An operator still for Patrick Koo carried over. There's that grab net.
There's the net. Flashback locked in position. Mako going to be taken down. Crystal just finding that kill at top mid. Peek out from bench. Gets the kill. Not sure if it was on the jiggle, if Mako was just swinging out. Either way, he is on the floor. Crystal continues to deliver here, finding value. Judge just around the corner here, playing off the one-way. Poppy. They try to open things up a bit. There it is, but Flashback suffering some damage, but instantly finding the headshot, does manage to put him down.
That was nice by Flashback. He's been trying to work into that corner after the initial utility exchanges to create that extra angle, since there's been so much pressure by GE and A main. And this time around, find some value. Not sure if they ever identified the operator in mid when it was there earlier, even though Patrick Koo has moved over. So you have to be a little bit diligent. Estrella, yeah. Or excuse me, Flashback going on a tour. Already has a second dimensional drift.
Gets the spot out here, knows that Crystal widely is alone. Goes for the exit. A little bit of a crossfire. Nope, never mind. Gunman doesn't need the intervention of Flashback from boats. Just swoops in, finds the kill. Now plant down. It's another tough position to be in here for Global. As there you go, Armageddon. To start things off, it's going to usher them forward out into the site. Look at it, just turn this into an absolute meat grinder. Yudotan does manage to answer back one. Now into the 1v2.
Oh, look at that TP.
3 bullets, needs to go for the reload here or swap the weapon. Spots out freeing, up close, the swing coming in, finds a headshot. Flashback there to go ahead and cover it up. Gets the kill, 3K for the Yoru. 2 more charges towards that next ultimate. DRX now up 5-1.
Yeah, and it just shows you why so many teams are leaning into Yoru. With that ult, you have so much ability to bypass a lot of the, especially Sentinel stuff that's going to be coming at you in terms of the trap wires and all that, and the sonic sensors, those kind of things. You can get that info for free and then set up a pinch if you can find that isolated player like you could with Crystal there and put him just in a nearly unwinnable spot. I mean, he has to go absolutely crazy there. Couldn't even find one because he was really trying to get a hold of his movement and his aim. Estrella again, gonna be on B main duty. Not too far away is freeing though, so could back him up.
Has the wall, some noise gonna be made, swings off the flash. Comes away with 1, get it down to 28. Just able to escape and trade back the kill.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't give up the gun there. So for Estrella to go for the equal exchange, not the end of the world. And now it's going to be on Freeing to kind of figure out what's going on. GE, though, quickly making rotations to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, DRX
are matching.
Yep, doing the exact opposite. Little ring around the rosy here. Only a Sheriff to speak of for GE's, like, beyond the classic weaponry. Freeing gonna be the one keeping track of mid. And should be some kind of retake shaping up for Global Esports. And I mean, in theory, you do have the deadlock all. I mean, if you can find a kill with the Sheriff with Patrick Hu, you could maybe send it, put it into a potentially, 3v2, 4v2. Anything's possible. Just got to get there first. I mean, DRX has been so aware, and they just might try to get ahead of the game a bit.
Well, 4 players clustered up once again, working their way over towards Alley. It's going to be a heavy stack, flashback. See if he's going to be able to collect any of these. Certainly the next ult they would want to cycle up. From the shadows, it's just 1 charge away. There you go, flashback, able to find 1, looking for a little bit more. Crosshair slightly off. It's going to be Hyunmin to go ahead and gun down 3. 6-1, DRX not looking to give Global any freebies.
No. DRX is just so good at setting up these crossfires. Their post plants are so clean. There's very little to fault so far in what they've done on this map. GE, to their credit, I feel like is doing their best to fight for some of this control of the map, but they're losing a lot of the individual duels, especially at B main. At the very worst, Estrella's getting 1 before he gets traded. And so that's kind of setting them off balance, and they're making a lot of plays for A main that don't really amount to much. We saw the grab net to try to grab them, and the flashback was able to avoid that, and then find the kill onto Poppy's Judge. Like, all these little plays and tricks that they're trying to use just haven't really come to fruition. Here goes a big execute. Oh no.
I mean, they knew Poppy was there. They couldn't quite find him initially, but Kelly S just spraying across, binding both duelists. Mako similarly on the floor. Annihilation gets the grab. Estrella being pulled to his demise. And that's going to be Estrella.
Last player standing.
Or Freeing, rather. Freshly here in main to try to see if he can rank this back, but the shots are going to be very off. Yudotan will go ahead and pick up the pieces, and Kelly S, I believe, just through the smoke, managing to kill 2. We'll see if there's a ping reveal. But either way, great round for Global, much needed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a quick TP in from flashback. Hyunmin dashes in.
Nope.
Just
no.
through the smoke.
Oh, what is that?
Jeez. I mean, he saw one of the bullet tracers, so I guess you could say it, but still, that's ridiculous. I mean, sometimes it do be like that. I mean, that's the gamble you're taking on those fast executes. I like it, though, from DRX because you've been so good at winning the more methodical rounds. Show him a different change of pace. Patrick Hu again out in mid. Oh, just misses the timing.
Doesn't find it. Hyunmin going on a peek and winning out 1. Kelly S there to go ahead and get some covering fire, gets the trade back. So 1 for 1.
Well, you got another dimensional drift. And flashback has been great at finding the timings and the openings for DRX with that. Plus you have Estrella's ult for the post plant with the Steel Garden. So if you can get there, it's going to be tough. And again, GE seemingly just not reading the map correctly here. There isn't a ton of information, but they have to re-clear this space at B. They just have no idea. Since they evenly exchanged that mid battle and decided to back off. Here goes the ult, but this is they're aware of this.
Yeah, now hearing the dimensional drift, they haven't fully confirmed. As the jump out will readjust for flashback is just nasty. Kelly S got to be noted there at Heaven. Flashback wanting to maybe push up and find a little bit more. Here's the break of the window as Poppy now arrives. Steel Guard, beautiful. Yep, just going to be layered in. Knives go out from Patrick Hu, up and over the top of the smoke. Is able to find 1. The headshot connecting. Flashback going to be taken down. Thorns just trying to keep him locked in place, and no one from DRX giving the opportunity for the peek, and then Freeing is able to collect the kill.
1 enemy remaining.
Instantaneous. It's Freeing so damn clean. Mako similarly picking apart Kelly S. DRX. I mean, they have their eyes on double digits. They're looking for 10 rounds in the half.
For sure. The way they're playing, looks like they might get it. So you get the exchange. Flashbacks, yeah, like you said, so fast to readjust. I mean, I like the little tic-tac-toe game here with the ultimates. You throw the Vice ultimate, well, you pop the blades, get a kill. However, it's even better placement as well of the Razor Vines from Estrella right there to slow him down. And then that's a pretty easy one for freeing. And now you're back to a mostly eco. And okay, well, Patrick Hu with the hero rifle.
The early aggression paying off for them. Out there B main, but now the A side is completely opened up. Primed for the taking. Paranoia goes across on the Poppy, just at Sheriff. As he tucks away underneath the window, freeing.
They're pinging it.
Oh, waiting. Seems like, yeah, they have a solid enough read on it, but can they outwit him? Can they outgun him? Freeing, still able to come away with 2. Kelly has an opportunity, a weapon in hand. His flashback swinging around the side, looking to intercept. Does he get there fast enough? No. Swaps over to the knife as Kelly breaks down the door. Does he go for the knife? Seems like the answer's going to be no, but I think he's about to catch both players. Yeah, finds Poppy, just TP's back over in towards main, and now it's Kelly by himself. Quick little flash out, offsets for a moment there as Hyunmin will fall. The DRX continue to maintain a chokehold on this map.
I love the way that Flashback and DRX are using this Yoru. They're being extremely patient, finding good timings to use those TPs, either to create an extra off angle or, you know, show some presence somewhere and then go somewhere else to keep your opponents off guard. Obviously, the ults have been brilliant. They've been completely round-changing every time that he's used them. And Flashback has looked sharp as well in terms of his aim. Freeing is freeing on Tejo. This is everything you could want as DRX. Going on your map pick. Looking so good on this side. Estrella this time getting aggressive. Oh my god.
Just the one tap to put him on the floor. Now the follow-up, Yudotan dead as well.
Jeez.
Welcome back, Estrella. Looking incredible as Hyunmin just trying to quickly escape, gets his way across in towards tiles and out to safety. Tucked back, and now they're gonna have to try to fight their way through this jet. Has them all contained, and Poppy is up to the challenge. Quickly sits him down.
Planted.
Flashback has another ult. Just so you know.
Yeah, 4th and a half.
Yep.
Still one more round to be played out. Player advantage. Think he's going to look to save it for 12 here, unless things get into dire straits. But Salvo's further delaying this approach. Kelly's trying to swing around to get over towards Ali, the stealth drone.
Armageddon.
Going to maybe try to spot him. Time in the meantime is just ticking away. Poppy with another critical kill as Estrella will fall. Flashback taken down. An opportunity here is freeing. Caught on the timing. It all comes down to Mako, and he cannot make it happen. The Armageddon was sent, but it's not going to be able to provide enough cover. So the fuse comes in, and that's going to be Global, getting themselves a 3rd round win in the half.
Well, this is very confusing to me. And I'm going to talk about freeing here. Doesn't send his ult into B main.
Sure.
After the salvos. They know there's players there. This is ridiculous from Estrella. Continues to just be a monster there at B main. Okay, fine. You know there's at least a couple over there, and plus there's a kill that comes out. And freeing just sits on his ult. He uses the salvos. I'm not sure if he was thinking some kind of post plant or what, but it all just crumbled in a heartbeat because GE just stormed in there and was hitting their shots. Credit where credit's due. GE played that really nicely.
A bit of poor judgment there, perhaps. Either way, 3rd round win. It's just looking for the net and salvos. DRX able to bait these out and avoid them. As Sonic Sensor just going to be repositioned and triggered.
Yeah, you really want to either avoid the deadlock or use Flashback's ult to get rid of it. Well, Freeing's going to trade.
And across the way.
Who's next?
Poppy able to trade that back out here. Keep it in a 1-for-1. Flashback, mask on, dimensional drift in place. Spots that one. He does not turn around. I don't think he actually saw Kelly S. And he tucked back into the smoke. I mean, they have to know that the deadlock is going to be nearby, but I don't think they ever got full confirmation on him either way. Estrella certainly has as he finds 2. Kelly S and Poppy both going to be taken down. Now just Yudotan and Patrick Hu to try to see if they can make this 8-4, rescue the half as much as they possibly can. But this is the double sentinel. This is where they should be. This is the side that they should be finding a good amount of value on. But Flashback has widely undone everything for them.
30 seconds left.
TP in, the re-swing. Yudotan able to go ahead and win out that fight. Flashback here from heaven. Takes down the jet, the neural depth, getting the reveal. 3 players to try to fight through here for Yudotan. Spots out the first, Mako on the wider swing. Shut down. No further damage suffered here from Yudotan. Thorns pop the tap of the spike. He's dancing around it here. They know that he's not sticking it. They know that it's not getting up towards half.
Rip and tear.
There's just more thorns at his feet. Locks him in position in DRX. Yeah, they look like they're having fun with it. 9-3 at the half. Dominance here from DRX.
Yeah. Really, really good game plans, especially behind the Yoru. I mean, it helps that Flashback is 12-6, but it's a lot of the way that he's using his util, using those ults. They're cycling them quickly. They're prioritizing him on the ult orbs. Everything you want to be doing with the min-maxing game with the Yoru is very well thought out. I mean, only slight missteps here or there for DRX. A lot of the time, GE just looked like they were guessing at what DRX was doing. They couldn't really get good reads. They were going to the wrong side of the map. Even with that heavy Sentinel composition, DRX's Mako still doing a great job of keeping them off balance with the macro gameplay.
DRX win $10 for the ticket, $500 for the flight and the hotel. Welcome to Korea.
Heck yeah.
Hope you're enjoying your time. And if you're a fan of, Korean Valorant, today's a relatively good day for that.
True.
Got T1 and DRX, two of the heavy hitters in the region. And for Global, a lot to try to walk back here. Curious to see how they're going to look to utilize the double Sentinel as they move over onto the attack.
For sure. It's one of those situations where it feels like with Deadlock that if you can get to the post plants, it's a nightmare to get through, right? That wall is so stupid. It's so annoying. But it's getting there that's going to be the interesting thing. That's going to be the problem, especially with how good individually the DRX players have looked, especially like Estrella, with the way he's been able to solo lock down B main. Trying to get to those post plants in the first place looks like it's going to be challenging, but you never know. Sometimes you switch halves, you switch sides, and everything's just a little bit different. You can shake off what happened in that first half, no problem. There's going to be a lot of ghosts for GE, one Sheriff for Flashback for DRX. For now, it's just going to fall back. Oh, Hyunmin.
Right up here alongside the smoke, the push in. He's just going to get overwhelmed. Does manage to find the headshot to put Poppy down to 20 HP, but loses his life. Freeing similarly tagged up. Over at short now down to 40. Flashback TPing back across, gets his way over towards Alley. And right now, Global widely slowed up. Freeing, considering going for the peak, thinks better of it. Sends out the stealth drone, spots out one. Poppy going to be finished off as Estrella able to find the kill here from backstairs into market.
Kelly S was in Narnia looking for a lurk. Mako seemingly somewhat aware that it could be possible.
Oh. Just forgetting. It would seem that there's a player in that position. Estrella goes for a re-peek, and he's able to find Patrick Hu.
He's been solid, to say the least, coming in here for DRX today.
Oh. Mako, that slow peek in. Able to avoid getting caught, the net not going deep enough. Kelly S, however, swings around and loses the fight.
30 seconds left.
Mako puts him down. The salvo's now coming through. That's going to be a big chunk there on the Uniton as Mako recovered Ghost. Utilizes it here against Global Esports. Once again, Uniton, last one standing. 49 health in a 1v4. Flashback. Oh my God.
My.
Okay. Finds the headshot. DRX find another pistol. They find themselves now 10-3 in the lead.
I was curious who they were going to give the orb over to, give the ult charge to. It's going to be Estrella. A couple big kills. Mako is Mako. The way he plays that in Garden is so good. Just the re-peek there to figure out, okay, are they actually pushing? And it actually gets the grab net to come out as well. And then he's able to win that fight up in heaven. Just absolutely ridiculous. Just outplaying Kelly S the whole way through. And that's so snappy from Flashback.
Crisp. Well, a situation that we've seen GE in a handful of times so far here throughout the year. A final time I'll call, as the odds are very much stacked up against them.
Is this some kind of force buy, set play?
I mean, that's what we'll have to wait and see. You know, or is it once again one of those kinds of conversations about, okay, this is their map pick, let's focus up and just get ready for split, where we're going to feel a lot more comfortable, where we can really, enact our game plan. Could be something like that. And again, to their credit, we have seen GE, not last week, but previously, we have seen them rally back from some very rough starts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of talent on this team. We know that. We know how good they can be, and Elevated's really getting animated in there, letting them know earlier, and I think they could do it. I don't have any doubts that they can. I really like this GE team, but you know, against DRX, who is just so incredibly well drilled, and Mako, who's reading the macro game insanely well. Estrella comes in here and looks like he hasn't missed a beat since switching teams. The flashback is playing out of his mind.
Also not missed a beat playing the Vice. It's the first time he's playing Vice.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is such a tough situation to find yourself in as GE.
Well, it is going to be the Stinger purchase here for the side of Global. Just one full armor here in Patrick Hu. So flashback. Every other target would be an insta-gib.
He's right up towards A heaven, so if this A execute comes through, the Vice wall is right in front too. Just the barrier to block off short.
Wall net over the top. Thorns sent. Estrella going to be locked in position there. Flashback coming away with two. Mako finding one before falling. Poppy now. Last one standing as the round quickly ends. 11-3. Economy broken down. DRX. 2 losses. But widely still in a strong position. Outlaw still going to be carried forward, handed back over to flashback. And it's going to be those Singers once again for the side of Global Esports.
Hey, you're flipping the coin a bit here as the side of GE. If you can find the weaker site, if you can find, you know, the 2 and the 2-3 split, you know, a lot of times teams maybe run 2B, 1 mid, 2A, and therefore A might be the weaker side, but with all that Vice util there and the Outlaw, just really tough for GE to get through. Decent salvos to back off freeing.
Doesn't take damage, but of course is his position. Hyunmin, he's just taking pot shots. I mean, they can't get anything. They can't get anything for free. Hyunmin, you're up 11-3. They have Stingers.
Enemy remaining.
And you just killed 3 through a smoke. Have you no shame? Have you no sense of mercy?
No. He is like...
No morality, no soul?
It's like Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator. Just thumbs down. Just absolutely not
the
having
first
any
one,
of it.
okay.
Sure, but then he gets the ping reveal and then just sprays him through the wall. I mean... Yep. It's just great, you know, you back the Tejo off, you think that might give you enough space to try to work your way through mid, and Freeing just re-clears that space. He has so much confidence, throws the drone through, gets the spot for Hyunmin, and that might have just been mapped. Have to see. It's full rifles for GE. So good luck.
Oh. Unscopes it just before the swing in, so just a tiny bit of damage going to be taken there from flashback. Freeing, he gets tagged up though, down to 43.
That timing there, very fortunate for GE. All those players have half armor. If he had stayed scoped in, he might have got one, who knows, maybe more.
Gun barrel spotted. Just keeping it quiet. Hyunmin, same position, saying, hey, maybe I can do it again. This time, does get sat down. Flashback is looking to try to get some shots in from behind, though, and he's going to be able to do so. Kalias.
That was full armor, too.
Yeah,
he got the headshot.
Yeah, hits the head. Mako now really looking to make it as miserable as humanly possible. Has a judge around the corner here at Tree. The swing coming in. 1-2 on the floor. Split. Now just 2 kills away.
Seconds left. Enemy remaining.
Unbelievable.
And Poppy will fall just down to Yudotan once more to try to see if he can make anything happen here. The 1v4 to extend it, to cut the lead to 42. And he's just going to get spammed out, it seems. And push in. There you go. 3 kills for Mako. 3 rounds for Global Esports on ascent. 13-3 the scoreline as DRX showing up to play. The double duelist composition looking magnificent,
to say the least. And so much of this game is just predicated on flashback really piloting that Yoru incredibly well on the attacker side. Great game calling from Mako. Estrella, phenomenal on the Vice. Really looked solid in the 1v1s. What else can you say? I mean, when you have 3 players playing at that well, Hyunmin was great all the way through, just slow and steady wins the race for him, I guess. Didn't really need to be explosive with the Jet, was finding his more often than not. And that's the winning recipe for DRX, because they are cooking.
Yep. Eurojet looking great. Sent. Check. Looking great there. Pearl, sure. Make it work there.
Why not?
Why the hell not? Seems like maybe just, don't play it on Haven. It's maybe the one map where the Eurojet combination doesn't work out.
Even then, I could see worlds where it works.
I'm just trying to silently make him dig at Vitality still.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know. My brain's a little bit scattered. This was just a map. It was just a map.
It was a map of it.
We're just two casters, and that was just a map. And we're going to get ready to hand it over to an analyst desk. Because, I don't know. What do you guys got to talk about? It's all yours.
I don't know. I'm just a host with two analysts, so I'm going to ask the analysts what happened. 13-3 on Ascent, a map.
Yeah,
it was a map.
It was in fact a map. It was a very dominant map from DRX. There's no two ways around it. 12-4 in those first bloods as well. I mean, it's hard to play when you're Global like that. And I mean, I feel like Global were never able to stand up to the test of DRX, especially in that first half. When we see Global with that double sentinel, that's the half where you really need to make an impact, but it wasn't there at all.
Yeah, for sure. You want to have a strong defensive side. It's what we've seen popularize this comp for the longest time, and even teams in NA running this comp and Apex running this comp over in EMEA. I remember the hallmark of this comp is you get a strong defensive side. It's the kind of comp that you can pick when the other team picks a scent into you.
Yeah.
You start off good on defense, and then you get just enough. Either you have a good set pistol, you have some set executes that you can run on that attacking side to get you across the line. A lot of teams, which is why we saw DRX actually run the Yoru instead of the Jet, because of just how good it is self-sufficiently to get you value on attack. And you saw them in this game. I was kind of questioning it when we were talking about Australia before. What is he going to play? Because Bane was playing a lot of Sova on a lot of the maps, at least in kickoff. It is kind of getting phased out of the meta. He was actually on the Vice, whereas they did play the double duelist again, and instead of that Sova presence being that kind of initiator presence, they used the Yoru more so as a pseudo-initiator to fill that role.
I think Australia did great coming into DRX's debut on this team, returning back to the Korean team. But like the casters mentioned, all of these players really performed.
Yeah, I mean, when you have such a dominant game like this, you don't really have weak links, I would say. And, we see the individual level of DRX. I feel like all of them were kind of free to take their aim duels and were winning a huge majority of them. The casters, of course, highlighted Mako's call and thought Mako did a great job just understanding GE's defense across the board, consistently finding holes there and just running a great game plan. But yeah, shout out Australia. I mean, I thought he looked really solid on that Vice. We'll touch on that again in a little bit with some replays, but big respect to him. Coming in, new squad, back speaking Korean instead of having a YGL. Lots of changes for him, but a nice, easy map to settle him in.
Now, I want to talk a bit about the Yoru plays there and how effective his ults were.
Yeah, so we can pull up some replays for this, and you can just see the most important part of Yoru, it really is his ultimate. And in this first half, we saw him have the ult 4 times. They were able to use it in the bonus round, just snowball it forwards consistently, kept farming that orb, and especially against that double sentinel comp, you just bypass all that util. You run straight through it. You're not going to trigger any of the sensors. You're not going to trigger any of the traps. And they were just able to really snowball their ultimates to keep that first half rolling forward for them and build up such a big lead.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to, rather than the slower approach of something like a Sova drone, and you have to run those more set executes or take your time clearing traps with things like the Shockies, which is not even really that good against things like Deadlock Wall, maybe a little bit more effective against Cypher. Like you said, streaming these Yoru ults back to back on the attacking half. I mean, it's one of those ults that, as a coach, as an IGL, you can really just call rounds around it. Whenever I get a Yoru,
round.
It plays itself. You get a Yoru ult and the round essentially plays itself. And a lot of the time, it informs your call so well on the attacking side that a lot of the time, your early to mid round can't even really be bad. A lot of the time, if the round's going to fall apart, it's in the late round, the XVX, the post plan.
Yeah, so as well with GE before, we saw Patrick Hu trying to play this Yoru. You know, clearly the coaching staff, I think, understand the power of that Yoru, but swapped him across back to Jet for comfort. So I think comfort is important, but that's what you're missing out on in that Yoru. If you have an effective Yoru like DRX were able to run, it just gets you round after round after round.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this happen on other squads as well, including Astrea's former squad, RRQ, with the Yoru on this same exact map.
And credit to Flashback. Like, where the hell did this come from? He'd never played this kind of agents before, and then DRX was just like, I think we'll try this. This can be a new style. This dude is just owning every game on Yoru. He's just getting better and better.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this was a really short map, but I think we have a couple other things we want to highlight.
Yeah, so I think Estrella played a fantastic game, and I think a big part of it was on this attack side in understanding the kind of his job in the default, right? So he's responsible for B main and how DRX have this set up. And one thing he was really, really good at is he would always manage to get one pretty much consistently across the board. He's playing in different positions, he's mixing up his util, and he's managing to get kills and trade out in this B space. So going 1-for-1 as an attacker is actually a nice advantage because the defenders have to cover the same amount of map with less players creating more holes for you as an attacker. So really big shout out to Estrella. I feel like you know, he did well statistically, but I really liked how he approached this game. He clearly understood DRX's game plan and was able to execute it smoothly.
Yeah, he had a great game, and I think that shows trust from the coaching staff. You will have a Senti player who, on the attack side default, will feed. It's one of the worst things that you can have happen is have your player on the wing lose their life and give a lot of information and space over to the defense. The best Senti players do what Estrella just did, being able to poke and prod, be unpredictable, be able to find openers and read the rotations and things like that. So the fact that he's been let off the leash shows a degree of trust from DRX's coaching staff and their overall, you know, team, I would say. But also, I'm not surprised to see him on the Vice, because when I think about Estrella, I associate him with things like Viper. You know, when you play that on defense as a pseudo sentinel with a set wall, that's something that you can be used to. Also, using the arc rows, he's used to playing flashy nets and things like that. So that's a piece of utility that he's going to be very comfortable with. So honestly, Vice does not seem like a bad fit for this player, if you ask me.
Well, I can see why they trusted him. Let's take a look at his stats again so we can admire his debut with DRX on the Vice.
Yeah, 15-7, you know, he's able to take those fights and he's winning a huge amount of them. So big respect to Estrella, you know, like, I was talking about this pre-show that I was a doubter of kind of seeing these changes in DRX, but I think, you know, after watching them play this double duelist style, I really don't mind it if he's going to kind of stay consistent in this role. If they want to keep running more double duelist, then I can kind of see why this change makes sense. And I think as well now Estrella's not having to IGL like he was on RRQ, we can expect that higher level of individual play from him.
Yeah,
sure. And he's speaking Korean.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
It just actually, now that it's happened, it does all fall in place and seem to make a ton of sense.
I'm sorry, Turby. I shouldn't have doubted you. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
It's been good this year. I mean, there's some people who still don't believe, even if you make it to the international event.
That's true.
And you win bloody Pacific. People are like, that Turby guy's absolute fraud. What does he need to do? Do we need to win the World Championship?
Stop being a coach. I mean, you just end up on here with me.
Yeah. I mean,
but
this is your punishment, Turby. You start losing games.
All right, well, map 2 will be Global Esports pick, okay? Ascend was DRX's map pick. I don't know if the map pick will change things very much, but the whole point is that it should. So going into Split, what do you guys think?
I mean, I think their splitters look better. I do think they've had good showings on Split overall, so I think you can be a little bit more optimistic if you're a GE fan, but once again, it's still tough. It's still DRX you're against. It doesn't matter if it's a map that's kind of leaning more your way, it's still going to be difficult, right?
I think we've seen some good performances from Global on Split, but on the other hand, they were facing teams that were making really strange mistakes when Global was on defense, and of course Global completely capitalized on that. Now you're going against a DRX who's very honed, looking very sharp, and they have a lot of protocol in place that, you know, they won't be making the same mistakes, in theory. So
I mean, I just want to see GE play a little bit better and pick up some rounds and see the best out of these individual players. They've got a very interesting looking roster. You didn't see anything, unfortunately, from them on towards the Ascent game, which DRX clicked against them. Here is their map pick, and indeed we will see them actually allowed to start on defense by DRX. DRX is picking the attacking side, and they are once again playing double duelist. You're going to get Marco over onto the Viper instead of Estrella, which is interesting because Viper is a very comfortable role for Estrella. He's going to be playing the Omen instead. I would not have picked that as the pairing of the controllers.
Yeah, that seems like an interesting way round for me. Across on the side of GE, they're sticking with Deadlock Cypher. This is a style that this team have been running for a long time. I do think Deadlock is underused, to be honest, so I like that they're trying to make it work, but they need to be stronger than it was in that Ascent game, because I didn't feel like they managed to get much value out of the Deadlock there.
All right, well, this game is very important for Global Esports. Can they shake off and reset what just happened and bring it back for Split? We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's see if they're going to be able to have that recovery. It's been talked about ad nauseum. When you get blown out on an opening map, a lot easier to recover compared to playing a much closer map. GE, they've done it before. I think it was 13-3 back in kickoff when they were able to recover after a loss on Abyss.
Yeah, to DFM, yeah.
And they were able to rally back. So they've shown that they have the capability of it. We know the quality of player that they do have. One of the things that we need to be seeing is a bit more confidence from them. But already, first blood going to be found. Flashback taking down Patrick Hu, but Freeing and Flashback both end up falling. So the fight in mid very much goes the way of Global. I could have called it the Battle of Mid. Missed opportunity.
Ooh. You had it right there in the palm of your hand.
Right in front of my face, and I just absolutely beefed it. Gunman facing in, taking quite a bit of damage here. Repeaks. Orb just going to be picked up. As the paint shell has not thrown it, we'll be able to find one more elimination. Stray and Mako in the meantime scale their way up forward into mid, now drop down onto the site. And can go ahead and smoke off Garage, so they know that they've got two players either in behind or in Garage. And they have a pretty good suspicion of Yudotan as well.
And Mako's trying to find Yudotan. It's going to be onto Estrella to watch these two players at Garage. A tough challenge for him. Still has a paranoia, though. Haunt being thought about.
Cover going out.
Oh, not spotting. Estrella trying to line up these shots. Eventually he's able to find it there with him near the final bullet. Mako now. Last one left. Here's the footsteps. He's approaching in from behind there, not watching for it at all. Mako striking, gets him off the spike. The push coming through, and Yudotan just able to find the headshot before Mako can swing back around the other side of the pillar. If he gets that little maneuver off, this round is done and dusted, but instead it's going to be Global picking up their first pistol win.
Oh yeah, Mako there went around the world and almost stole this round away. Player advantage in mid there for GE, and they're able to capitalize, win the 2v1. An exchange there for Hyunmin. Like you said, sitting on that paint shells, I thought maybe you could throw it to delay it a little bit, but opted to just go for the fight. Yudotan, a huge win there. A big morale boost for Global Esports.
A very rare missed clutch attempt there from Mako, but you're pointing it out. Yeah, there's an outlaw play with full armor behind it here for Hyunmin.
Now hold the phone.
Mako playing as the selfless IGL. They're just waiting any kind of jiggle peek here, but Nebula goes up. Poppy maybe having some kind of sneaking suspicion that there's going to be a little bit more firepower behind here.
It just is so Mako to just be that selfless. The gentle giant gives the gun over to his teammates.
It's not only that, but also Flashback has full armor.
That's true.
Maybe it's in case Hyunmin dies, so they have somebody else that can pick up the outlaw and have full armor.
That could be.
Or they just want him to be able to survive if he slides forward in the face of somebody.
Yeah, maybe it's just, you know, using the Neon as the living drone to try to break through. Look at these trips, though. That one right there at the front of sight, really tricky.
Yeah, Cage right on top of it as well.
Yep, that's something a lot of the Cyphers have been talking about. Foxy9 was talking about it the other day in the post-match interview. Yudotan is going to find Mako. Hyunmin, oh, he's gone too.
Considering the swing out, but will just be Hyunmin taking down. Freeing does manage to find a trade back. The weapon be picked up. The answer is yes. And maybe the game plan is going as they had hoped here. Is Flashback. Oh,
the timing.
Yep. Snatches that up. Net gonna fall short here. Not able to find too much. Flashback scopes in, gets the shot, but now Spike on the floor. Flashback hounded down, and it is just Estrella. Try to see if we can get anything done. Smoke blooming the plant. Just gonna be stuck. And yep, hands and Spike gonna be seen. So Poppy able to go ahead and collect that one. So 2 casualties on the side of Global Esports. But they also say, well, thanks for the outlaw.
Yeah. Oh, that puts you in a really tricky position as DRX. Trying to get those full armors, knowing that your opponent's gonna have that outlaw. And with some of the players investing extra cash into that round, you're gonna be able to come through with at least 3 rifles. See what it looks like behind that. Couple with full armor. Okay, so yeah, a Sheriff in full armor, and then Hyunmin is just going to have the light armor. So, if you're going to run into that outlaw as Hyunmin, well...
Oh my god. Hell of a reveal. Something about DRX and just not clearing scan utility versus Filipino teams. Shoutouts to Secret on Haven from years ago. Freeing able to find one flashback, does get taken down. Crystal able to come away with that. As Cage gets popped, missing each other like ships in the night. Yutan trying to double back in, but then Estrella is waiting for him at elbow. Things start getting away from them just a little bit, but Kelly's arriving. Finds one net, getting a minor grab there onto Mako. 3v3 and any further damage found will be very solid. And there you go, Poppy able to find one, finds 2 now. In a position to go ahead and just close out the round. And yeah, split attention, Hyunmin. Not sure which way to aim. Global. They're going to convert this bonus. 3-0 start here on Split, and that's the rally back we're talking about.
Yeah, this is just so nice. I mean, the timing on that haunt just gives everything away for DRX, and they're immediately trying to find their flanks. Our Global Esports. Crystal, oh, unbelievable. With the classic, just steps out and finds one. Yudotan, it was everybody, all hands on deck for DRX to make sure he was cleaned out. Poppy, so good in moments like this. And then able to double face there right as the poison cloud is dissipating. Really nicely drawn up by GE. A bunch of stingers for the side of DRX, full rifles, a couple ults as well. Annihilation and the Cosmic Divide if necessary for GE. Trying to turn up the tempo.
Well, Flashback just didn't check in behind, so Kelly is able to come away with a free one. Poppy, your backside damage dealt. Starting to get overwhelmed, but still going to be good for another kill. Mako tries to scale forward, tries to catch Crystal off guard, but wise to it. Picks him apart, Estrella now desperately trying to reposition TPs in towards backside. Scoops with the Vandal, the pressure being applied. Estrella out, last one alive. 1v2 with Crystal low on HP, nearly lining up here for him, but Yudotan last alive, gets that 4-0 start, and it's similar scenes to what we were seeing from DRX on Ascent.
Yeah, and they try to go for the fast hit, and Freeing just doesn't check that corner. It's a trade and then a gun upgrade for DRX. And then everybody else from the side of GE is quick to get over here. Great work by Crystal, being aware that somebody could be pushed up. I think Freeing there wide swung outside of the drop rope from B Tower, where if he had tried to isolate that fight, I think he could have done a little bit more in that situation, but maybe just didn't anticipate that there was going to be everybody, you know, 2 players, because they had already seen the Raze blast pack past them towards where the spike was coming out of alley. Nope. DRX seemingly not quite as in tune with this different double duelist that we're seeing here with the Raze and the Neon. Haven't quite really seen it find some of those big hit moments, some of those fast combos that will put GE players off balance and get some freebies.
Reposition from Patrick, who bit of an all-in spot here from him. Does slowly slink back over into vent before the Nebula dissipates, so keeps himself safe here for the moment. Bit slower here from the side of DRX. Have to suspect that not being able to find a round win here, it's going to be the likely call of a timeout. It's Mako. Not going to get darted here by the camera. Oh, tries to slide in, get alongside the wall, but he cannot. Yutan quick to go ahead and find that punish now. The Nightfall going to be layered in. It's going to be the tripwire off the back of the rifle damage to find the kill. Strand trying to just desperately TP forward, but it's cut down to size. The stun not connecting Crystal. The headshot does. 5-0 here for Global Esports.
I have to think we're going to see a timeout from Termi. Time
keeps ticking.
Oh boy. I mean, you gotta kind of rethink some of these ideas. There's some micro mistakes that are costing you, and then Flashback just decides, okay, well, I'm going to turn up the tempo. But there's all that util that's in front of him. Not only the Nightfall, the Cypher stuff. You can have everything you want to slow that hit down as Global Esports, and DRX just kind of running right through it. So, I mean, DRX was absolutely phenomenal on Ascent, and Global Esports looks phenomenal here on Split. Still sitting on Annihilation and a Cosmic Divide. Okay, Estrella, good for one.
All going to be sent, but I think it's a little bit of a whiff. It does not cut off Garage. Mako lurking, readjusts, second shot connects. Kelly S on the floor, and Mako says, yep, I'm satisfied with that. Reroutes back through Sewer. It's going to be a world away from the rest of his team, but given the player advantage, should be relatively safe. And now Global Esports constantly have to be looking over their shoulders for this Viper.
Spike planted.
Them down.
You're going to use that Tejo util to try to keep people at bay, allow Estrella to shift over to Garage, but he's kind of turning his attention back and forth, timing.
Swing in, Patrick Hu able to win out the fight. Showstopper is online. There's still, again, some weaker weaponry. Does he decide to pull the trigger on this ultimate? The drop down, Yudotan's going to be felled there. Swinging from Hyunmin, finding another. Now it's all down to Patrick Hu. Spring just able to escape. The paint shell going to go his way. Swings forward, ends up dying. Patrick Hu needing to win the fight. He's able to find that kill on the Hyunmin. Maybe it would be clutchable, but DRX will be able to find their first round victory here on this attack.
Well, it really seems like quick decision making is the name of the game here for DRX on their attacker side on Split. It's just that opening kill onto the B side. I mean, there was one in mid, of course, as well with Mako, but once Estrella found that kill on site, it is just everybody rush through, get in there and take that space, scale forward, and get ready for the plant. And they're just barely able to get through it. There was hope there for Patrick Hu. A lot of players weak. Use the Tejo utility to clear the corner, Boombot to clear front. And immediately a couple players from GE trying to tuck in. They're on a weaker buy already after winning 5 in a row.
Mako holding the line for one. Yudotan able to go ahead, push forward. That's going to be a weapon picked up. As Kelly S finds Estrella. The rest of the team trying to push their way forward here into the site. Flashback barely able to go ahead and draw out the weapon, stabilize, to find that kill. Showstopper going to be sent, clips the corner of the pillar. Kill not found for there. Things now grinding to a halt. 3v3 with Flashback dangerously low.
Just how are you going to check this corner?
Drop down. Solid damage dealt. That's going to be a timing from Yudotan. Showstopper sent up into heaven, finds it, but Puppey is there now. Comes down to Flashback.
Puppey has no idea.
It's going to be left guessing. He's playing it patiently, but Flashback can just sit tight. Here's the footsteps now. Catches a glimpse of him. Knows that he's not going to be going for any kind of defuse, so finds the headshot to be able to go ahead and drag this round across the line. DRX, a second one.
I just absolutely scrappy there. Yudotan, nice job. Again, GE always is coming at you in pairs. So I really like the way that they're focusing on the teamwork here on this defender side. Yudotan had a tremendous round, just got clipped by that Showstopper. So he tried to back out around the corner. Great patience shown by Flashback. Cutting sound, waiting that out, and using it against his opponents. Very, very nice. Whoa. This is a really early Cosmic Divide. This has got to send your danger senses tingling. What the heck is this?
Well, stray shots over towards Yudotan and Flashback. Barrel stuffing. A spot out as I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Player standing. Out of charges.
It feels like there should be some kind of set play off the back of that, and DRX was just
I thought,
ahead of it?
I thought there was going to be like more aggressive positioning, scaling forward into mid, trying to get that control.
And be Garage, because it cut off through there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then
it didn't.
I
don't know. I can see if there's some kind of plan behind it. Maybe they just couldn't execute it for some reason. Maybe there was some piece of util that slowed things up that they weren't expecting. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, not sure about the cook on this one.
Recipe needs a little work.
Yeah. That being said, though, it's going to be a third round pickup for the side of DRX as they try to streak their way back into this game. Global Esports still in a solid enough position as Kelly S and Freeing missing each other just a bit.
Should be nothing that comes of that. The big problem here for GE is that you're forking over the economy game because of that. So they're anticipating aggression. It just doesn't come in the spots that they're expecting. They try to slow push through that wall, and Estrella's right there. Well, it is what it is, but the concern now is that you're back on an eco. You're going to have a judge and one hero rifle. Pockets are getting a little bit deeper for DRX. Still have a couple ults to work with, too. Annihilation, though, for Kelly S. Could find some value here. There's 3 players stacked right outside of B. We're looking for some kind of trap play, I think, off this grab net. You could do, like, grab net into gravity well, into paint shells. It could be really annoying for DRX.
Does have that Annihilation on the back as well.
True.
So, yeah, I mean, you can see just waiting to try to spring this trap. Question is, does anybody from DRX really fall into it? They're just going to go ahead and swing onto the corner. The paint shell now going to be lobbed in. Hunman going to be able to find one. The net being removed. It is going to be DRX who are able to trade up as Kelly S also gets taken down. Patrick Koo able to avoid getting stunned. Flashback comes sprinting at him. Lightning Fingers in play. Crystal brings that to a very quick close. But that judgment then has to reposition. Needs quite a bit of damage. Down to 47. Now going to be caught out at range there by Estrella. Yudelton, last one alive. No weapons recoverable here for him.
I don't think you'd
find
use
any
the
real
pit.
value here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't use the pit.
Please don't.
Okay, does manage to find one. Has to reload it, though, and on the Jiggle Peak knows that he's dead. 4 to 5. 50 not coming to fruition. Global Esports still in with an opportunity to go back into a buy round. Get back into the driver's seat here and establish a dominant half.
Yeah, I like the ideas early. Oh, they're able to clear that Annihilation. Great use of the Tejo util to clear the back of pillar to get that judge out of there. I was kind of wondering, I quickly scanned towards the util once that judge was identified, how DRX was going to be able to handle it. By the time I saw, the salvos were already out from Freeing. So little things like that, protocols that DRX has, so good. Kelly S trying to get ahead of that smoke. A little bit of damage towards Patrick Hu. Again, DRX so happy to contest for this. Oh my God.
All right. Just brutality. Clearly, I mean, I think what they've been drilling is Mako's just been teaching everybody how to get kills through smokes.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of Mako, Ted over here, continuously noted in this A main position.
Should know it's B though. With that Prowler not finding anyone, even sends out a second. But DRX
gonna make him think
ahead of the game. Yeah, got to be careful with the footstep noise. Had Crystal stayed there, he might have gotten wise to it, but he backed off. So
able to stay tucked away.
Wow, the timings.
Crystal, ooh, I was gonna say, going to be the major hurdle that they have to leave. The Nightfall is gonna go across. It's gonna connect on to damn near all of them. Quick reveal out, but Paint Shells pushes him away from the window. Forces him back deeper into heaven. There's the spike now. Just trying to assess, it seems, where they really want to plant this. Instead, it's gonna be the back corner. Freeing off the back of this, does have that Armageddon now online.
Go ahead.
There it is.
Sends it towards screens. That's gonna filter everyone in towards heaven now, and they're going to be filling screens on the back of this. Yudelton able to find the first, however. Estrella finding backbiting too. Neural Theft reveals all, but Freeing does not matter, does not care about that. Finds the final 2 kills, and we are tied up at 5 to 5.
Just again, brilliant back row stuff from DRX where they're able to get the read. You know, Mako dies, a couple prowlers go out, and Mako is like aware that, you know what, maybe this is actually the weaker side potentially. They've been getting a little bit of contact over in the other parts of the map. They probably think this is B off of just the solo kill onto Mako. Let's rotate back over to A, and it is 100% the right call. It's things like that that are really showing how much progress Mako has made as an IGL and how just smart this whole squad is. The coaching staff so well prepared for their opponents. GE, what looked like it was going to be maybe another fast map, send it over to map 3, is now all of a sudden 5 in a row for DRX, and it's tied up. Oh boy.
Yeah, a last-ditch timeout call here before closing out the half. Global, I mean, if they can pick up the next 2 rounds, 7-5, I'm not going to feel too bad about that, just given this double duelist setup from the side of DRX. They should be finding value when it comes down to the attack. You were able to deal with it so well for those first 5 rounds, and even play them close in some of the ones following up behind that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be another thrifty attempt to try to see if they can at least get to 6.
Hyunmin's got an outlaw again. Full armor for Patrick Hu. Everybody else will be within 1 tap range. Crystal's going to go for another judge right at the front of B door.
That's a glass cannon judge of that. Boombot will go ahead and let him know. Actually, no, Poppy does clear it out with the Sheriff.
This smoke has to be sending alarm bells in your head.
Yeah.
It's way deep.
So leave Hyunmin back around the corner. He could just paint shell if they really have a strong idea of it. Looks like they don't. As goodbye. Goodbye.
Spike down.
That's the spike. Crystal not in control, and Mako, once again, noted. GE, a very solid read on this round. Only 1 shell left here for Crystal. Here's the weapon getting picked up. Spike as well. He's going to be sending out the C's nade. Looking for the grab, freeing. Tiny bit of damage there. Relay to try to clear the corner of the slide, and flashback able to find 1. Crystal going to be dealt with. The salvo into the corner as well. Freeing. Flushes out Patrick Hu. 2v3, Poppy around the corner. The Sheriff in hand, looking for the headshot. Cannot find it. Freeing just a little bit faster, but Yudotan, Stinger at that range, still able to find the damage. Just the kill on the flashback. Gives them a winning chance, and there you go. Kelly S recovered. Vandal pushing forward. Catches him off guard, and Global will be able to pull it off. Down in weapons and economy, but still winning out the round, getting themselves up to 6.5.
Yeah, just not really being able to sense that trap where DRX kind of aware that maybe somebody could be in B main, but not quite aware of the weaponry that was going to be right around that corner. I mean, a lot of times the judge is going to be up in, you know, mail or up in vents, things like that. This time, it is right next to them. Good reaction, though, here to use the relay bolt into the Tejo util. At least give themselves some kind of chance. But the whole time this battle's going on outside of Garage, Kelly S is just walking through spawn after they kill Mako. He's just taking his time going on the walk. And he will find a ton of value because of that. Couple away from freeing's ult, still sitting on that Viper ult for Mako, but he's been on solo duty over at A. And this time, off the rip, GE sent an extra player over, thinking that maybe there could be an aggressive push. Instead, it's just the freeing flashback duo clearing through in towards mid. There's a sonic sensor that Kelly S is going to try to play off of from heaven. Gunman's got the op. They're trying to bait for him a little bit there. But the smoke goes up, and Poppy's going to reposition.
And does he tiny bit of damage there.
Just a bit. See, now Derek's very wary of any of these trap plays, and GE might be thinking about another one. Same kind of setup.
Youngman staves him off here for the first. Paint shells. Knows it. I don't think he has any clue. Yeah, he does not know. You could knife him.
No surprises.
He's going to wait.
Well, he's trying to see if there's anybody else pushing in this angle. There's not. He's all alone. Patrick Hu now dead in heaven.
30 seconds
Kelly S, though, continuing to play this quietly. Slowly sneaking in from behind. Now opens up here with the shots. Swings back in, looks for a little bit more, but Straya just able to win out that fight. That could have been everything. Quick peek in from Crystal does go ahead and interrupt the spike plant, but they still have enough time. As Yurtan now, the 1v3. The pit could be thrown in. Mako's not in position for it, but it's the last round of the half.
Might as well.
I think he's just like, yeah, we're fine without it. Seems to be the thought process here as Yurtan now spotted. Snake bite perfectly at his feet. Fantastic bank shot, and Mako will go ahead and deliver the final shot. So 6-6 at the half. Global looking a hell of a lot more alive at the beginning of this one, but then struggling. DRX finding their footing for quite some time there.
Yeah, again, a lot of trickery that we're seeing as the half wore on and things got more difficult for GE. A few of it worked, some of it didn't. Good post-plan protocols as always for DRX. Yeah, pretty curious about this defender side now for DRX's, agent composition. How aggressive are you going to be able to get with that Neon? That's a big, kind of gamble that you're taking on this map, running a Neon on it, right? Like if you can put some pressure on your opponents, if you can find some good relay bullets, find some good combos, you can take a lot of space early, find those first bloods, but it can be tricky. Seen a lot of teams try and fail to run the Neon on split. But I suppose if there's any team that can do it, it's DRX. And for Global Esports, a much more standard-ish comp, other than, kind of the double Sentinel deadlock. Was that enough value on that defender side? Kind of one of those big questions you always have when you run.
Well, yeah. You mentioned it on that ascent. Now that they shift over onto the attack, they have that critical piece of utility.
Yeah, the
that
deadlock
stupid wall.
Yep.
That they could use in a post-plant. So we'll see if they're going to be able to, if they can get into those positions very comfortably and quickly. Then yeah, the deadlock util absolutely can make things a living nightmare for the side of the RX.
And even if you can get mid control on this map, it's really annoying as the defenders, because you can either cut off mail or vent for the rotation. So there's a little bit more that the deadlock wall can actually do on this map on the attacker side before you get to post plants, in theory. Just a matter of how far can GE get against some of this aggression that you would expect DRX to be throwing. Ooh, that's a lot of damage to free.
That it is. Quickly panicked. Sends out that suppressed drone and flashback out from heaven, able to find one. Yurtan and Patrick Hu, however, trading up. Themselves in with the advantage. Patrick Hu tagged up down to 50 HP as Mako. He does it again. Plants are dead. Spike now being ushered all the way into the back corner here.
Didn't see him.
Hyunmin, yep, not catching a glimpse of either, it would seem here. Both players not noticing as Mako will be taken down. Now the approach coming through, Hyunmin narrowly able to survive. Estrella, lion's share of this round going to be on his back, for his team. Crystal now tucked away, completely quiet. Strikes, finding one and finding the other. 3 kills here for the Fade. Global tie things up 2-2 in pistols. They regain the lead.
Yeah, this is just a good coordinated effort. Who was it that dropped down there? It was flashback to try to back up freeing. Don't know if I agree with that play there. Got a little ambitious. Felt like maybe they were going to be able to shut that attack down, but Patrick Hu got pretty deep pretty quick. Kind of set things pretty off balance in terms of what angles you were going to be able to deal with. And GE was quick to capitalize. Very well thought out. DRX fought back a bit. Mako, as always, good for kills through smokes. But wasn't enough this time. No buy up at all to speak of for DRX. But it's got to be in the back of your mind as GE. So you're going to be a little bit more diligent. Well, bye-bye, Mako.
Quick elimination found there. Patrick Hu. Oh, getting him lined up. Estrella down to 13 off the back of that. Slide in from flashback is going to be good for a kill, as freeing similarly does find Yurtan. But now it is just Estrella. Very low on HP, with not much more to be done. Delay there from Poppy, able to go ahead and get the jump. So 2 casualties, not much loss in the way of economics. So Global close out a relatively clean anti-eco, now go into their bonus.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty decent. Some Bulldogs, a Guardian, and a Phantom, I think. Good value out of the Marshal there. Couple quick kills for DRX. They spring into action off of contact. Try to do what they can with the classics.
Boys, let's go, boys. Just fucking win this map, bro.
Let's win the map.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, for what it's worth, Kelly S does a great job just always staying positive, being vocal. You can hear him up here in the caster booth. Who's freeing?
Not eating any damage this time around. Estrella boost it up over the top here. As, oh, there's the triple. Dissipate peak. And it's going to be a 1-for-1. Blast back across. Patrick Hu, though, eating an immense amount of damage on entry. Means that it's a very easy cleanup for Hyunmin.
Oh, I love this. Freeing, aware that they had given up this space, using the drone to clear it. He's going to get the spot on the crystal, too. That's so heads up.
Just drift back here from flashback. Not over challenging for the fight. Freeing eyes in towards that A heaven position in case they come up through the vents. Flashback gets positioned here on the rafter, just on that corner. Drops down, makes some noise though. Not the silent drop. Intentional or not, hard to say. For now, Global Esports are very much pinned in place.
They're really trying to get some kind of read, waiting for this haunt to come back up before they make any moves. They're trying to just throw some util to sell a fake.
They just took the time to go ahead, double clear into garage, get the orb. Now Yudotan had spotted, taken off. It's grab net, not able to find anything there. And Kelly S flushed over towards this side of the pillar. The spike still in hand, needing to clear this out. Cannot find it.
Spike down.
Spike will be down. The round will come to a conclusion. The bonus conversion not on the cards here as DRX bringing things back, being damn close. 1 round separating as Fring will find the final kill.
Just really aggressive towards mid this time, but DRX so good about understanding when and where players could be. That one from Estrella, you can't really blame him on. You're just anticipating, you know, one of their players, whether it be one of the Sentinels or Poppy, is going to maybe try to challenge that angle. So you're trying to use that as kind of a catch that solo lurking player off guard. Instead, there's 3 there. He at least is trading 1 out. That's not bad in that situation. But really, for me, freeing there with that timely stealth drone is what really allowed DRX to settle in comfortably there in the mid round. Very, very heads-up play from him.
I'm out of here.
This flashback seems to be on perma mid duty. Backed off by the util. Has to pull out the grab net.
Fine for the moment. Global just fishing where possible, trying to see if they can catch anything here for free.
Estrella's trying to inch forward at B main. Nobody's really watching that for Global Esports. There's just a smoke there to keep him at bay.
With the push out in the mid. Waits it out. Poison orb drop, flashback, sending the relay bolt. Just looking to try to just hold back this line. Keep them protected for Hyunmin, who swings in, almost has him lined up, but only going to be good for 1. Looking for the transfer there is flashback. He cannot. It's going to be Poppy coming away with 2. Looks for a little bit more, but freeing in from behind, able to go ahead and find the punish, and now Yudotan needs to fight his way back across through the vents.
Double stack this. Really smart from DRX.
30
Smoke
seconds left.
set up. I mean, he has a cam. He could throw it out, maybe, but I don't think he's going to get much of a glimpse here.
Still a paranoia, too.
So stray shots to connect. And as he goes for the swing, Estrella is there, the off angle. We are tied up at 8-8. Global going to be knocked back economically. So another attempt here out of Thrifty, pulled off the previous one. This would be a critical one to win.
I mean, the timing there, not bad from flashback. Almost transferred over for the second. Freeing quick to react through the vents. Get over. Find that extra kill. Poppy's still busy watching B Heaven. Yeah, Outlaw for flashback. Also has the ult to back it up. Overdrive is there. Let's see what they want to do. A gap in the smoke.
Second shot going to go a little bit wide. Still Crystal taken down. There's Yudotan swinging from main. A little bit of damage found on the Mako, but Mako wins those. Free peek from flashback. Quick little reload. Ping out. Kelly S through the smoke is able to go ahead and put the Outlaw on the floor. how much more damage they're going to be able to find.
I mean, it's one of those weird situations for Kelly S. Get the gun upgrade, get another kill. You could send an annihilation, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Still a chance for Global Esports for sure. Free gun. Makes a bit of noise though. Looks like it was intentional to sell, like they were trying to go towards A. Outlaw scooped up for Poppy. Hyunmin still has the paint shells.
Just waiting it out quietly here. There, I mean, DRX, they have to know that this weapon's going to be picked up. But, you know, there's a spot out. Paint shells, salvos, everything being chucked up here in towards heaven. As the clock hits 15 seconds remaining. Being able to just get the plant would be nice here for the side of Global to get that money. It's free, going to be pushed off the angle. They're out into the open. Shots are getting whiffy, but okay. Eventually, stability found. An extra casualty picked up there for the side of Global Esports, but DRX close out the round and now regain the lead 9-8.
I'm just so impressed with the way that DRX is so communicative and the way that they know when not to fight. Like so many teams you'll see when they're in an advantage in a 4v2 and the players will get overconfident and they'll push. In this situation, you know, the players from DRX, Freeing and company, they're backing up while they're allowing the players from A to rotate over so they can really all collapse together onto those last two players of Global Esports. Don't give them any chances. Doesn't matter if you're up against an eco, play it correctly every time. And that's something that DRX does so well. And it makes it very difficult to get those, you know, 2vx's or 1vx wins against them. It does happen, of course, but the way they play it is so textbook. Global Esports coaching staff, Darion in there today as well with Elevated, trying to help his new coach out, new head coach out. First time in 2 years, after 2 years, to see DRX and GE.
We talked about how important this one could be here for GE.
Yeah.
You know, a win, you're in a great spot to make it into the playoffs. If not already, no, I don't think that they wouldn't lock, but it would be a very good spot, yeah. And it would basically come down to them and Paper Rex.
Yep.
So you win that series and then you're in. Now, a loss here would make that series versus Paper Rex an absolute must-win.
You got a ton of firepower for DRX in this round. Hyunmin's on the op, has a showstopper. Crystal's been really good in these situations. We've seen this a couple times where he's able to outduel these operator players.
There's going to be a lot more pushing in towards him. Sends out the blast pack. Let's keep the op hidden here for the moment. Shots ringing out. Sees connecting. Wow, not ready for that timing, and now it's going to be Armageddon coming their way. Just shoves them back. He's not looking for kills. He's just looking to create some space. Space is created. Freeing immediately just tucks back to the opposite side. They'll abandon the spike. They'll maybe allow it to be recovered. There's op shot ringing out. Not going to be finding much there. Spike now in hand. Crystal picks it up. Looks forward towards heaven. Freeing back out over onto the Raptor. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to try to go for a pivot here. That spike right now being just sprinted through the sewer across the map. B site opened up. Estrella, however, nearby. Cosmic Divide going to be sent. Patrick, who? What is that? Swings out. Gunman going to be absolutely dunked on. Showstopper now in play. Paranoia sent here from Estrella, getting the catch on it. Crystal just slowing them up, and I mean, it's already over. The spike is on the floor. This round has gotten away from them in Estrella. The taps are clean at the end. But they were dead before he pulled the trigger.
Yep. That's a toughie there for Global Esports. Just a great back and forth with Hyunmin and Freeing here. And even with that seize, God, that's so good. And that immediately sets up the ult. I thought he might use the salvos because I think they were just coming back into cycle to try to catch him as they went back towards the sewers, but instead he used it just to hold his ground, essentially, allow him to rotate back up to heaven, allow Flashback to get over, allow them to swarm that site. Mako tucked behind the box, got a spot, got out of dodge. seem to sense that C's coming.
Trying to scale forward. I mean, Patrick, who was just sent in, I think, unassisted into mid, ends up getting absolutely massacred. Just trying to change up the pace, catch someone off guard.
This is...
DRX are, yeah.
They're just
incredibly well poised to get to 11.
They're just toying with them there. Using that Tejo util to flush them right into the shotgun. He's gonna go at him.
Why not? Runs him down. Flawless. DRX 2 away from locking in a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal team play from DRX. A lot of backing each other up, a lot of setting up selflessly your teammates, making sure you're always making the high percentage plays. What else can you say? They're, as usual, very fearsome in Pacific. Thought, okay, what are we doing there, Flashback? Pick a gun. Okay. I think he still has the judge on the ground behind him. So he's going to show the op.
I think it's worth taking the moment to again also say what a glow up from Flashback.
Yeah.
Remember the first time that he came out and he was playing duels and we were like, what in the hell is this?
Yeah.
That first half of Haven.
Oh God, yeah, last year.
And then, no, this year.
Oh, this year?
Yeah.
Was it his first time on Duelist this year?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And we were just like, what is this? And then the second half roll around, he started looking better. And then every other series after that, it's just been incredible.
Well, there was no doubt about his mechanics in my mind. He's always been very talented in that regard. Now he's got the decision-making behind it. And this is pretty interesting from DRX. They're giving up a lot of space here. They don't have a ton of info. They were playing for something aggressive. I think expecting something like this with the Nightfall.
Nightfall going to be sent. Mako does get taken down, freeing. Able to find one, though, as Kelly S going to be dropped as the spike also lands on the floor. Showstopper out from Hyunmin, not finding much of anything, but Patrick Coop maintaining control there of Elbow. As freeing will fall. It looks like there's still yet a bit more fight available here for the side of Global, but Flashback finds the headshot. Poppy going to be taken down, the overdrive in play. Drops down off the top. Still has a relay bolt available, but it's going to be a big round from Patrick Koo to get Global another one under their belt. 9 locked in, 2 more to go to tie it up.
This is a weird one from DRX for me. It seems like kind of an on-the-fly decision by Flashback. Picks up the op, has the judge, so he says, I can just hold down the B corner, and then they double stack mid. This is kind of the one part of the map that they left open, and GE's able to figure it out to deduce. Maybe just a little bit of lack of info or something like that. Nobody's playing aggressively towards A main. We've seen that a lot from DRX, and that might have been enough for GE to get the read that this was going to be the weak side, and they were able to punish it. Kind of some scuffy moments there as well for DRX players. Standing right in front of this door. Just waiting to use the concuss, trying to set up Mako. Haunt gets cleared.
More players from DRX on this side of the map.
Over there.
This has to, yeah.
Guess just going to be picked off. Kelly S trying to swing in, but Mako out from window, finding him. I mean, Patrick Koo, for a moment, I think he accidentally threw the weapon on the ground. Or swapped him out. Does manage to grab the spike as Poppy finding one. Opens up that B site, but
how do you get there?
Not a clear pathway. Flashback reading this incredibly well. Poppy, does he swing back through right now in that astral form? Oh, the timing. The re-peek. Flashback still suspicious and wins it out.
30 seconds left.
Unbelievable.
And they're going to figure this out real fast because Mako sees it.
He hears them now. They're in range. And once again, the clock is just not on their side. No corpses. Try to utilize the peak. Flashback, able to find a third. Hyunmin there to go ahead and finish the job. 12-9, DRX look to bring this series to a conclusion.
A lot more quick to react this round, our DRX. Some very good changes round around here in their mentality. Immediately, Flashback is on his horse to get over there with that operator to back up that A side hold. Does a tremendous job with it. Even finds the kill onto Poppy there. Huge moment, huge performance on this Dion. Kind of questioning on Split. Well, question's answered in my mind.
Well, quick readjust from Flashback, finds a shot. Fastlane going to be set up, but he just plants his feet. They're trying to pre-fire his exit angle. He just stays still for so long. He's able to avoid the lion's share of damage being thrown at him.
I think he got caught by the grab.
Boombot just gets a bit there, a splash, a lick there onto Patrick Hu. But this right now feels like Global very much is trying to get, okay, I was going to say square peg into a round hole, but Patrick Hu will find one, so off now going to be on the floor, the near depth. Hoping to lead the path. Showstopper going to be sent down. Kill not going to be found. Pawn gets a reveal on the 2. Hyunmin's still going to be low and does get finished off. Mako is here on the site looking for a little bit more, but cannot make it happen. Yuta finds the second with the Stinger. Upgrades to the Vandal. As the smoke gets ready to dissipate. Spike still not planted. Looking to try to fight their way forward. Freeing, able to find one. It does end up getting dropped. Global Esports not going down without a fight. Need 2 more rounds to take this into overtime.
As good as Flashback had been, that whiff up at B Heaven cost him. That's a great angle to take. He just doesn't hit the shot. He had that fight isolated. Patrick Hu just wins it. He gets that. I think it's a very different round there because you don't have the showstopper to clear the site. Maybe DRX is able to hold the line a bit better. Poppy's going to have his ult coming into the next round.
I'll just take mid, boys.
Timeout.
All right.
Okay. First time out of the map for DRX. Even when, you know, that 0-5 streak was coming through from Global Esports, didn't see Termi wanting to get involved, but it seems like now he wants to make sure that they don't take this to any kind of overtime. For sure. Let's see, though. It's another opportunity for Elevated to get in with the rest of the players here.
I'll be really curious what the changeup might be. Gonna maybe put a little bit more attention towards the extremities of the map. Seems to be at times a little bit of a pressure point, but we heard just a brief kind of idea from Global Esports in their comms that maybe mid, although with Elevated coming through, might be different ideas for them as well. It seems like that's been a big pressure point for Global Esports to try to push against DRX. You have some ults. Poppy has the Cosmic Divide. You have the Armageddon for freeing. Still have rifles for DRX. It's going to be a little bit awkward if they can't get it done in this round for the next one. Try to close the map out.
Oh.
No util to set that up.
Well, I think they thought that they were going to be able to have the catch, that he wouldn't be able to get out.
When he's like right in the corner and he could just go to...
Yeah, but he is able to just get away, so they get rid of that Armageddon that could be pivotal in getting, you know, a retake of a site going. Cosmic Divide in play. Kelly is able to find one. Mako going to be taken down. Estrella needing to try to hold the line here on the site. Hyunmin does come to his rescue, but gets tagged up down to 8 HP. Estrella, he's just killed 3. It's a massacre at his hands and freeing up over the top. He will just put him down, 13-10. A bit of an odd finish here on Split, but DRX coming away with a 2-0 victory. And with that win, they have officially punched their ticket into the playoffs here at Stage 1 alongside Boom Esports.
Yeah, well-deserved for DRX. They continue to just steamroll teams. They are so solid in so many different ways. Macro, micro, fundamentals of the game. All very good for DRX. At Global Esports, we saw when they got to their map pick, they had some ideas. They had some punch in them. They had some fight back. Very nice to see, but in the long run, DRX still just, even when they're running stuff that doesn't feel very DRX,
yeah,
it still kind of looks like it. It still has that same flavor, even though if it might be a bit of a different recipe.
It didn't feel very DRX, but also not very Split. I mean, the neon rays is definitely something.
Yeah.
But they go with it. They're able to get the victory. And I thought for sure we were going to be seeing, you know, Raze Yoru
Me too.
coming out from this team.
Me too.
But they changed things up And, you know, a couple more stumbles, a little bit more difficulty, but in the end, DRX come away with that win. Global Esports not out of it yet. Still opportunities for them here in Stage 1 to make their way over to the playoffs, but they're taking the roughest road. We're going to go ahead and send it down to the stage, though, where we're going to have Bella standing by for a winner's interview. We'll go ahead and pass it over to her.
Hello everyone, it's Bella with the post-match interview, and we have the new guy. Hello, new face, Estrella. 안녕하세요. 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Alright, Estrella, a new whole color on you, and this is your first, oh, okay, make sure to put the jacket on. Oh, alright, this is a new color on you. This is your first win here in Pacific with DRX. So, how are you feeling? How was it like? 익숙한 얼굴에 새로운 색이 이렇게 입혀졌습니다. 오늘 DRX로 합류하고 첫 출전하자마자 승리를 가져가셨는데 지금 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 좋습니다.
끝인가요, 그냥?
네.
It's good. 좋습니다. Alright. And now you are finally able to come in your mother tongue Korean. How confident does that make you that you can freely talk to your teammates in Korean and without the pressure of being the IGL as well? 이제 드디어 팀원들과 한국어로 이렇게 소통을 하면서 게임에만 집중을 할 수 있게 됐어요. IGL의 그 부담감도 내려놓고 편하게 소통하면서 좀 더 게임에 집중할 수 있을 것 같은데 좀 어떠세요?
일단은 제일 확실한 부분은 제가 외국 팀에 있다가 이제 한국 팀으로 왔잖아요. 그래서 그 부분에서 확실히 엄청 편하다는 걸 느꼈고 말도 많이 잘 나오고 확실히 총에 더 집중할 수도 있고 다 전반적으로 좋은 것 같아요.
Overall, I think the biggest change was that, you know, I joined a new Korean team. So I think the fact that I don't have to go back and forth with Korean and English really takes the pressure off and I think I can actually just focus on my game and my aim as well. That is amazing to hear. And joining any team is a big change, but mid-season is a bigger change. And I think this is all part of Coach Termi's big picture. So what do you think Coach Termi wants you to fill in? Like what kind of role do you think he brought you on into? 아무래도 코치 터미 감독님의 큰 그림이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 에스트레아 선수는 좀 어떤 역할을 기대하고 저희가 만나보면 될까요?
그냥 있는 그대로 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 딱히 막 특별한 그건 없는 것 같아요.
I don't think Coach Termi actually had any specific goal or role that he wanted me to fill in. I think he just brought me on, and I think if everyone could just see me as Estrella, that would be great. All right, thank you, Estrella. That was a good win from you guys. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
And to everyone in the venue, we have a DRX meet and greet in the lobby, so make sure to step by and wish them congratulations. 오늘 1층에서 DRX 팬미팅 진행될 예정이니 많이 찾아주시길 바랍니다. 그럼 저희는 좀 이따가 만나겠습니다.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for DRX closing this out in a 2-0 fashion. It doesn't matter if they just put Estrella in today.
Yeah.
They still look good. Yeah, go ahead.
GE looked better this map. I do think they showed some stronger ideas, but overall, I think this still felt like a dominant win for DRX. If anything, I think the scoreline is slightly generous towards GE, given that they won both pistols and the bonus. That does help get those rounds in your favor. But I think all to DRX's credit when you're able to overcome those barriers and close the game out. Very well deserved win.
Totally agree. I mean, not to mention the fact that GE, I mean, this is their map pick. A lot of the time, when you pick split, you're necessitated to start out on the attack. They were, with the knowledge that they would likely run this double senti comp, allowed to start defense by DRX, and they were able to get comfortable, like you said, after winning pistol and getting rolling a little bit. And the majority of the work they got done was on their defense. And once again, similar to what we've seen in some of GE's other games, unfortunately, their attack was a little bit too one-dimensional for me, a little bit too contacty, a lot of late finishes in the mid to late round into A, and DRX really started to cotton onto that and punish them for that.
Yeah, First Blood's again dominant for DRX. You know, I think that really is a very telling story in the level of individual firepower that DRX were able to bring. I feel like they could consistently challenge and win those Angels with almost double the amount of first bloods compared to Global. It's a much easier game to play if you're constantly 5v4.
Of course. Yep, it definitely makes sense there. Global Esports, we did touch upon this, at the beginning of this match here, that this is Global's map pick, and yeah, Global had some really good ideas, especially on the defense. They continued that trend here today with DRX, but then we were kind of debating a bit. DRX seems to be testing out new things, not just players, but new ideas a little bit here, and I can see why they're quite in a secure position going into playoffs now that they're officially in playoffs, and this is a good time to start maybe testing out some of those recipes.
Yeah, DRX have never been afraid of doing that, right? Back in the day, we saw Termi never take a timeout in order to force his players to adapt. So they're not against being kind of innovative, trying to push the barrier a little bit on what is kind of acceptable to do, and try it out in official games, which is a really nice way to test new things. And it's nice to see them continue to innovate. They're growing into this double duelist style even more, and I think it fits them great. Full credit to Flashback and Hyunmin who are making this work and look beautiful.
It's kind of the opposite of T1 and Gen G for me. Like, they continue to change agents even after they're winning. They change players even after they're winning, and they've been undefeated for the longest time. So this just seems to be what DRX's approach is. They continue to try to make steps in the right direction to continue to develop their roster. They're not a team that is just comfortable, despite the fact that they're undefeated here in Pacific, and I love that philosophically. I think esports is all about, in general, striving for excellence, being the best that you can be, and I really do think that DRX embodies that.
Yeah. And then we're seeing our player stats from this game. Flashback topping the leaderboards there, 6 first kills. Patriku, a slightly better game from him. I felt like he warmed up into the game and did look a little bit better. But it's tough on the duelist with only that 1 first kill when you're against 2 duelists on DRX side who are consistently able to find those openings. And I think that was the story of this map for me.
Oh, 100%. And we're a little bit curious about Neon on Flashback instead as that second duelist choice.
Yeah.
The casters touched upon it as well. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought, I like the Yoru a lot better. I look at what T1 does and some other teams do as well on this map, where they play Raze Yoru. In the past, you'd play Jet and Raze, and you do these very explosive plays, especially on the attacking side. And I think with Neon, I don't know if it's necessarily a good fit for the map. Even I feel like teams like Nongshim, who love the Neon, have moved away from playing it on this map because it doesn't necessarily really fit. But Flashback played it very well, so DRX knows what they're cooking.
Yeah.
Now, Estrella has joined this roster, and somehow he has managed to make himself the most talked about guy in this game.
Yeah, he's not skipped a beat since coming away from RRQ, and as you were saying in that interview, now he's able to come into Korea and he doesn't have those language barriers. He's able to focus more on his play, and I felt like we saw that today. He didn't seem burdened at all. Feels like this is the most unleashed Estrella that we're able to see, consistently finding multi-frags. We also doubted, why is he on Omen and Mako on the Viper when he has so much experience on the Viper, and I thought he played a great Omen game, so very much to his credit, I have to say.
Yep, he is our match MVP after all, and we were kind of split on this between Flashback and oh my gosh, Estrella.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Australia because we were making that sort of pun earlier.
I mean,
Australia.
It's
Australia, but
the closest thing I can have to having Australia in Pacific, because we don't have any players. So anyway, Australia, yay! Let's go Australia! What an absolute unit that this man is. Unleashed, like I said, with the language barriers, without the burden of needing to IGL. I thought that he would put in this team for the IGL. But like I was saying, over on the Ascent post map, where I was saying, I feel like the way that he was allowed to play on Ascent shows a lot of trust for the coaching staff. And I got that vibe from the interview, where he said, I wasn't picked up for any particular role, I was just picked up because they wanted me. And I think that really shows that the coaching staff trusts him, and they have picked him up for a reason, and they really think like, this guy is good. And I mean, for DRX to pick up a player, they have to be flexible. You can't just do one thing, I feel like, unless you're going to play Teo, but we don't count that.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently not. But yeah, DRX, they did mention this. Ken Yang mentioned it, and we like the evolution that DRX is taking. This is very different than I think the other 2 Korean super teams that we're seeing, the very established Korean powerhouses here. We're seeing how certain teams are deviating from that traditional Korean Valorant style.
Yeah.
So I think this is very exciting for DRX. They are now in their 7th consecutive win, now tying with their last consecutive win streak in 2023. So let's see if they can make it 8 next week in their next match. Now, later today, we have one more match with one more of these Korean powerhouses we were just talking about. It's going to be T1 facing off against a Filipino squad, Team Secret. So let's see how this turns out. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be going into match 2.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat, that's all I need. Just move your feet and let it breathe. Cause all you see is all you need. Don't be cheap, don't do it for free. Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that love and make me wanna lose control. Go when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do, got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. I don't wanna step on your toes when I see you moving. I don't wanna let this go unless that's what you're choosing. Everything that I've done is the truth and it's already proven. We just wanna make you laugh, wanna do it for your amusement. Turn off the heat like an oven, baby, give me that love and make me wanna lose control. Go when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do, got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. My vibe, my style. So cool, so fly. My G, so fly. So high, cloud 9. No rush in the nighttime for your spot in the headlight. Stars shine in the nighttime. Just gonna like the dark, just gonna like the dark.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, and here are our Masters champions, T1. They are back. They have 2 wins in the pocket here in Pacific. It was not a fluke. It wasn't just luck in Masters. Isn't it crazy that some of these Masters winning teams come home and people are like, oh, they just got lucky because of the, you know, the way the brackets went or whatever. It's insane. So T1, they've come back and they've managed to look even stronger.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, this is a, you know, the very start of the year, we touted them as a super team, and I think that they have become exactly that. This is the team that continues to kind of grow for me, and I think all the way through Masters looked very strong, and the first 2 weeks of Stage 1 have also been very, very strong, and they're coming into a matchup today that they're going to want a clean sweep.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is the expectation of this game. Team Secret have been having a rough time, so T1, I think this should be just another notch in their belt, really. But that's what I said about the Zeta series, and they did let one game slip through their fingers a little bit. The thing that you always say about Team 1, although they're winning tournaments, they're doing very well in Pacific, they do drop maps. They do struggle to win some of these maps sometimes. They have very close games and close series, even when sometimes you wouldn't necessarily expect it. And they weren't domestically dominant. Like, they've almost lost to a lot of teams. They almost lost to Boom in kickoff. They almost lost to PRX. They lost a map to Zeta. They play very, very close maps. They lost head-to-head against TRX. So I wonder how much a team like Team Secret can actually push them today. I do expect T1 to win, but I'd love to see Team Secret push them a little bit, maybe steal a map or something like that, especially given the overall way that the round-robin group kind of, works for the format.
Well, they'll steal the first map.
It's still the first map.
That's how it works, right?
Is it?
You steal the first map.
Is this another, like, what is it called?
Because it fell apart last week, right? It was
because
a rule
it wasn't their map pick, though.
Oh, so it's if their map pick is map 1, they will win.
So
Okay.
Speaking of Team Secret, let's see how they're feeling here. Yeah, they didn't end up winning both matches, but they win. They take the map. They're good on Pearl. If they pick their first map, they usually win the first map, and then, you know, we've seen the pattern here. Now, this team is the only other team besides T1 who has not changed their roster mid-season. They've kept their roster here. They have a lot of really good players on their team, but we haven't seen the full potential of this squad in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that could be very good. You know, last year in Stage 2, it was this same group of people, and they looked great. But, you know, it's very up and down. And right now in Stage 1, they have been on a down. 0-2 heading into this game. Playoffs looking more and more unlikely unless they can turn around and steal some wins, and they're going to really need to steal this one today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think a lot of people have the expectation that they're going to be able to win this match, but I think T1 is as far as Titans go, as far as teams go that you could potentially steal a map away from or push a little bit, they are a team that can be susceptible to be, like, letting the game get away from them from time to time. For Team Secret, the standout is always Envy. This guy is an absolute stud in Pacific. I think Wild Oreo and Jeremy have had their moments. Even Jesse Vash was pretty decent in kickoff, I have to say, and 2GE taking up a lot of the IGLing mantles. So, look, I think you can't go against what their record is. They're having a rough time right now, and I'm really not sure what they can do to unlock more of that potential, because for me, I made the excuse of kickoff being a thing where I remember Coach Meow saying in some of the content that Chobra did that they changed a lot of roles, and maybe that kind of threw things around a little bit. But I think now going into this stage, and given the fact that they've had such a long-running roster, how are they going to potentially turn around this kind of run that they've had? That's what I'm asking, because not much has changed in the team for a long time. They're not breathing life into it with a new player. They haven't changed the coaching staff at least since the end of last year, start of this year. So what's going to be different for Secret here?
Yeah, we'll definitely want to have answers for that question. Now, T1, on the other hand, they've been cooking and they've been cooking and they've been cooking. So we've had some time since Bangkok here, and they had some spicy takes, as you can see on the menu in front of us, and they've been going a little bit off meta.
Yeah. I mean, they make the meta. T1 make the meta at the moment. They play double duelist, and then they win with it, and everyone goes, "Oh my god, that looks amazing. We should play double duelist." And then they do not. They forget, "Oh, we don't have Meteor. We don't have Buzz. Yeah. Like, we don't have Izu, who can just flex around and play whatever the hell he wants and look pretty good doing it." So, I mean, I don't know. They have their own way of approaching the game, and it works fantastically for them to the point where other teams think that it's an effective way to play the game in general.
Autumn has also been a Reina enjoyer for some time, so I wasn't too shocked to see that come out. But, you know, I always like it when an agent like Reina that isn't very meta gets play, because, you know, you just get to unleash that player, and the players always love it when they get.
I feel like I'm back in Australia, like looking at like a Thai restaurant menu, and they're like warning, you know, the Australians, like,
"Oh, I'm not sure you want that Reina.
Don't order this one, big man. It's not going to work out well for you."
Well, here's a spicy guy. It's Meteor.
Yeah, Meteor is the real highlight of this team. The back-to-back Masters champions, and I mean, he is looking better and better and better as time goes on. I mean, how can you start to doubt this guy? I feel like nothing's stopping him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he has been exploring playing a active duelist role, something that he used to do in the past. On ISO, on the Reina, just the kind of agents that you can really trust the Angels and play kind of in the middle of the pack or get some of those active lurks going. Does very, very well. Does well, as you would expect, on the Sentinel role as well, which is what he kind of made his name for last year. So he's a fantastic player, and honestly, even when he wasn't playing particularly well at the start of the year in kickoff on the Sentinel role, there's none of that weakness now. This dude is just gun game in, game out.
But there is another guy on the server today from Team Secret that we have all eyes on as well. It's Envy. This guy is phenomenal. He's an excellent player.
He's been a real shining star of the Secret roster. I feel like he's been so consistent. When you watch Secret play, it's Envy getting the job done time after time, especially in these maps that they managed to win. I mean, look at how great his stats are considering where Team Secret are at right now. Team Secret are 0-2, but he is right up there, you know, statistically with the very best players that we see in this league, which really, you know, should leap off the page.
Yeah, I think he's got great output given how flexible he is role-wise as well. He can play a little bit of flash in here, and he looks like he's reading the game very well. Like, I do enjoy watching him play KO. In particular, it does seem like an agent that really suits him, so you can tell. You can see the cogs turning when there's a good KO player for sure, and also plays the Sentinel role quite well. And I think that's something that I find interesting about this Secret roster is you have these players that can flex around a little bit. Like we even saw them play Pearl the other week, and Wild Warrior was thrown on the chamber and opping a little bit. So there is some interesting flexibility for some of these Secret players that you do have to keep an eye on. It does kind of unlock different ways that they can play the game.
Now, with the map draft coming up, I am a little bit curious. T1's, you know, map ban for a long time was Abyss, as we discussed. And, you know, there's no Abyss for them to ban anymore. I do wonder if Pearl will be the map that they end up banning. So
They've just been banning, I think, based on opponent at the moment. They took out Ascent, then they took out Lotus against Nongshim, I believe it was. Now they're going to take out Pearl. So totally agree. Abyss going out of the map pool is fantastic for T1, a team that was already doing really well. So we're going to get Haven as the first map. I mean, this has just been super good for T1. Every single game, they just dominate on this map, and a lot of teams are copying their style.
Yeah, I mean, they run the ISO, and it's just, it's so spicy, right? You know, we see more and more teams trying to do it, but it's like, it's once again, you don't have Buzz, you don't have Meteor. How good actually is it compared to how good are Buzz and Meteor? Icebox coming in as map 2. Now, we just spoke about it, T1 were playing the Reina Chamber there when we last saw them play. Do you think we'll be seeing that again, or do you think that was more of a one-off thing?
Oh, I think so. I mean, they played it against Nongshim and they won, but Nongshim did push them a little bit. It's been a decent map for Nongshim in the past. You did see Secret lose Icebox against Zeta, but they're going to run it back. And I think, didn't Depp play Reina against them as well in that game?
Yes, he
did. So they've already had to play against a Reina, and it didn't go well last time. Maybe that's going to further incentivize T1 to run it down yet again. And Lotus will be the third map decider. It's a map that As I mentioned before, actually T1 did ban out, but they have also played the ISO kind of Haven-y comp on Lotus before, and Lotus has been a map that surprised me even for Secret. They did beat RRQ in kickoff on that map, and they look pretty decent on it, so they do at least know how to play that map, and they kind of play the standard style on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a good map 3 if we get there, but once again, Secret have all the work to do to make it go the distance.
Oh, absolutely. We actually haven't seen Icebox all weekend, so
Nice.
today's going to be the first time we're seeing it on week 3. But the first destination is going to be Haven, and like you gentlemen pointed out, T1's Haven is really damn good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. They run this double duelist that we see more and more teams adopt, but I'm not sure anybody in Pacific does it as well as these guys. I feel like they understand how to be aggressive, they understand how to push, and they understand how to maximize their ultimates. It's a great fit for this team, and I think I wouldn't really expect them to change away from this when it's been working for so long.
No, definitely not. I think they're just going to keep running it back. They keep a lot of their comps standardized at this point. That means there's a lot of data, there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of tape for Secret to study. And Secret is a team that occasionally they come into a map with a really good read, a really good game plan, and they're able to actually abuse the other team a little bit. So you need to see a little bit of that. The interesting thing, I suppose, about Secret's comp here is just the fact they play the Astra. Not many teams are playing the Astra on Haven right now. It does have a lot of interesting stuff you can do in terms of, you know, running the Cosmic set plays across the B site and things like that, particularly on attack. And obviously does give you a little bit more of that kind of pseudo-senti defensive power. You've seen even some teams mix it into Ascent to help kind of hold the chokes on that map on defense. So we'll see if 2GE is once again going to be chucked on the Astra, and we'll see how it does work out for him.
Yeah.
I'm pausing because it's like we had to talk about predictions, and it always hurts a little bit. Today's hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, with the 2 Korean teams facing off 2 teams that have been struggling quite a fair bit, and Team Secret is that team that's struggling today. So T1, I would say even Mika, you know, we've talked to her about it. She's supporting her homies, but it's hard to predict against T1, all things considered. But what are the win conditions for Secret today?
Oh, I think, well, number 1, start strong. You can't let I think we've seen Secret look good in map 1s before, and then they've struggled to close it. But I think if they look weak in map 1, they're never going to be able to recover that momentum. I think you need to try and start good, but obviously you're starting on your opponent's map pick. It's a big ask. I think we need to see Envy go crazy, I would say, and probably a step up for some other members of that Team Secret roster. You know, maybe Jeremy, someone like that. I think they need big individual pop-off games to be able to stand toe-to-toe with T1, or very, very good anti-strat, because T1 don't really change much. So if you have a solid anti-strat, that's one way to do it as well.
For me, it's all game plan. 100% all game plan at the end of the day. They need, there's a lot of tape there on T1. You always know, you kind of always know what T1's going to do. It's just a question of whether you can stop it. And I do think, yeah, the firepower diff, they're going to have to at least play on an average or above average level, as well as have an excellent game plan. And I think as well, T1's going to have to be sleepy, because sometimes they are sleepy and they let the game get away from them, and they let things get a little bit too close. So you need to take advantage of T1 kind of, you know, autopiloting their way through some of these games sometimes.
Yeah, fair assessment. I mean, we've had some time since Masters Bangkok, though, so we will have to see. Now, we just got an update that there is a bit of a gear issue happening on stage right now, so I am sorry, guys. You know how this goes. We're going to go on a very short break. We're going to make it as short as possible, and when we come back, we're going to dive straight into match 2. So, guys, hang on tight.
안녕하세요.
오늘 진행해볼 것은 퍼시픽 제1회 운동회입니다. 스택 선수가 선성을 선서하시고 방송해 주십니다.
알겠습니다. 선서!
선서!
우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 영예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속 안 합니다. 네?
저희 1번 게임 피구부터 진행해볼 건데요. 저희 뭔지 감이 안 오시죠?
소발 이코 뭐야 꽃기.
들었어요. 아까 젠지 애들한테.
이거 반칙. 반칙.
저는 못 들었어요.
제가 그래서 연습하다 왔어요. 커스텀 파가지고. 이기면 안 돼? 이기면 안 돼? 우리 지금 여기 소바 메인이라고 지금. 우린 큰일 났네. 과거의 소바 메인. 태호 해야 되는 거 아니야, 태호? 오! 와, 현실 공격 골. 오!
하나, 둘, 셋.
화이팅! 화이팅! 오! 오! 아, 아니 왜 이렇게 못해? 파이팅! 아니 많이 써야 돼. 형, 포차색이 좋은 것 같아. 지금! 나이스 제군데! 잘하는데? 확실히 소바가 어렵긴 하네요. 팀이야. 아 근데 소바만 하던 사람인데 당연히 이겨야 되는 게 아닌가.
저 브릿지 태요.
자 화이팅!
쓸데없는 소리 하지 말고 화이팅!
아유 벌써 큰일 났는데? 그러니까. 화이팅 노아준! 아 이번 좋다. 왜?
아 잠깐만요. 중년갑바 샀나 봐.
예? 안 샀네.
저 안 샀어요.
예?
네.
근데 본인 과실이기 때문에. 네, 이건 본인 과실이에요. 본인 과실이라. 바보 이슈로 1패 인정하겠습니다.
인정하겠습니다.
나이스. 오. 아니 이 형 다 맞는데? 오 좋은데. 오.
필!
오, 장순아.
진짜 완전 필이다 형. 좀 많이 어려운데? 상대의 머리를 읽어야 될 것 같습니다.
역시 아이주에. 좋네.
정판 필승 좋은데?
아니 형 지금 무빙 좋아. 이대로만 해. 좋은데. 정빵. 형이.
정빵 많은데.
보고 쏘면 안 돼. 예측샷을 해야 된다니까. 다준이 형. 다준이 형. 지금 상대가 지금
드릴게.
예측샷 하잖아.
아야.
어려운데? 세레모니 골.
아쉽네요. 이길 수 있었는데. 야, 너 영혼이 너무 없어.
형 너무 성의 없이 대답하는 거 아니야 지금?
아니 아쉽다. 진짜 아쉬운데.
잘했어.
나이스, 까비.
1세트라도 따지네.
야, 얘들아 확실하게 이겨야 된다.
내가 확실하게 이겨줄게. 거기 자신 있어요?
네, 저희 지금 전략 짜고 있어요.
근데 이게 전략이 할 수 있나? 아니 근데 내가 볼 때는 이거 궁 잘 써야 돼. 궁잘 써니까. 궁이랑 대시를 잘 써야 돼.
가야가 주먹이야. 얘가 이렇게 했던 거 많이 기억나는데. 가위바위보. 씨발. 가야 돼. 오. 가야 돼. 해야 돼.
어려워 보이긴 해. 어렵겠지.
I have the spike.
나 깝치다가.
좋아. 안 돼. 제발.
한 번째 어떡해, 와.
그렇지. 나 고수인데?
까불지 마.
이대로만 해. 이대로만.
계속해,
알려줬잖아.
계속해.
뭘 더 알려줘야 돼? 오. 너 걸리는데? 너 걸려. 같이 써.
Spike dropped.
우재야, 어차피 1분 안에 하면 돼.
Spike
야, 몸에 붙여 그냥. 그래서 10초. 도망가.
걸렸어. 빨리 줘. 괜찮아. 그대로만 해.
나이스.
어려운데?
아 혼자 이렇게 못해.
내가 볼 때 형이었으면 더 못했을 듯?
야, 너 일로 와봐. 아니 뭐 잘하긴 하는데
스킬 활용이 아쉽다.
저보단 아쉽지 않나?
안 돼, 이럴 때 겸손해야 돼, 임마.
뭔 소리야? 아쉬운데.
오.
자?
오. 오. 심리전을 걸겠다.
와 미리 던지니까 알지.
예측 걸. 너무 센데? 20초 남았어. 20초. 아유, 져라 그냥. 응? 아,
레이서.
우리 큰일 났다. 이거 역전패 당하겠다.
오! 오 무서워.
오! 뭐 어딨어? 어디 갔어?
어리둥 작가. 어리둥 작가.
이거 먹혔다.
잠깐만. 야 그거 저거 쓰지 마.
아 진짜 민혁아. 너 바보야? 좋은데 민혁아.
안 좋은데.
민혁아 좋은데.
좋은데 지금.
잘하고 있어.
잘하고 있어 지금 잘하고 있어.
오.
아니, 이거 어려워.
포까지.
이러면 어쩔 건데.
아니 스파이크를 들고 있지 말고
아우.
오.
아 이거지.
정말다. 대시를 쓰면 따라가란 말이야 임마. 아직도 모르겠어?
너 이거 잘 피해야 돼. 너 이 쓰지 마. 있어. 너 TP 쓰지 마.
알았어.
화이팅! 도망가. 아 지금. 올.
천천히 해.
와이투기.
Spike drop.
깨달았다 bro. 따라가.
아니 감도를 늘려야겠는데.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뮤지컬.
아이 큐를 늘리려니까 왜?
아니 이게 뭐야 이거.
아니 잘했어.
잘했어.
2점이면은 하준이 형보다 잘한 거야.
나보다 잘한 거야. 6대 3이야. 이길 수 있어. 3대 0 내야 돼.
저는 잘 모르겠는데요.
야 1점만 더 이기는 거야. 1점만 더. 명간이 한 판 보내 그냥.
나 나쁘지 않아. 이거 대충 한 3초 정도 맞춰. 아니 3초 너무 길어. 2초. 난 요루를 발로란트 하면서 한 두 판 했나?
가위바위보로 정해보겠습니다.
오케이.
안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 야 우리 빠 내지
오늘
말자.
가위바위보 왜 이렇게 따지는 거야?
아 너무 빨리 탔어.
어디야? 아 너무 빨리 탄데? 야 이거 가깝다.
그래
이거.
너무 빨리 탔어.
오 좋은데?
내가 딱 한 3초 형 3초.
제발. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. 와. 좋았다 형 이거잖아.
어떤데? 저리 가 임마.
명간이 먼저 하자.
아 나 먼저. 오케이.
샷. 슛.
오. 와.
와 떨어져.
아 너무
이거 아닌데.
아 너무 가까운데?
저기 아까 영섭이 형 위치거나.
떨어졌는데? 아 너무 가까운데?
우리 떨어졌는데?
너무 가까운데?
떨어졌는데?
자 갑니다.
That's not ready.
저 보냈어요. 모르고.
실격패.
나.
아니 이 형 오버타임 가고 싶네.
영서봐.
우리부터.
나도 아까 전에 근데 몰수프 당했는데 난 이겼다.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
이걸 또.
와. 떨어진 거 아니야? 뭐. 떨어진
아니
거 같은데?
떨어졌겠냐고 형 바보야?
아니야.
뭔가 보내 빨리 보내.
지금 준비됐어요.
보내.
나이스 고야. 일부러 재미를 위해서.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다. 감사합니다. 아무래도 제가 아닌가.
아무래도 하준이 형이 소바를 좀 못하지 않았나. 저도 그렇게 생각하기 때문에
저도 그렇게
얘
생각합니다.
때문에 진 것 같아요.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
근데. 에?
He's gonna show you a picture together.
Mhm.
You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it too. Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
for sure.
Wow, this one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
この時はあんま覚えてない。
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time, I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision Striker Specs.
これは覚えてます。
Which stack? You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
Is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
Yeah.
No, me and Jinmung is quite we competing each other so long time since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ding 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 ding. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
You're getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 VALORANT. I play VALORANT since beginning.
こんにちは、TFM のジンブンです。バロラント始めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Sing and I'm from Paper X and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz, and I'm from Talon Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic?
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue stuff, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah,
at the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him, and then his race was so annoying, and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, this
true.
guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate play like him.
ステツ選手なんだけど、初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのは、ティオン上がってきて、最初の試合が一番、熱もかかってるし、ちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
他いた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対うまくならないなって思ってもう頑張って書いたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's
Nothing
like
changed.
a lot of change.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players is like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old. I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうか その長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbong. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので。
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I pressed tab 18 and 2, and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's
Superstar.
Why I think like that, and then I checked my Instagram, not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first. Yeah, when I was in the Vision Strikers. If we gonna made a playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
And then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he met me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good like now. I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we see, we crouch, we spray. And then we won. Easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like, beep, 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 beep. Everyone Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time we're not gonna play. We just watching. we just watching the chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데.
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고. 僕もバランスが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then
This
that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
스테이지 1も頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
It's Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the videos.
Confirm.
3, 1.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. T1.
Yeah, it's a whole nother level.
We are officially at the halfway point of group stages, and we are going to find out if T1 is going to be joining the other two teams as the official playoffs qualified teams. Right now, they are undefeated in their groups. Now, both of these squads today, T1 and Team Secret, have made no roster changes since the 2025 season started. The only two teams so far to do so. So they both must see something in their squads. However, the results of these two teams so far are vastly different.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are not bulletproof in Pacific, though. They showed that at kickoff, and I'm wondering if anyone's going to be able to upset them here in the group stages.
Yeah, that is the question. Now, T1 was on a full series streak ever since the beginning of this year until last week. They had a 2-0. Now, Team Secret, on the other hand, well, they also broke a particular pattern of winning.
Yeah,
or losing.
They didn't manage to get that 2-1. You know, they were so used to having one map looking incredibly dominant and then losing the series. But last week, they didn't even manage to find that. So this team really needs to make a turnaround. And we know that there is so much potential here. There is a lot of room for this team to grow, and I think their ceiling is really high, but they've not been able to find it, and especially not in this stage 1.
Yeah, this is a tall order for Team Secret, and we've just never really seen this weak before. To be honest, there was always this hope here, so surely Coach Meow has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of tape out there. They know kind of what they're going to expect from T1. You know, they don't usually change up too much. T1 has picked their patented map that they've been playing game in, game out. Secret's got an interesting take on the veto. Not many teams wanting to play Icebox. They're banning it out first or second phase. A couple of teams picking that up, so we'll see how Secret goes on that map, given that they've already dropped a game on it so far in this stage.
Well, I do have to say, there was a time when Team Secret was really good at Haven. I mean, it was classically the Sova map, back when they had Borkum, back when they had Dubstep. They were phenomenal in Haven. They basically kept hitting A, but it worked. And they were experimenting a bit this year. I wonder if they are going to go back to the old pattern of what did work, or if they're going to try to find a new way to fit into this new meta, just like T1.
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, when something used to work for you, it can be tempting to go back there. But the game has changed a lot. You know, we're seeing so much more double duelists. We're seeing the likes of Vice, the likes of Teo. There's a lot more different options out there the teams are able to grasp. So I am curious how Team Secret are going to line themselves up for this Haven and what they've got cooked up to try and counter what will almost certainly we know will be coming out from T1.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of the day, Haven is one of those maps that you can still play pretty classically. I think the biggest change is just how much popularity you're seeing, like you said, of the double duelist, but I think that's more of a side effect of T1 success. I think the Teo is kind of the adoption that you'd be expecting. T1, they're not going to change a thing. Straight onto the attack with the double duelist. We know what we're going to expect from them.
Yeah, over on Team Secret, they are throwing it all the way back. Breach, Sova, and Omen. Very, very old school take on this map. Yeah, Jet as well, you know. This is about as classic as you can get. And, you know, what they really need to do is they need to re-clear this space. When the double duelist uses their util to take something, fight it back with Breach and Sova. You should have that util advantage.
I think T1's patterns are well established. You know that Izu's going to be lurking up the middle of the map. You kind of know what the patterns are around the Sova drone and the single Enit. So there's a lot of footage and things that Team Secret can potentially exploit, but can they actually execute it?
Yeah, well, they definitely are able to do it. Whether or not they can do it today, let's send it to our casters to talk us through the very first map of today. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Team Secret versus T1. David and Goliath, blah, 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 whatever plot lines and metaphors you would like to use. This is a tough battle. Team Secret are all but eliminated from the playoffs. If they can get this win, then my God, the run could absolutely begin. But any kind of loss, I think if maybe even a map dropped, and it's going to be dire straits.
Yeah, it really has to be clean here from Team Secret, and we need to see a version of them we haven't so far in 2025. If they're going to have any hope of doing this, I mean, T1 going to Haven, a map where they beat the #1 seeds out of every other region in the world. G2, Vitality, EDG. This is arguably, I'd say, not arguably, the best Haven team in the world right now.
Yep.
With the way they run this comp. To Team Secret's credit, they have some experience playing against it because Talon has picked it up. So in their last match, they did have a bit of a go at it. It was like a 13-9, I want to say. Kind of close, but they changed up comps again because they were playing something vastly different. They were playing Teho, Breach, Astra with a Neon. Now they're going back to the old school comp except a Cypher instead of a Killjoy. What is this going to look like? I mean, certainly more comfortable in the agents for Team Secret. I do appreciate that notion.
I appreciated the signs that do it for Rossi. Shout out to him. Got his win. He got a win earlier, and apparently had some fun on the
yeah, I watched a little bit
desk
of
as well. I didn't quite get to tune into that.
He didn't quite know who was who.
Who Bren was,
yeah. Which...
One's British and one has the deepest voice you'll ever hear.
Look, all I'm going to say is, like, the two of them could not be more different.
Yeah.
So, like, the fact that he got him confused.
It's very funny.
Yeah, it is hilarious. Do love Rossi, though. Not afraid to speak his mind, that's for sure. Team Secret being thoroughly aggressive. You know, this is a side of the map where T1 definitely can do some damage. You're trying to get ahead of that.
Oh,
okay, that's nice, Jesse.
Yeah, a stray shot on a timing, it would seem. Just able to find stacks. Tripwire going to be cleared here from behind, so T1 likely going to understand where a decent amount of this pressure is coming from. Shield going to be broken there as the shock dart flies through. Otherwise, damage is avoided. Strafing forward, Jeremy able to find one. Izu going to be taken down. Wild Oreo trying to hold the back line and does. Sylvan falls. Suddenly, it is all on Meteor. After Shock not there to clear him, finds the first, will not find anything else. Pistol goes the way of Secret.
Just a really nice game plan here off the rip for Team Secret. Jesse Vash just playing fallback the whole way, even gets a kill as he rotates up into heaven, uses that shock dart to clear the shield of the ISO, which is one of the biggest threats that T1 is going to be bringing into those pistol rounds, and able to really knock away the win conditions from T1 there. So really nicely thought out by Team Secret. Not afraid to kind of group up, take a push out through attacker spawn, and just come at T1 from a bunch of different directions. So a nice start to the day.
Yep. Well, that guy that was just on our screens and currently finds himself at the top of the scoreboard. Envy is absolutely who I'm going to be having my eyes on here for Team Secret. Has been the linchpin for them. The top and most consistent performing member for this squad in their losses.
He's been their best player for years.
Yes.
He's got a 250 ACS right now, this year. Crazy how good he is on initiators.
Meteor, though, has he slipped the net? If he swings out around this corner, or if he just peeks back into garage, I mean, he's got two players basically dead to rights here. But right now, he's just staying stagnant, just sat inside. There you go. Takes the timing, goes for the shot. Puts up the shield, looking for the exit, and will be able to get out scot-free in the meantime. Plant coming through here on the A site. Stinger, Spectre, as well as that Outlaw, which is still being brought across the map here. Not necessarily going to be the greatest weapon to try to go for the retake, but Wild Oreo is able to find the headshot spray there onto Izu. Buzz taken down, and now they close the distance. Now they can just run him down. Meteor trying to arrive, but looks like it might just end up being a little bit too late, and there you go. Jesse Bash will find a third. Overall, just two players lost. A bit of damage is dealt here, given the investments from the side of Secret, but they still close things out.
Yeah, that's classic Meteor to start things out. Just somehow finds a way to slip the net, has great reads on his opponents, does his homework, and finds some value in the round. The rest of T1 gets the plant down, gives themselves a chance. But the overwhelming firepower that Secret is able to bear, very, very nice. Just love it. Run and gun. With those short-range weapons, looking so good for Team Secret. Really like the game plans. Now it kind of becomes an interesting one. You do have the Outlaw, but it's full shields for T1.
Full shields. Meteor, one away from having that kill contract online. See if that comes into play here, or if he wants to try to save that for a future round. Team Secret, getting a bonus conversion here would be absolutely massive.
And they've got 2 GE pushed up into Cubby already, so if there was an attempt to go for the orb to get ISO the ult, they might be able to counter that, stop it, but For now, a lot of presence being shown in mid by T1. Letting some gunfire rip, sending out the drone. Spot there, trying to suss out the Cypher utility. It feels like they've done so. Plan B.
Pick out. Ooh. Blind is there, but so is Envy. Just peeks in from window and Buzz. He's got no one there behind him. Ends up falling down. Rest of T1 looking like, I mean, they've taken a leaf out of Team Secret's book from a couple years ago. They're just attacking A.
Yeah, that was a gun drop too, though. Adds a lot of firepower there to Team Secret's retake. It's been something they've been happy to try to go for.
Into the
Shock
hands of Envy.
darts.
Yeah, tiny bit of damage on the stacks.
Close.
No teleports available.
Nice to see Jesse back on the Sova.
G. Oh, I think he actually did manage to jump over top of the trip.
He did.
Meteor still sights in over towards long, trying to spot this out of Stacks. Pushes forward into the cyber cage. Tucci going to be taken down. Jesse Bash able to find one, and Stacks will continue to fall to his hand. And overall, not a bad bonus attempt here for the side of Team Secret. Cannot get that conversion, but they still do remove 3 players from T1.
Yeah, not at all. Not bad at all. Gotta like what you're seeing. This goes back to what the desk was talking about in the lead up to this. Wanting to see a bit more play for retake. Let some of that util come out early from the side of T1, and then Team Secret can try to punish that with the breach util and other things. And if you can get those shock darts to connect onto the Sova, or onto the ISO, excuse me, then you can get rid of that shield, and they're doing a good job now of understanding this early game plan of trying to put some C garage pressure down and shutting it out of the way. Oh. Trying to grab the orb.
Flash does force Jesse Bash off of that. Now he's going to be pulled in to the Gulag and swiftly dealt with Meteor. We'll find the shutdown as once again onto the A side we go, and Wild Oreo just caught. Not sure if he was flashed up, couldn't quite tell there. Either way, ends up dying. That's going to be a monstrous advantage now in the round, and already the call to save sounded here by Secret, so we're going to be tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is just a classic T1 round. You have the ISO ult, you grab somebody, you get the Yoru TP through, send Buzz in, he finds his kill. And it is round over. GG, go next. Meteor, not afraid. Has plenty of money, so he can go on a little bit of an exploration himself. But I don't think Team Secret's going to be anywhere near him. Time the round's over, we'll have to see. I mean, in general, though, it's hard to play ISO, but Meteor makes it look easy. He's just so tremendously talented with his rifling, with everything. I mean, look, I think, I've said it on Twitter, I'll say it here, I think Meteor's the best player in the world right now. I think when you account for everything that he can do, the different roles that he can play, the skill that he has, he can snipe if you want him to. He's the best rifler on the planet right now, it seems like, because he doesn't lose these at all. I mean, there you go. He lurks like crazy. He's a brilliant lurker. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of Meteor. What can I say?
I don't think you'll find too many people who are really willing to disagree with you. At least
not in this region.
Not while employing logic. So.
I mean, look, if you still think Ospas is the GOAT, I'm with you. I think overall, you might be right. But right now, I think Meteor might have it.
Maybe Toronto could be a proving ground there. We'll have to wait and see for the future. As for now, Hunter's Fury going to be opened up by Jesse Bash. Hunting here, trying to see if he can spot anything out, but this time around, no one really playing close to A aside from Izu, who is on this linger, and he will be able to strike Jeremy. Not sure what hit him. And given that the plant's coming through, Jesse Bash maybe sends himself in. Okay, Envy does manage to find an elimination. Maybe an opportunity to try to wiggle their way back in for a retake here. I thought maybe it was just going to end up being a very quick call to save.
Yeah, Izu on a long lurk, though.
Smoke does go ahead and dissipate down. Buzz holding forward, going to be good for one, then gets eliminated. Hunter's Fury also used here by Stacks. Maybe not the most necessary. Sylvan will find the final two, and T1 will find themselves in the lead.
Yeah, just finding the open space now. They've been conditioning for these A hits. Now they're going to go over to C. Very slow, very patient with it. Meteor, so good. Has that double tap popped. Izu watching on the flanks. Envy, there's somebody who can shut Meteor down. Absolutely, it could be Envy for Team Secret. We're bigging him up, and with good reason. Incredible player. Nice work there by Sylvan at the end to hold things down. And okay, T1 starting to find their form. Buzz has his ult. Are they just going to go for a quick A hit off the Yoru ult? Nope, they're going to take a little bit of time. Expecting some kind of aggression. Jeremy. Oh, it's outside the smoke. You don't see him.
Jeremy's still going to be tucked away. Meteor at the ready with this undercut. Dimensional drift going to be sent, and that's going to be Oreo scattering back here. There's a Buzz on the chase, at least spotting out one. Not sure if he got a glimpse of 2GE. Certainly has seen Envy. He's just going to guide Meteor forward as he absolutely decimates them. 3 quick kills. Buzz just being the light in the darkness here for Meteor. He takes him to Sanctuary.
In the back of my head, I'm thinking, all right, Team Secret, you're going to wait this ult out. You're going to wait out the double tap. Nope, Meteor's not even going to give you a chance.
You know what was in the back of Team Secret's heads?
Meteor's bullets.
Is Jesse Bash going to see if he can hold on to the weapon? He cannot, Stacks. Able to flush him out and make this as costly as possible. It's Jeremy slowly slinking his way into heaven to try to hold on to this. And it looks like they're not going to go pushing up towards him, so he should be able to retain the weapon.
Well, and now you're going to have to contest with another Meteor ult in the next round, potentially. It's going to be a scuffed by for Team Secret. I mean, no fear. And when you have a Yoru leading the way, of course, makes it a little easier. Unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. He's so clean. And yeah, you got to take a timeout. I mean, it looked good for Team Secret the first couple of rounds. Even the bonus round looked stable. It looked like they had a good read on things. Looked like they had a good game plan. But, you know, things start unraveling pretty quickly. Meteor comes online. Buzz has a couple good executes there. Uses that Yoru ult nicely. And all of a sudden, the rug gets pulled out from underneath you and you're falling down the stairs. See what the answer is going to be. I mean, I think some of the initial ideas aren't bad. Play a bit for retake. Try to wait out some of that util. It's just that time around, they didn't wait. They didn't get far enough back. It's got stuck in window.
4-2. Still recoverable position here from the side of Team Secret. And it is going to be another thrifty attempt here for him. Has that Rolling Thunder Zinvi. So if you get a couple of picks on the approach, you have that opportunity. Rolling Thunder Sen rescale back into a site with the scrappier weaponry that they have. They're going to be dropping, it's like pivot back to the Singer here for 2GE. So solid weaponry to try to go for a retake alongside that ultimate if it comes into play. Ping does come out onto one. Not much else going to be spotted here from the recon, but immediately Team Secret are calling for the full pivot, just getting everybody gathered up over towards this A site.
Yeah.
I say that, a little bit of a pause just in case there's that mid lurk over Envy.
Yep, I knew they were fishing for this.
Envy with a Sheriff. It breaks the shield, but cannot find the elimination stacks at the same time. Able to find Jesse and Jeremy. And as Wild Oreo will stop it from being a flawless. We'll see what the timeout call leads to as we go into the next buy.
In the back of my mind, the whole time I'm just thinking after that Breach Sun comes out, they're looking for Envy. They're going to use the ISO ult on him. Just make sure that Rolling Thunder can't even get an opportunity to do anything. As soon as they got a spot on him, you know, Envy was trying to get out of there, but hard to escape the kill contract.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a Yoru of their own, so can't just try to...
Can't TP out.
Send the fake in.
No neon dash to try to escape it, yeah.
I was curious if Jeremy was going to try to go for a glass cannon operator, but it looks like he is just going to go for the Vandal here, the full armor. Currently posted up top here on the site. As he swings out, looking for a little bit more. Punished for his greed. Buzz able to go ahead and quickly collect the headshot.
I was kind of curious if maybe somebody from T1 might grab an op, just because they're feeling confident. Buzz is very good on this map with that operator.
Haven't checked for this quite just yet. How patiently does he play this? 2GE. Oh, an opportunity to do some damage, but then Stacks finally assesses the situation. He plucks him out. Jesse Vash refilling that space out through sewer, able to find one. Envy front lining, takes down the boss. His Buzz will similarly fall. Player advantage now for the side of Team Secret. As Neural Theft going to be invested, Stack's going to go sprinting across the opposite side of the map. Cam set up deep over towards the defender's spawn. As Izu going to try to intercept and break up the ranks here from Secret.
I know where he's at.
30 seconds left.
They're playing together. He's very committed forward. Finds the first, another dig. Oh. Wild Oreo and Jesse Vash both tagged up. Stacks now left alone to try to clutch it. A single shock dart. All that he has to his name. The tripwire still blocking off that long exit, so they know that he's got to either be here on the site or he's got to be in towards the garage. And Stacks has got it done. A Red Bull clutch. As T1 get up to 6-round wins.
It looks so good for Team Secret. They had a great hold there. A great read by Jesse to refill that space. I don't know how in the world Stacks figured out that somebody might be in that corner. Maybe caught a glimpse of it on the mini-map or something, but goodness. Then he just clutches the round out because he is Stacks. He is the beast. And it's a heartbreak for Team Secret. That looked like a round. They might be able to turn things around. They might be able to get something going here on this half. And now they're back to an eco. You got Hunter's Fury to boot for Stacks to deal with in the post plant. Couple Guardians, see if they can find some shots. Nope.
This one to the shoulder. Meteor getting a bit of damage. Comes away with the kill as Buzz catching a glimpse there of Envy. Down to 60, stays alive. But now without their Omen, it becomes that much more difficult to try to really slow up these approaches. Fishing for some damage here is Jesse Vash. There's the double face and almost finds himself that second elimination. Meteor taking even more damage, it would seem, now down to 28.
Still has the shield, though.
He's going to be set on alert. T1 are still drifting towards this A site, maybe not getting the read that this has been fully reinforced.
They have no info.
They get caught off guard. I mean, this could very well spiral into a Thrifty here.
Now they should know there's two there.
Yeah. Do you assume that it's just going to be stacked up? Envy finding one. Neural Theft about to reveal the final two. 30 seconds. It looks like the call to pivot is going to be made here. It's just a pass over to Sylvan. He'll just TP in onto that C site. So still decent layers set up. As Meteor not popping the shield, just looking to try to play surprise. Finds the first, cannot get the second. Jeremy does manage to put him down. One away from his next kill contract, mind you. Jeremy now at the clutch, finds the first headshot, tailwinds forward, Paranoia not gonna connect, and Jeremy gets it done. Diffused to come through, and a much needed round win found.
Yeah, that's huge from Jeremy.
Clutch.
Red Bull clutch of their own.
So good. Able to hold the line there. I mean, I can see the follow-up ideas from T1, just feeling confident. You know, they've been winning a lot of their duels. Here's one of them, and they've been able to find some good trades, and they think, well, if we could just play for trades at A, we could just get through there, but you have a couple ultimates to throw at this to give yourself a safe plant. Jeremy just able to dodge.
He also had the shield for Meteor, didn't?
He didn't pop it, yeah.
Didn't pop it, and I think if he does, you probably find a much different round result, but Jeremy with that, able to go ahead and pick up his 10th clutch in Pacific. Congratulations on the accolade. Secret though, how far can they snowball this? Operator now in hand for Jeremy. Posted up on C. Once again, all of T1 just very much focused on this A site.
Yeah. With all this util from the Cypher setup, this is clearly just an A hit. It's a decent shock dart. Catch Stacks for quite a bit of damage. Meteor's gonna grab his ult off that orb. This is gonna go ahead and grab Jesse. Or Wild Oreo, excuse me.
Pulls him in, and Wild Oreo, what is that? Double tap to take him down. A rare loss. There's a spike now planted. T1 will be scattering a bit as that smoke does dissipate. Buzz ahead, not getting caught by that Rolling Thunder as the aftershock. Trying to force the angle. Dimensional Drift is available. Sylvan breaking through at Sewers, able to find one. Buzz tagged up, taken down. Envy from heaven, finding the kill. Jeremy. Knives popped. They drop down, double peek in towards Hell. And it's all on Sylvan, and Jeremy, with some very nice movement, breaks the crosshair. And Team Secret They will string 2 more rounds together.
Great flash there from Envy that broke Sylvan's crossfire angle to help out Stacks. Really nice setup, and then a flourish from Jeremy. Oh, that is crisp, Wild Oreo.
Second shot, being able to find the head right as the shield gets broken.
It's crazy good.
Woo! Yeah, very nicely done here. Well, 2 rounds separating Team Secret. Unable to really fully break down the economy, but if they win this one, T1's going to be in a bit of a difficult spot.
You've got the ults, though. The Yoru ult, you've got the Hunter's Fury.
TP forward, off the dimensional drift. They're in onto the site. Hunter's Fury available for Jesse Vash. Sat in heaven here for the moment. As Buzz calls at the site is relatively safe. Ping out on the 2 though, and Meteor tagged down to 51. Now Sylvan at 21. Shocker kills. Plants interrupted. As T1 starting to scramble here and look a little bit off kilter. Stacks Hunter's Fury comes out, gets a tag onto 1. Follow-up final shot will connect onto Envy, so some damage dealt. So there's a spot out, but damage being suffered here on both sides. Operator now going to be on the floor as Buzz trying to take control here of this connector. Shorty not going to find the elimination, but does do a considerable amount of damage. And 2GE on the flank does get taken down.
1 enemy remaining.
Now it's just Jesse Bash. Falls quickly thereafter. T1 reestablishing some control here within the round and within this map.
Last round.
Get themselves up to 7, potential for an 8 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, just as usual, T1 very good in these post plants. Everybody doing their job. Watching the correct angles. Izu there. Getting the wall bang. Nice job by Buzz. Swapped over to the Shorty. Buy himself a little extra time and space. Stacks wins his in sewers. So just a lot of individual skill showing up there. Everybody doing their job quite effectively. Of course, helps when you got a couple big ults. Now you have a Hunter's Fury still for Jesse. I was a bit curious to see. Oh, they got another spot. That was a really deep recon from Jesse. He sent that into Narnia. It caught Stacks over at attacker side spawn.
Jeremy just going to be backing off the angle. Izu getting himself quite far forward here in sewer. They're going to try to flash clear out in towards long. Izu at the same time still just slowly walking up, hearing this. Checks the cubby. And now they clash. And Izu's able to find it. Shots coming through. Attention from Team Secret now starting to be tied over towards this A site. T1 are rotating back in. Jesse Vash now tagged up as Izu just absolutely taking over this round.
Stacks is the one to lurk this time. Find that kill right outside of double doors.
Right.
It's absolutely brutal.
Spike planted.
Spike wasn't anywhere near where the Hunter's Fury where you would expect it to be. Wow.
Okay. It's only one fight, but still 2v4 with both players shieldless, tagged up. Stacks still on this deep little linger, and Jesse Bash going to be taken down. There's the camp, there's the spray. It's a little frantic at the end. But 8 and 4 secured here for T1 out in front of the half.
Switching sides.
Yeah, about what you would expect coming into this. Still seeing some decent things from Team Secret, but the individual skill on display for T1, it is just incredible how well and how self-sufficient the players are on this team. And that's why they can get away with running comps like this, why they can run the ISO Yoru, you know, why anybody can be lurking at any given time. You know, you'll see Stacks do it often later into halves. So they'll sell you kind of this idea that it's going to be Meteor or Izu, and then as the half rolls on, sometimes Stacks will start doing it. They'll start selling you some false info on, you know, who's going to be where the lean is for the team. So it's really hard to get reads on what they're doing, on top of them being tremendously talented top to bottom in terms of just the individual fragging power. So for Team Secret, they're onto the attacker side, has to be really, really good. Because this is a defender side for this comp, actually pretty strong for T1. They're pretty solid at it. Oftentimes going positive in the round ratio aspect. So a lot of work cut out for them, but we saw some moments, we saw some glimpses of hope. few outplays here and there that T1 had to pull out to win rounds, but still could be done.
Could be done. Needs to start with another pistol win here for the side of Secret. So that the anti-eco. Half the rounds they're able to accrue in that first half.
2G having a rough go of it, only 1 kill so far.
Just got in that last round of the half.
Yeah. Nice shock dart though. Jesse, as always, on point with the util with the Sova.
I'll say something you can pretty much always say about Jesse. Fault line here from Envy at the ready. As there it goes, quick TP out. Looks like Meteor does get noted. Shield now going to be broken. His Paranoia is going to be sent in as well. Meteor out into the open eventually. Will can take it down as Envy collects the kill. And this mid-aggression very nicely dealt with by Team Secret.
Yeah, caught a great timing on it too, where Meteor wasn't able to get out of there cleanly. Everybody dashing in.
Push up through the smoke. Sylvan at the ready. Finds himself a second forward, getting taken down there by Envy. Zizu collects another. Envy eventually going to fall. It's now Buzz and Stacks, the dynamic duo versus Wild Oreo. Just dancing around the boxes here. It seems like Buzz, decent idea of where he's at, decides to just go ahead backpedal. Wild Oreo gets across into his sight lines, and Stacks is right there on the swing. Johnny on the spot to go ahead and close it out. Tied up in pistols. Not quite though. In a round count, T1 make their way up to 9.
Yeah, fantastic work here by Buzz, working around that box. It's a great early start. Meteor has nowhere to go. No hope, but Sylvan tucked right into the edge of that smoke. So nicely placed. Holds his ground for the second. And then Buzz there, making sure that the spike is still where it is, on the ground. Therefore, you kind of have a pretty good idea that Wild Oreo had wrapped around to the other side of the box. You could just be patient. Wait for your opportunity, get the double swing with Stacks. Perfect timing, perfect execution as you would expect from a duo that's been playing together as long as those two have. Meteor in the back of sight there. Sylvan as well.
He's expecting the recon.
Yep, just looking for it. There it is.
Eventually does come through. Full flash connecting, and Jeremy able to collect one. Looks for the weapon, but Sylvan is here, and he is playing Protect. Comes up with 3 Stacks, swings in right around behind Wild Oreo. That's all that Jesse can do. Just pick up this Outlaw.
Jesse playing flank duty, post-plant duty. Just team couldn't get there to get the plant down.
An opportunity to try to find the kill here, but doesn't catch a glimpse. Izu does. And that'll be T1 moving up now by 6.
Yeah, look really nice there from Sylvan. Good game plan early. Again, you're seeing some good combos. You're seeing some good utility usage from the side of Team Secret, but the individual firepower and the weaponry advantage that T1 has in that situation, too much to deal with. Caught Buzz trying to sneak up behind him. So again, you can see the game plan. You can see that Team Secret has some good ideas, has some good reads, but at the end of the day, T1 is just a little bit further ahead. Oh, Buzz.
Buzz at the ready. Yeah, the vulnerable out as well. So, yeah,
absolutely,
they did.
Yeah.
Undercut was there, so didn't matter what kind of armor you had. You were absolutely dead to rights, 2G. For a little bit more. Does get contact on the Jesse Bash, takes him down to 10 HP. It's a nice shot in reply. It put Buzz on the floor, but Meteor at the same time able to find Jeremy. Just feels like any and all entry power now out of Team Secret's hands as they are in danger of losing out on this ante.
Ooh, Jesse.
It's another huge shot. Gets himself a third. T1 maybe getting overzealous, overconfident. Jesse Bash is sitting him down.
Goodness.
Sylvan looking to get away. No damage suffered there. Tries to push forward. Izu's still making his way across through the connector. Fault line about to come through, and Envy collecting the kill. Izu now all alone. A 1v3.
Trying to isolate.
But Wild Oreo holding the angle, is ready for it, so no bonus conversion to be found. Solid recovery off the back of some very crisp shots from Jesse Bash. And Team Secret will get up to the halfway point trying to tie this up.
Oh, this is a phenomenal round from Jesse. He saves Team Secret's life. Gives them some kind of hope. Disgusting. But it felt like that had T1 bonus written all over it. Off the rip. Good combo to set Buzz up. Do some damage with the Outlaw, even though Buzz goes down. Still gonna have another Outlaw though. So they're looking for maybe some kind of setup. But plenty of money for Team Secret. 3 of their players could afford full armor, so I'm a bit curious about this. I guess the money just wasn't quite there for the rifle, and felt like this was better than going down to something else.
Yeah, you just got to shoot him in the head.
Just tap him in the head.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Has the gate crash set up. Thrown down to Sewer. TP confirming a decent amount.
Yeah, Sylvan saw everything.
Decoy.
Everything in the world there. So just
Portal closed.
Buzz has got his decoy stuck. I think he might be a victim of the new decoy change.
Well,
oh my god.
There's the 1-2, the undercut in play. Flash now going to be sent out. The classic drawn out. As Buzz finds himself a third. Pop Flash through the smoke. Draws out the weapon. Has to double take to go ahead and clean him up, and he's got the ace. Brought to you by Predator, and that perfectly describes Buzz in that round on the prowl. And he was feasting.
Oh my god. Classic Buzz.
Does the game break?
Yeah.
The production was just like, we don't have enough time. It was so fast, we couldn't get the replay built.
High score? What does that mean? Did I break it?
Should just replay the round from the beginning. No need to cut up anything.
Well, that's the...
that's an ace with some confidence right there.
No doubt about it. That's the all-time kill leader at international events for you, folks. Absolutely ridiculous. He just has these moments. Like, he's good for one on Haven, where he has that round where he just takes over. There's just no hope for the other team. We've seen it so many times this year.
Yep. That's why I've been, you want to glaze Meteor, I'll glaze Buzz.
Go for it, go for it.
The guy's just been at the top of every international that he's been to. He's always, I'd say, underrated going into the events, and then always shows up. Here on T1, he is looking right as rain.
I mean, I just think back to that chamber moment he had on Icebox last time, where he quick swapped over to the Headhunter. God. That was a thing of beauty.
Well, might get to see that as well in Map 2.
I'm hoping so. I'm curious to see if that's actually T1's Icebox comp, or if that's just something they threw together last minute.
No idea, but now Team Secret, their last timeout committed. Needing to start to turn the tide here. As Sylvan. At the ready. There's the drop down. Paranoia in with the pop flash. Buzz gets in, gets out.
Great trap play.
Izu in the corner though, a little bit stranded, but Sylvan hits the transfer. Envy and Jeremy both on the floor. 5 bullets remaining here in the mag for Sylvan. Still pushing forward and looking for a bit more. Frenzy on the corner, but 2GE trying to shift over towards main. Buzz is right there, ready, waiting, and collecting. Jesse now is giving up his position, and Meteor is right on top of him. 12-5. Map point locked in here for T1. Team Secret needs 7 consecutive round wins to take it into overtime.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about T1 is the way they play anti-eco, where they set up for these traps, where they have multiple layers of util that they're going to throw at you to make sure that, even though it is just against an eco, they're going to make sure that it's just cleaned up and dealt with. And there's no real threats. 20 kills now for Buzz. Has his ult. See if he wants to pop it. Jesse.
Let's see, like 1.2 something kills per round.
Yep. It's pretty good.
Not that many.
Ooh.
Solid. Little notion here from 2GE. Fully anticipates the aggressive push out. Finds that punish.
Over there.
I don't think we've really seen that this early from T1 to push out C like that. So good read. Good intuition from Team Secret.
Oh, now Meteor dead. And they get Izu secured into window, but there's going to be a tripwire in behind, and he gets the jump onto one. Cage down. Oreo just cutting across. There's the tripwire. Get what? Ha! Excuse me?
He just knew. Man just saw the future.
I'm gonna need a moment.
I'll take this over because the round's over and Envy's got it. So it is a round win for Team Secret, despite a little bit of wildness of his own from Izu.
My arms are good. We can go.
That was quite the instant transfer there. Sometimes you just know.
What?
Let's see it again.
One enemy remaining.
Please. It's too late.
Aw.
It's too late.
Curse you, production. Okay.
I don't know what the hell just happened.
That was crazy, dude.
All right. Glitch in the Matrix.
Well, you got all the ults in the world for Team Secret. Operator, though, for Buzz. Oh, the spot.
Jeremy dead.
Walks in front of it.
Buzz once again just getting in, getting his, getting out.
Just punching the clock. 9 to 5 kind of guy is Buzz, you know?
T1 has been a bit more of the salt of the earth type team.
This year, yes.
Yeah, just the 1-2-0 they've been able to find. But it's just such a solid advantage here. Buzz is operator. It's been so very clean.
Cover going out.
And now the dimensional drift will go ahead, scale forward, clear out everything here at A.
Not again.
As Wild Wario trying to, yeah, I mean, fun.
I'm back.
Buzz exiting here into window, sending out the pop flash, just trying to harass Jesse Vash here out of mid. Forces him forward, gets him into the cubby.
And he TP'd.
Yeah, TP's out, joins in. 3 players on the approach. Buzz. Okay, I thought for a second he was going to be able to find another ace. Not quite to be, but 13-6, T1 looking electric as always here on their pick of Haven.
Yeah, it's fearsome for anybody to go against. This Haven is, if it's not going to be a map that you want to ban, you are going to go against the best Haven team on the planet right now, and good luck.
I think that Sylvan has his jacket just buttoned at the top, but he's not. He doesn't have his arms through the sleeves. He's just wearing it like a cape.
Yeah, I like that. Man's got those superhero vibes. Yeah.
Who's the best team in Korea now?
That's right.
Reminder, it's best team in the world.
It is that.
For Team Secret, 6 rounds taken away from T1 here on their Haven. Some strange happenings were witnessed here throughout the map. But now we get ready to go to their icebox.
Yes, and I'm excited.
Yes, I am as well.
Because I have no idea what T1's going to do. First of all, I don't know if it's going to be that Reina Chamber thing again. Is it something a little more standard? You know, obviously Team Secret has to have something dialed up themselves, potentially. We'll have to see. It did look a little shaky for T1. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, I guess. But my bigger concern is that Team Secret has played this map once and they lost to Zeta. They tried the Waylay using the Gecko on this map, which is seemingly kind of falling back into the meta on Icebox at the very least, is to throw the Gecko in there as one of your info initiators. But maybe they might try a different, maybe they might go back to Jet for Jeremy.
I think after some of the earlier rounds we saw here from Jeremy, he had the movement, he had everything that you need, for that Jet. So maybe he goes back over to that. I'm not sure, but maybe our analysts know. So we'll go ahead and send it back over to the desk to break down the action from Haven.
Of course we know everything. But yeah, I think we know everything. It's a 13-6 scoreline on Haven, T1's map pick, and we know that. T1 continues to look dominant on Haven here. Team Secret, even with the change in the agent comp, going back in time, it still was not enough.
Yeah, this is what everyone wants to be, right? Everybody wants to be this T1 team on Haven, but nobody seems to even be close to them. When we watch them play, you know, we spoke a lot about Meteor and Buzz and about how they make this double duelist work, and they're so dominant when it comes to this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see. We've got some replays prepared for the attacking side, but before that, I mean, for Team Secret, unfortunately, just not what we wanted. There were elements of some good play. I think particularly Envy and Jesse Vash. Like, Jesse Vash continues to put up some pretty decent performances considering the level of criticism that he receives at times. I think whenever he's on a Sova, he's putting up some decent numbers. So I think he did his job perfectly. I think Envy is always super solid. I think some of the other lads just couldn't hang, unfortunately, with the level of firepower that T1 was bringing in this game. And, you know, at the end of the day, the structure was good, but you're getting rolled by some of the best duelists in Pacific, some of the best duelists in the world right now. And if you can't step up and win some of those duels, then you're just not going to be able to win against T1.
And you mentioned Jesse Vash performing really well here. It's him on the Sova. It's just, honestly, he's one of the best Sovas out there.
Yeah.
I mean, we make jokes about it and everything, but he's just, I mean, there's a reason why he looks fantastic every single time.
Yeah, his Sova is very, very legit, and it kind of always has been. It's for sure his signature agent, and he continues to look good there, but as you say, he's not really being properly backed up by the rest of his team, and it feels like just these players on Team Secret could not stand toe-to-toe with the firepower T1 were able to bring.
The numbers speak for themselves. That's the second jet that we've seen today drop below 100 ACS against one of the best Korean teams. It really just feels like mechanics-wise as well as macro-wise, you cannot get into the game against some of these teams on a duelist because either you're getting your head banged off round in, round out, or you're just getting destroyed by really, really good fundamentals and good util usage.
Yeah.
Well, we really liked what we were seeing from T1, right? So let's flip it the other way. T1, the double duelists with Meteor and Buzz, especially with the Yoru and how they utilize their ults.
Yeah, I mean, they just know how to do this better than everybody, right? We have some replays that we should be able to show you in just a second, but I feel like they understand how to snowball it very well, right?
Yes. Oh, 100%. I mean, Yoru as well as ISO are these agents, and the reason why this is such a strong combo on the attacking side of Haven, but even on defense to some extent, is exactly this. So much space created and so many advantages created by the Yoru and the ISO ult, and they kind of snowball into each other. You ISO ult and you win it, you get yourself another orb. You Yoru ult and create opportunities to win some duels, you're going to get yourself some more orbs, and they are not shy about using them, even versus Eco. Against the half-buys, they will throw in these ISO or Yoru ults, and you can see they just get free sites all the time, or it's going to help kind of allow them to come in for some of these retakes on the defensive side as well.
Also, there's nothing worse than being grabbed by an ISO ult, and you know it's a Meteor on the other side with a protective bubble. You're just like, okay, guys, this might be tough for me right here.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels hopeless. Buzz was an absolute terror in this game. Hit some ridiculous shots. And he is such a good Yoru right now. I think T1 has got the strongest double duelist. Everyone wishes that they were T1, but I've been seeing some real bad cosplays going around at the moment.
Well, Buzz had a really nice ace near the end, too, to kind of polish things off. It looked like it was almost for a second. There's a little bit of a moment there on A-Long where...
Yeah, he's shooting and then turns away.
Yeah.
Thinks he's already got the kill. That's a dangerous move.
Definitely. But anyway, he ended up getting the ace in the end, looked super cool with it, and just kind of shrugged, literally just went like, eh.
He does it all the time. It's not even a
Buzz.
thing for him, is it? He doesn't really care anymore. He gets so many. He's just like, oh, yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Oh, man, Texture must look at that with envy. I wish I could just have what Buzz has.
Yeah.
But now, with map 2, oh, we have another highlight. Or is that it?
That's it.
That's it? Oh, man.
That was the main thing we wanted to show.
That was so good, though. Okay.
I didn't feel like
we can get more.
I won them the game.
Yeah.
Buzz got 300 ACS. They Yoru ulted and ISO ulted 3 times, and the game was over.
Okay.
That's what happened on Haven.
That's true. That's true.
That's
I thought we were just going to see more of it, but like we did see a lot of it just now in the game. So for map 2 Icebox, first time we're going to be seeing it this week for week 3. Secret likes Icebox. So
yeah,
the curiosity, of course, as the casters are talking about, is what comps will these two teams be playing? T1 obviously is taking the even spicier take, something very unusual, extremely off meta.
I forgot T1 picked it, to be honest. That's an interesting thing to consider. For Team Secret, I mean, this is my old favorite comp on this map. I love Gecko KO with the Jet comp. Honestly, one of the most flexible comps you can play. A lot of really cool executes you can do. The old Gen G running this comp on Icebox was super, super iconic last year. So I think for Team Secret, if that's something they can execute pretty well, then that should be good. For T1, 100%. The spice levels off the chart on this comp, but even when they played it against Nongshim, I felt like Nongshim was doing a pretty good job kind of neutralizing them on their attacking side. They were just waiting for T1 to push, and they were getting free openers and being able to take advantage of that when they started on attack. So I think it was more so, I think, when T1 moved over onto their attacking half and they got the lurks in play, and Buzz was getting, as you often see on Icebox, particularly towards the attacking side, op rolling for himself, that they kind of fell apart a little bit more, Nongshim, if I remember that game correctly.
I always wonder why we don't see more Sage on Icebox. I feel like Sage was meta on Icebox for such a long time.
Lightning Fast had one good game, bro, okay?
But
forget about it.
The map is more or less the same map that we saw ages ago. I think Sage is so strong. I would really like to see some teams bring the Sage back out, but it doesn't seem to be meta anymore, and that's no fun. I think Sage is really fun.
She is fun on that map. I'll give you that. I don't know if it's the best pick for now, but it is always fun.
The problem is it's not fun for the player who has to play Sage.
Really?
You wall plant or you wall...
It depends. You can play it like Jing and use the wall to go up onto belt
I would like to
from
see
defense.
Somebody bring that back to me, please. I would like to see some more Sage.
I mean, that used to be a big thing when the res was one point less. You'd have people just fragging out of control on Sage. Less so these days. Even the Harbor Cove plants are pretty fun as well.
Yeah,
true.
I don't think we're going to be seeing Sage or Harbor, to be honest. I think we're way past that. I'm living in the past. I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is like, how many chili peppers would you give the Sage or the Harbor at this point if we were bringing in today compared to Reyna and Chamber?
Sage is like the most mild thing ever.
Oh, really? It's the opposite. It's like milk.
Yeah, it's literally like milk. And I love milk, and it makes me feel sick in the stomach, but I still drink it.
Okay, all right.
This wasn't made for me.
That is right. Perfect reaction also to how you seem to be with Sage, so... Yeah, you're like, I love it, but it makes me sick, and I don't want to see an Icebox. So I'm curious what these two teams will be bringing on. Secret did pick Icebox the last time they played this. Not great, but, you know, historically, they've been okay with Icebox. So I don't know if they're going to be reshuffling things, if they're going to continue playing that way, or if they're going to go back to, like, you know, like their Haven and go back to old times, old meta.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Waylay can work on this map. I think if there's a map where I think Waylay can be very good, it's Icebox, because you don't need that sort of hard entry. There aren't super tight chokes that you need to burst through, and you know, you can kind of get deep positions refract away, right? We've spoken about this before. So I think they could try and do it, but I think if you're picking this, I'm kind of expecting to see some change. I would guess maybe something that might try and counter T1 a little bit more, but I think we have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a look at what Secret's going to be bringing into this game, considering they dropped their last game on Icebox. They picked this against T1. They see some potential weakness, and they will bring out the Chamber ISO against T1 on their map pick and say, I think we can do this better. We'll see.
Yeah, T1 staying things exactly where they were. We're going to see that Reyna again with the Chamber, and I mean, I do think playing Chamber against KO and Reyna is going to be quite difficult for Wild Oreo. I think that, you know, if there's one value that Reyna routinely brings, it's that eye being able to get rid of the orb.
That's true. We also do see Wild Oreo mix in the Chamber a little bit, though. They do play it on Pearl as well, so it's not like this is a totally out of left field move for Team Secret. The Chamber is something that they have in their wheelhouse a little bit.
All right, well, let's see if Team Secret has what it takes to bring it to a third map. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Yep, some big changes for the side of Team Secret, but I have to agree with what the desk was saying. Playing this into this Reyna, I mean, we saw how Meteor was able to dismantle Leap, stop him from getting value on that Abyss. Yes, G2 able to win that map over at Masters Bangkok, but they were really struggling when it came down to getting value from the Chamber.
It is a bit of a different map if you want to try to look at it from the glass half full perspective, but I tend to agree with you here, Achilleos, that it's tough to go into this comp. You know, in Wild Oreo, yes, he does play a little bit of Chamber. Has had some ups and downs on it, but this might be an up. He's got a tight angle, and T1, oh, the TP out just in time.
Just has to make a quick little exit there to GE. A couple shots out, nothing hitting. Backpedals away. Buzz, similarly, eating some damage. Snakebite does land to try to disrupt this default plant. Meteor pushing forward past the wall, gets the overhealing, now up to 150, takes that fight at range, tagged up just a minor little bit. Eventually just falls in, he swings the corner, finds himself a second kill, a third now as Izu also falls. And now it's just Buzz left standing. He's been spotted, the shield is there. And that's gonna be Team Secret taking yet another opening pistol round.
I will say I am surprised to see the ISO, but I do kind of like it. It is another good anti-chamber agent because of the double tap. So there is some legs to what Team Secret is doing here. I thought this was just going to be one of those rounds from Meteor. Got that overheal, but Envy is so good.
When you think about Envy, you think about an agent. It's probably the KO for a lot of people. So he's pretty much on maximum comfort. So I'm going to be keeping eyes on him once again. He and Jesse Bash, top 2 performers on that opening map. Suppress able to find 2. Press back here on the 2 in kind as T1 still very quickly scaling forward here. Drone's going to come out. The ping revealed. Meteor immediately having to tuck back. Jeremy trying to take some space. Able to get the shield reset. Finds himself a second kill. Spike now going to be dropped on the floor. Meteor does manage to put down Envy, but not before Izu dies. And that now leaves Buzz all alone. Looking for the flick. Finds the headshot onto 1. There's no further damage to be found. 2 players dead. And Team Secret still starting things off 2-0.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Jeremy on this ISO. Found a great timing for the double tap. Got a couple big kills out of it. Able to absorb a lot of that pressure that T1 is bringing to bear early. And then when it's down to just Meteor with the Sheriff, having that double tap up means that he can't take that fight comfortably. They can just swarm on top of T1. So good start for Team Secret. I mean, this is probably one of the weaker maps, I think, for T1. And I wasn't sure if the Reyna comp was really their main game plan for this. I thought maybe they might have something else cooked up, but we'll see if they can get it rolling a little bit. It's kind of going to be a bit of a tic-tac-toe with the Reyna and the ISOs and the chambers. See who can get their util to connect a little bit more frequently. Poison Cloud up to delay T1 just a little bit more. 2GE calling in reinforcements. I mean, there is a lot that Team Secret has here.
They're able to just stack this site because that trademark is pushed so far forward on A. Snakebite to try to cut off the approach there from mid. Oh, right in the rope, up over the top. Nearly a timing going to be found there. Envy takes a bit of damage. Jeremy able to find stacks. Shots flying through. Meteor surviving. Gets to devour. The overhealing. And Envy will be picked off there at Snowman. Oreo, an opportunity to make this even more costly, but Meteor will go ahead and find the headshot. So 2 players down. No bonus conversion here, but a little bit of damage going to be dealt here to the side of T1.
Yeah, now you got that kill contract for Jeremy. He's off to a hot start. And it's really important that Izu was able to shut him down in that round. If he gets going, ooh, Buzz. Clean there. Meteor really wise to go up on top of the ropes. The shot had rang out from 2GE there, and that gave him the extra spot as well onto Envy's position. So kind of gave T1 a little bit of understanding of they were going to be walking into a trap potentially, and they were able to situate themselves for it. Operator is going to be on Wild Oreo. That was the Empress going up.
Ball raised about the drop. Checks back over towards Garage. Re-swing, has the headshot. Meteor taken down. Empress completely nullified. It's one of the ults out and one of the critical members of T1 now dead.
Seen a lot of the early game plan here for Buzz is to try to take control of the tube up towards Kitchen. And he's being very slow about it. And Team Secret is very aware. I mean, they got a spot of it with the drone in the previous round and seemingly have some kind of idea that it's going to be tried again. Jeremy ready.
They're about to just come at him, though. Catches a glimpse, finds one, tries to get the spray transfer, puts Sylvan down to 30 HP, so very good damage dealt, but Wild Oreo out from underneath of Tube. Catches this lurk here from Buzz. 2v4 now. There's a Dark getting the ping reveal, and Envy out from mid, able to go ahead and find that elimination. Nice headshot there from Sylvan. Makes this a little bit more costly, keeps the economy in check here for the side of Secret, but the T1's is about to be absolutely broken. Swing in, Sylvan finding another one. Rides the rope up to the top. Ups to go on the offensive, sees a shoulder. That means that Envy almost getting caught off guard. You start believing in it for a moment there. Another ace clutch would have been delivered but instead it is going to be Secret finding some stability, retaining the operator, now moving up 3-1.
Yeah, Secret's already got a good read on the way the team's that T1 wants to navigate the early part of this map. They just keep that operator there watching for Buzz the whole time. I mean, they had Envy there for a while. Everybody was making sure that that flank angle was dealt with, that Buzz couldn't come alive in that round. And okay, Sylvan able to isolate some fights, get some good quick kills, but at the end of the day, he was already very beat up at 30 health, so Envy just needed to react fast enough and was able to. Well, there's a suppress onto a couple members of Team Secret, so they're going to backpedal a bit. Meanwhile, T1 going to continue to march forward, doing a little bit of check, making sure there's nobody sneaked up underneath them. Yeah, they're just like, this drone is on Buzz watch.
Just keeping an eye on him. Ops position now confirmed. Envy here on the corner. Sylvan not going to be fast enough. Envy once again able to outdo him, then peeks up, finds Stacks, takes him down. Spike now dropped at Pipes. Drift back around the corner. Jesse Vash avoiding the eye. And things are very much falling to pieces here for T1. Buzz desperately trying to grab the weapon, but he cannot. Flawless round from Team Secret, the 4-1.
I think you might need to consider a timeout here as T1. Everything from Team Secret has been really on point. I mean, it helps when Envy is, like you said, comfortable on KO and can frag no matter what. You know, a little bit of an adjustment of the game plan. I don't think this Chamber trying to control mid strategy is really going the way you'd want it to. You got to find a way to deal with that operator. Wild Oreo is being really cautious with making sure that the Leers are out before he starts pushing forward. I've really been keeping my eye on him, keeping my eye on the Reyna util, and he's being very patient about it. You know, he might look for that early pick, sure. He'll go up on the tube or something like that, but that's also fine, because if you get that Leer to come out, then you can just fall right back quickly. And that's why I'm kind of like more okay with the Chamber here against the Reyna, because it's not like Abyss where it's just kind of like you throw a Leer out and it covers half the damn site.
Right.
You know, here there's so many nooks and crannies and you know, crates and objects that are going to be able to block some of those Leer angles. You can get away from them, I think, a little bit easier. So maybe as T1, save a little bit of that util for some of those deeper site hits. Try and get it, you know, if you're going to go A site, try and get it behind the nets. Try and get it so that you're actually clearing out screens, making sure that everything beyond that is taken care of, because that's mostly been where Team Secret has been doing their damage.
Right here.
Obviously, Envy there, right behind Pipes, was a problem too. And just having your Viper walk forward, try to dry peek that angle. Tough ask of Sylvan.
Heavy mid presence, a push up. Quite a bit of space going to be gained, but a lot of info as well garnered for the side of Team Secret. As kill contract gets the pull in, it's going to be on Stacks. Shield raised, wall falling. Stacks wins out the fight. Sylvan able to put Envy down on the floor, is going to be resable, obviously faster on the current patch.
Planted.
Still potentially risky position though. As Wild Oreo well aware of Buzz's position. Staying planted here for the moment, eating a bit of damage, and oh boy, down to 3. As Wild Oreo able to find that shot. Flash in, 2GE, recovering vision, finds Sylvan. Now it is all on Stacks, but he's got the high-low setup. They'll get to the 3rd kill, but cannot find more than that. The timeout not going to be bearing fruit here for the side of T1. Now a 5th round win here for the side of Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret so patient, being so diligent with making sure that they're working together. Take out T1 players, and they got that early spot on the Buzz and coordinated the util nicely to flush him out of that position. Envy is absolutely on one. Okay, Stacks wins that, but not nearly enough. 2G just completely blind, finds the kill right as it's expiring.
Yeah, I mean, from a 1-tap onto the KO into some whips. He's having a laugh.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're
Scanning ahead.
really doing a great job just shutting this down.
Getting some energy going here for Team Secret is going to be nice, especially 2GE. Very rough first map from the IGL. Looking a hell of a lot more at home
And this attacker side was where T1 did a lot of their damage against Nongshim the last time they played it. So the fact that you're shutting it down this well is very impressive.
Jeremy looking for the swing out. Shield's gonna be broken. Full flash into his face. Envy covering fire. Able to find Meteor. And Jeremy still alive. Now gets the reset. Jesse Bash swoops in from the flank. And they just get ground to a pulp.
They're sharp right now. T1's looking a little bit off. I mean, granted, weaker weaponry for sure. Still, kind of tough go of it. It's going to be time for the tour de force for Buzz. Bunch of ults available. So this one has to go for T1. You got to get those ult cycles. Bear some fruit so you can push a few more rounds forward. Ooh. Nice adjustment there by Wild Oreo. Yeah, these crossfires are so good. They're finding great timings when the smokes are down.
You want to play? Let's play.
Nice shot. Stacks whittled away at just a bit, still alive. Now, Null Command going to be popped. Win a position, having to be taken there by Wild Oreo, but ends up falling to the wayside as Jeremy similarly will be eliminated. Eye out as it gets cleared. Meteor hits the floor, or rather, Meteor puts Envy on the floor.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Sylvan finds Jesse Vass with the op. Scooped up off the ground.
Now just 2G, trying to see what kind of damage he can get. Knows that the economy is still very weak on the side of T1, but won't lead to much else. Trying to get themselves over to one of those weapons there. We'll be able to carry forward quite a bit. Operator pass over to Buzz.
Yeah, this is a big round. One of those rounds that could swing the destiny of the map. And you had to get it to go with all those ults invested, with the null command, with the tour de force. The great spot early with that knife, and then the quick call to use the null command by Stacks. Really crucial in that round to knock that ISO util out, to make it easier to shut that down, make sure the chamber can't TP. All those things, and they just accelerate forward off the back of that. Now, Viper's pick going to be put down by 2GE to make sure that T1 can't double down on that B hit. Buzz is going to be thinking about a different direction. Let's see if they remember, because they were aware of this earlier. I saw them at least checking these positions out.
This is very much a pick your poison type of round. You get the pit on the one side, and then this tour de force from Wild Oreo, who has been hitting the shots on the opposite. So looks like T1 choosing to try to push in towards the ladder.
Yeah, I think as T1 here, you're going to wait for Stax' knife to come up. Hope you can land it on top of the chamber again. Flash to try to get some kind of reaction. Now you got the spot. Now you got an opening.
Yeah, you know exactly where he's at. Trademark does not get cleared. Does get a little bit of a slow out. Still, though, there it is. 0 point. Now to come through. Perfect. Wild Oreo potentially at risk. Tucked in here. Dancing around. Makes his way over to screens. And Jeremy able to find one. Does get traded out as Zizu. Comes up with the kill. Hunter's Fury now going to be unleashed.
Oh, no!
Envy able to find Stacks there. The peek out. Wild Oreo able to shut down Izu. And now it's just Buzz and Meteor. Trying to get this round across the line. Ball raised up, both facing onto this side. Meteor opting the drop down. Buzz joining him. The swing and Meteor, the instant headshot. Gets rid of Wild Oreo. And Buzz in range has Jesse Vash. It's just 2GE. Meteor dancing around, playing with him here a bit. As he tucks in behind the box. Goes back in on the prowl. Looking for the kill. Won't be able to find it. 2GE will go ahead and scoop up that, but T1 will have the spike detonate. Look at themselves a third round win to retain the operator, and Buzz catches 2G at the very end.
That was madness. The fact that Meteor is able to win that 1v1 against Wild Oreo, probably the difference maker. The timing's really good on the entry here as well for T1. Good understanding of when their utility was going to be in play and when they can make their moves off the back of it. I like this toxic screen that Team Secret's trying to use to set up for these retakes so they can get some defuses going. But Meteor kind of playing ahead of it a little bit, catches them off guard. Something they'll have to be aware of. Hunter's Fury, another Empress for Meteor. Sylvan has a pit. He's going to catch the Viper there, so that might be enough info that you can feel like that's the weak side. Try to lean a bit heavier into that. No Viper's pit this time. You're going to clear it with a drone. Meteor just looking for any push-outs from the side of Team Secret. All the rest of the forces seemingly stacking up. Envy is going to be there now. Try to help out 2GE.
Ooh, flash out, some damage across stacks, eating a bit. Meteor just checking out every single angle he can think of here, but if he drops down, he's committed into this position with an op just around the corner, and it looks like he's saying, like, okay, I haven't seen that much.
I was going to say if he drops, he makes noise too.
They're going to come back into this position, but how do they clear this? They have to know. They've given up a decent amount of space, and okay, an attempt at the flick. Not going to come through off the jiggle. Jeremy, however, still posted forward. Suppressed, they have to know that he's going to be closing. Again, the Emperor is going to be shut down. As Wild Oreo looking for a little bit more. Can't quite steady the headhunter shots. Izu is not ready for Jesse Bash to also be here. It all comes down to Buzz. Cash behind to be able to afford another operator, but this is definitely not what T1 had in mind for this round. Peek forward, looks for it, cannot make it happen. Envy, the one to put him down. As Team Secret now get up to 7 on the defense.
Yeah, they're just able to hide that position well enough away from Meteor's scouting that they don't fully understand where the positions are going to be. Top of pipe's not checked. And then they just get torn apart. Almost got another one there, did Wild Oreo, when he switched over to the headhunter, but he's able to track him down just in time. Yeah, they're doing a really nice job. I mean, the funny thing is the first read T1 had is actually probably the better one. They just got baited by absolutely nothing going on in the back of A site from where Meteor could see. Thought they could break through, and that was right according to what Team Secret wanted.
That's just going to be a full send here onto the A site. T1 clearly not going too far down the alphabet today, either in this map or the previous. Undercut at the ready. There's Envy ready here on that push out. Eye goes up. Stays tucked back here. T1 don't look to over-aggress, and they're able to find one as Wild Oreo does get taken down. Swing out Meteor. Tears apart 2GE, but Envy similarly does the same right back to him. Then Command now in play, and Sylvan is dead. The pit is dropped. As Jeremy finds a third. Buzz again asked to do it all. Gets suppressed, the wall glides past, goes for the peak, disrupts the plant. They're just looking to go ahead and overwhelm him, and they shall. Team Secret, 8-3.
Yeah, they've just got so many answers. I mean, the no command there, so nice to have in the back pocket for those retakes. Everything that T1 is trying to do is just getting dissected. I mean, Meteor dismisses right into Envy's open arms. Nobody's cleared that angle. Seems like Meteor there just a little overconfident that that should be safe. It was absolutely not. So, I mean, Team Secret just has a great read.
Buzz's glass cannon onto a Vandal.
Yep. Last round in this half. Oh my.
Shots out, and Stacks gets destroyed. Down to 42, big reveal from the 0 point. Rotations are already starting to come through, and T1, I mean, they're not looking to call this off at all. They're about to meet pretty much the full forces here. As shots open up, 3 players on the floor. Buzz Sylvan able to answer it back to try to keep things even, but Wild Oreo, another shot in. Sylvan now down on the floor as Buzz sees the gun barrel. So needs to play carefully. He's able to get in before the flick can happen, but Jesse Bash is here across the way. Spots him out through the gap, finds the shot, and it's going to be 9-3 with Team Secret well out in front.
Yeah, they look so good. I mean, just, yeah, waiting right around that corner is 2GE. Again, it's another trap play. Wherever they're going to get contact, T1 has to commit because of the Reyna. And they're happy to just throw the util at him, throw some flashes, throw some mollies, then swing into action. Really nice stuff. Effective game planning. And the ISO here working a treat. It's been a real pain point for T1 to go against it, kind of getting a taste of their own medicine. Definitely not what I was expecting on this map, but it's done pretty darn well.
Yeah, looking right at home here, our Team Secret. Icebox always been a fairly solid map for them across, you know, you take a look at the longer run here in Pacific. It's been a good one for them. Like you said before, T1 now showing that, yeah, this is one that maybe we don't have a good read on. Maybe we just happen to scrape by with that victory the last time out.
It kind of feels that way to me, a little bit, but we'll see. Defender side, who knows? Maybe it's just one of those days where both teams are good on the defender side, but I mean, last time it was a little bit tricky. That was kind of one of their weaker parts of the map. Oh, very nice. Ah, yes, yes.
That's clever.
The world's best flex. Very nice.
We haven't forgotten about you, Forsaken. Don't worry. You're right up there.
He's up there. He's up there.
Well, now, T1. See if they can tie things up as far as the pistols are concerned. Secret in the lead in that regard. As... Oh, Wild Oreo already able to put Buzz down. He is reading this nicely, but doesn't have the shot. Meteor does come away with that kill. Pop flash out here from Envy. Sylvan catching a decent amount of it. Just going to be lobbing down the snake bite, trying to prevent the plant here for now as Pink does get the reveal. Stacks able to find one. Izu cleans up Jeremy. Player advantage for now here in the hands of T1. So there's a tap on the spike plant. Shock dart lobbed out, but double push around towards the backup site here.
One enemy remaining.
It's not really going to be too fruitful, it would seem, as Jesse Bash now completely surrounded and overwhelmed. T1, they'll take the pistol, they'll tie it up in that regard. They'll start the long trek back towards getting themselves into the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is just really nice work there. Stacks realizing that Sylvan was in a world of trouble and used that recon dart ping against his opponents there. Oh, the fadeaway onto Envy. Ridiculous stuff. Izu barely able to win out that long-range ghost battle. And then at the end, just swarming him in. So, for sure, outlaw a couple Guardians. See what T1 can do. If there's going to be any response by Team Secret on this eco, certainly would be devastating. That is quick from Wild Oreo.
Able to go 1 for 1. Izu looking for a little bit more, some decent damage across his Envy, falls down to 35. Sylvan comes away with 2. And it looks like the remainder of the round, yep, going to be very swift as Sylvan getting the lion's share of the kills. About to be halfway over towards that pit. Now that you're on the defending side, I don't think you mind that whatsoever. Overall, solid anti-eco.
No, it's fantastic. You get to keep 4 of your guns. Be very happy about that as T1. Give yourself a decent chance coming into that bonus round. You're going to force out a lot of the full armors, but still 2 players, only with half for that outlaw for Buzz potentially to connect with. He's going to be over at B, looking like another big A hit. Quick shock dart. They know that T1 likes to be aggressive towards that orb. Sometimes it's Buzz with the chamber.
I think Izu lost himself there for a moment, didn't know where the hell he was. Flash sent him the Narnia and back. Buzz quite far forward, but damn near shoulder to shoulder here with 2GE. Pops the poison orb again. Buzz playing this patiently. 2GE about to come creeping out into his sight lines. And he's got the half armor. And one of the last players you wanted going towards right into Buzz's sights.
Exactly.
He lucks out.
Oh, Stacks
up over the top, able to find Envy. Jeremy trying to scale forward. As Wild Oreo will find one opener. Drop down here on the corner, the pig reveal. Shots flying. Wild Oreo going to be good for another. It's now just down to Jesse Bash. Cannot find it. Buzz arrives in from behind. T1 convert their bonus. Now we're just 3 rounds away from tying it up.
Yeah, just a lot of little things going wrong for Team Secret that compound into a pretty clean-looking T1 win. This is one of them. The other is that T1 does a great job here early, waiting out an aggressive hit from the side of Team Secret. They got the double tap to expire. It was popped really early by Jeremy. And T1 is able to just backpedal, wait that also important utility out, and then just kind of collapse on top of Team Secret. Looking a little bit like what we saw Team Secret doing to them. Give them a little bit of space and then just crunch them. Oh, Jeremy, that double tap.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it wasn't relayed fast enough that he was pushing forward and had the shield popped. As Buzz unable to get himself out. Catching a little glimpse of Sylvan's shoulder. So he's going to slowly drift across, get himself in behind Yellow. Meteor pushed up onto the corner, high at the ready. Sublime on the one, they swing out, and Sylvan's just going to be taken down. Far too over-aggressive, it would seem, as Team Secret look to pull off a Thrifty. Now just Izu and Stacks. Pop flash sent. Drone not spotting here for the moment. Stacks just trying to push forward again. Does manage to find one. Valdorio going to be taken down behind the box. The swing onto the corner. Envy sending out the fragment. Now looking for the stick. Izu trying to swing, trying to interrupt, and he does so.
Spike down B.
Finding the critical moment, the perfect timing to stop the spike from getting planted.
Last player standing.
Jeremy, however, fighting back, finding one, but now all alone. Shock dart, whittling away, just a tiny touch of damage going to be found.
Still have the drone here, too.
Oh, Jesse has the headshot, and I was about to call it. He needs it to connect, and it does. Team Secret scrape by with a round win. Now get up to 10.
I think you gotta kind of question this aggression here from T1. It's a tough angle there, and I don't know how much that Lear actually covers from that position. And then you're trying to just take some battles against 3 players staring right at you. I think at that point you just got to back off. If those flashes don't really work, you're not able to find those quick one and dones. Settle back in. Stack's doing what he can to buy time for Izu to get there, but a little bit over aggressive from T1, and Team Secret happy to let T1 walk into their arms. Well, Buzz's turn to try this position. It's like, I saw Wild Oreo do this in the pistol. I too.
The drone is coming his way though. Sylvan able to clear it. How much credence does Team Secret lend to this? He is just in the radius, and oh, they read it to perfection. Kill contract going to be a little bit of a whiff there. Jeremy not pulling anybody through into the gulag. Still a very solid opening kill. Team Secret have to pump the brakes though, which means that shield expires. Double tap not available here now. Looks like widely Team Secret happy with the damage that they've dealt, just waiting for everybody else to get clustered over towards this site before they go for the exec. The 0 point doesn't scout anyone. Swing in, Sylvan, however, looking for that second kill, and he's able to find it right before he can take it down. He ensures the 3v3. The catch now into mid, Meteor on the linger. Finds 2 GE.
30 seconds left.
Crazy. I can't believe Sylvan got those 2.
Tap of the plant, Jeremy around the back of side, the Hunter's Fury going through. Quick cancel. Stacks puts the spike down on the floor. There's not much more here for Jeremy to do other than maybe deal some damage. He knows that the economy is still going to be a bit weaker. He'll get himself another 3K. A couple more charges towards that next kill contract, but T1 finding a bit of stability. Once again, 3 rounds away.
I mean, this is just, excuse me, this is so ballsy by Sylvan. The fact that he gets that second one is a little bit of a whiff from Jesse, but
fine line between ballsy and stupidity.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
And he treaded it just finely enough. It looks like that's going to be a timeout call from the side of Team Secret. First one here on Icebox, T1. Also still one more remaining. Team Secret wanting to ensure that they close out the rest of this map as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, for sure. It's looked so good for Team Secret here. It looks like they're going to be able to push us to that 3rd map, but you know, T1 just, we've seen it time and time again this year. Sometimes you'll think they're kind of out of a map and they'll just come roaring back at you. You can't give them any opportunities, and they will capitalize and they will snowball. So I think there's a great time for a timeout. Really think this one through. See if you can find those gaps in the defense. I mean, B side has been where Team Secret is really trying to do their damage, trying to exploit some of the gaps in this agent composition, some of the utility as well, but
right now T1's leaving it completely open.
Yeah.
They have this outlaw in hand for Buzz, but he's going to be peeking under tube into mid.
Just the trademark there, I think.
Yeah. Hit onto A. Meteor scaling down through tube, and Team Secret is starting to drift back in this direction. Buzz gets onto a deeper line. Rendezvous will be able to take him out. Did they just shield on the corner? They absolutely do, and this time Buzz is able to escape. Quickly dips out. Tiny amount of damage taken, but now they know the Outlaw is in effect. Sylvan still all alone. Just sat here within the pit, the drone about the chase. Snakebite gonna be thrown down. Wild Oreo drops in, undercut connecting, and Wild Oreo's there on the corner. They're vulnerable, not even mattering too much. He had him dead to rights. Sax will find one, pop flashes in, he drops down over at back sight, and they're just absolutely smothering them out of this round. Meteor fights back for a little bit more.
Right here.
2GE can even recover a weapon. For now, just has the Sheriff in hand. Plant committed to here behind the box. Jesse out in the front. 2G at the same time, able to find a kill. Buzz eliminated. And now the Guardian. Scooped up by the Viper. Tucks back, gets himself around the corner. No Snakebite to try to work with here. Meteor thinking about going for a bit more of an aggressive push. Peeks in behind 410. Nothing spotted. Doesn't know if he's going to be back sight. He's completely lost the plot. He has no clue where this Viper could be, but now footsteps are going to be heard. Gets onto the spike, holds it to half, swings onto the corner, and finds the headshot. Narrow margins, but Meteor able to make it happen with 2 seconds to spare. But again, it's a thrifty attempt from Team Secret, and they still get so damn close.
Oh, it's unreal. It looked so good for Secret. Just, yeah, I mean, Sylvan was absolutely dead, but still, I like the combo. I like the ideas that you're seeing. Some good vulnerables being landed by Jeremy, but Meteor is Meteor. It's the fadeaway with the Vandal. And then has to go for the half, pull off, and go for it. Yeah, it's rather close.
Standing ahead.
Discomfort for both teams.
Oh my God.
But now you've got Op v Op, a massive push from Meteor, and they are ready for it. Fully expecting, fully reading this aggression. Great call, great understanding here from Team Secret. Oreo does get caught over outside of A. Sylvan frantically going to look to try to backpedal here. The Hunter's Fury opening up, looking for the tags. It actually gets the catch on the stacks. Or rather, the No Command now popped here from Envy, forcing them back over towards Snowman.
Tex could counter with a No Command of his own.
Buzz is well up behind them here, just outside of the spawn.
Jesse's checking for it. He's aware that there could be that quick lurk since Buzz got that early op kill.
Because they haven't really gained control of the site, though, he can't keep his attention tied behind the entire time. Otherwise, for all he knows, he might be sending the team into a 3v4. And Jeremy's going to try to push forward, but Sylvan's got the crossfire angle set up. Cuts him down. Buzz gets on a deeper and deeper line. They're nearly lined up for it, but the shot goes wide.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't find it. Potentially exploitable weakness here. Stacks over the top. Rather is able to find one. Izu over the top. Comes up with the other. Full flash now into 2GE space. Buzz trying to get in behind, but it's going to be Stacks able to hold his ground. As Buzz will tuck back, recover his operator. And T1 continue on their merry way. 3 rounds in a row now. And 1 away from tying us up at 10-10.
Yeah, Team Secret, again, great awareness in the beginning, but that 1v1 win, the chamber v chamber, and the fact that it opens up so much of the map for Buzz, it allows T1 to just plant their feet, set up those crossfires, wait out that No Command, just close out the round. And I mean, Team Secret fighting tooth and nail now, but T1 has finally got their heads on a bit straighter.
Shock Dart, just to try to stave off this orb tank.
Revealing area.
They just get a little trade on the recons. Jesse Bash going to be pinged out. Secret only confirming that there's no one super far forward. The drone comes flying in, that'll get cleared out. Does get a spot on the 2.
Still have the kill contract. Still the double tap.
Does get popped. Jeremy comes up with 2 kills. Over the back of that, Izu, Buzz both taken down. Meteor dead to Envy's hand. And he's only able to find Jesse Bash.
Making cover.
Team Secret. Every single time they have this weaker economy, continue to look absolutely excellent. That being said, Zach's able to find 1. The pull comes through, but I mean, Jeremy's just got a sheriff.
One enemy remaining.
Takes him out of the equation though, and he hits the shot. It's a thrifty for Team Secret to stop T1 from tying it up. What in the hell am I witnessing?
That is just unbelievable. 23 and 15 now for Jeremy on this ISO. Crazy. Oh my God.
That is fantastic.
That is nasty stuff.
And I thought it was just gonna be, okay, he gets the pull and he's gonna die, but then someone's there. Yeah. Where Stacks, you know, got teleported and they're gonna get the kill and it's fine. No,
nah,
he just wins.
He wins those. And now it's a thrifty attempt of their own for T1. Do have Buzz's ult. But I mean, this ISO is so annoying, especially against this comp that T1 is running. It really makes Chambers' life an absolute nightmare.
0 point right now from Stacks with all. Isn't sending it though. Peek in, Wild Oreo gets on the angle a little bit faster. Buzz gets taken down. The ult, the tour de force, no value. Guardian at the ready. As ADS in, Meteor fast with a headshot, fully anticipating Wild Oreo's position, and Stacks is able to find Envy, and oh boy, here we go again perhaps. 2GE says no. Gets rid of the primary weapon. Stacks desperately trying to find a kill, but it's only going to be 1 shot into the shoulder. Not enough damage dealt. Izu still standing, still breathing, still looking for more. As Sylvan tries to make it happen, gets into the 1v1, but cannot find it. 2GE with a 4K. Continues to rally back.
It's just absolute chaos. The fact that Wild Oreo wins that, again, those chamber v chamber battles are so important. And the fact that Team Secret's able to win that means that their flanks are clear and they can focus on what's ahead of them. Even still, it is extremely challenging. Those sheriffs were hitting, and the Guardian from Meteor.
2GE from, what, 3 and 18, I want to say it was? Yep. 3 and 18 on the first map, to now being positive and chasing towards the top of the standings. It's been a hell of a turnaround here for this Viper. Especially given that he's doing it all from the IGL position. T1, 3 rounds in a row to try to take this into an overtime. Otherwise, we are going to a map 3.
Yeah, certainly feels like it. With how, okay, well.
Your point, finding him, quick little dismiss, Meteor. Still wanted to challenge the angle, but Envy re-peeks it. Has that op recovered. Meteor on the floor, just gonna be a 1-for-1. Spike transferred over, Sylvan now. Transitioning back in behind yellow. It looks like the call for a pivot across is maybe coming through. At least want to re-clear over towards mid.
Izu's taking a lot of space. I mean, Team Secret's been really good about being aware of these pushed up positions.
And he is just completely caught off guard. Not sure what the play was, what the call was, but Izu
30 seconds.
cut down the size. 3v4 now. The drift back over towards this B site. Peek in. Sylvan, the shot's completely whiffing as Jeremy collects the kill.
Destabilizing.
Stacks nearby, but now vulnerable out. Shield popped. Just staying tucked here into the corner. Looks for a kill, is able to find one. Interrupts the plant. Buzz now with everything to do. No way to stop this plant from coming through. Swings in, finds one, turns from the flash. Only a couple bullets remaining left in that magazine. Swings in, finds Envy, but cannot find Jeremy. 13-9. Team Secret showing up on their map pick here of Icebox. They're sending us now over to a third and final with Lotus.
Yeah, just a great read here from Team Secret. Had good answers for this comp that T1 has shown on Icebox. And a big part of it was definitely the ISO. Envy playing extremely well in the KO as usual, but it was more like he's just He's just so good, man. Like, he hit so many important multi-kills in the beginning of that game.
Yeah. Just multiple thrifties as well for Secret to be able to get this one over the line. But yeah, big step up in performance across the board from everybody on Team Secret. You know, I guess you could maybe say aside from Envy, given that he was still very steady on that opening map of Haven. But big performance from Jeremy, huge step up from 2GE, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing from your IGL. But T1 just looking frazzled, having very limited playbook calls on that attacking side. Never really exploring into mid, always looking to go over towards that A site and always getting shut down. So good prep here from the side of Team Secret means that we go over to Lotus. It was a bit of an older favorite for Team Secret, but it also likely means that they are once again going to be playing against the ISO from Meteor.
Yes. I'll be curious to see what they want to do. Are they going to try another ISO themselves? It went so well here on Icebox. Is that something they've been prepping? Something that's been going well in scrims for them? Big questions.
Maybe a double duelist with Jesse Vash coming out on either the Rays or the Yoru.
Let's do it.
Why the hell not? Let's see what happens when we get to that map. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action from Icebox.
Ooh, if those are going to be the comps for Lotus, I cannot wait. Now, Icebox, Team Secret's map pick, they definitely made it happen here. You know, making sure they get to that third map full series against T1. T1, I guess, going back to the old pattern of doing the full series.
Yeah, you got to play all 3 maps. They got to get their reps to warm up for the next international event, right? They're going to make it, right? I'm not worried at all. Honestly, Secret, again, another great example of them bringing some good prep into a game like this, and they honestly exposed, like, if you took the nameplates off and you didn't tell me this was T1, I would say this was one of the teams that played these very contact heavy, like double duelist style. There's no dive in this comp. We're playing KO Sova. It's very kind of set piece oriented. You're droning, you're darting, you're playing around the dart and the KO knife timings, you're flashing onto a line and things like that. But other than that, it's just very dry contact, and Secret on defense played anti-contact so well. You just had off angles from Jeremy, you had Wild Oreo get the op going and win most of those op duels, and they really just exposed T1 for being way too one-dimensional at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I also think this is what happens when you play Reyna and Chamber and these kind of individual agents, but your individuals don't pop.
Yes.
I didn't feel T1 really in the server, you know? We're used to seeing Meteor dominate, we're used to seeing Buzz dominate especially, and that didn't really come to fruition in this map.
It just fizzled. Like, in the mid-round, you always bank on T1, someone to multi-frag and bail them out of a bad situation, and then when it doesn't happen, you go, oh, like, I guess that doesn't happen every game.
I mean, Team Secret was really well prepared for this map. Like you said, it was very one-dimensional from T1 here. And Team Secret, they had so many thrifties on T1. These should not have happened at all, but they were so well prepared. And like you said, you know, sometimes when it came down to like just, you know, full contact play here, Secret was just winning out a lot of these.
Yeah, they were well prepared and they were looking sharp. Like I was saying, take some degree of balls to be Chamber ISO into T1 and just go, we're going to beat you in aim duels, and then do it.
He did it with, Jeremy did it.
Yeah.
On a Sheriff, on a thrifty round. I mean, we can see
ISO
why.
ulted someone with the Sheriff. We're like, don't worry, guys, someone's going to trade him. He doesn't need a trade. He doesn't need to get traded. He just bags his head off.
He only needed one bullet.
Yeah.
He did it. So that's a really good look for Secret here. So lots to highlight and lots for Team Secret fans to be happy about and, you know, hopeful for.
Yeah, taking a look at the replays, I mean, this is the perfect example. Meteor's trying to lurk up B long on the opening part of the map. Someone's trying to walk out under tube. Wild Oreo's just posted up. He's getting the freest kills of his life, hitting every shot with the op.
Yeah, I mean, I said when we saw these agent comps that Wild Oreo might have a tough time on this op because T1 had a lot to sort of get him off the lines, but T1 trying to contact as far as they can, and he's able to move so far forward because he is a chamber.
I remember in kickoff, a lot of people, there was a few games where Jeremy was missing a couple of op shots. People were questioning his op. I think he's been pretty solid on the rifle. I think that Wild Oreo coming into the team, picking up some chamber, picking up some opping duties, does give a dimension to this Secret roster where Jeremy can just focus on the rifling. He's winning all of these rifle duels. He's playing the off angles very well. He played a great game on the ISO against one of the most heavily firepowered teams in the world and did this. 25 kills, 300 ACS. I mean, you can say what you want about Jeremy, but when he can drop numbers like that and win Team Secret a game, you've got to give some respect.
Oh, absolutely. That was phenomenal, and I hope to see Team Secret to continue performing like this on multiple maps. So we know they got Pearl.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see it today, and they performed really well on it. Now we know they have a pretty solid icebox, at least against T1.
Like, we know Team Secret have a really high level, right?
Yeah.
Team Secret can play really, really well. The problem with Team Secret, and the reason why they don't have any wins on the board this stage, is that they're not able to do it consistently.
Yeah,
so they have to show up in this map 3. Now, if you're the coach of Team Secret, if you're Meowsad down in that chair, do you want to bring ISO into map 3 and take the fight to Meteor again on Lotus?
I didn't like that they did it on Icebox, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
Though. It worked.
100% it worked. But like, would you really play that comp into T1? I don't think so. I like the idea of having all of these little tools and things like that, and maybe not relying on individual firepower, because your assumption is you're not going to beat T1 on individual firepower, but they just did it. And T1, I mean, I've been saying it since even before we started this series, like, they are a team that's vulnerable to just being a little bit sleepy and losing maps. And although Secret did play well, and I've just given them a lot of props, what was T1 doing that game? That attack side, they looked lost. They were just kept contacting into A over and over and over again, and walking into the basic crossfires between screens and rafters are getting picked apart.
Well, would you bring ISO back onto the map? To ask you your own question.
I wouldn't, like, if we hadn't had it prepared, I wouldn't randomly change it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think if Jeremy clearly has some affinity to ISO, he's able to play it very well. If you want to unlock your players, it's definitely one approach you can take, and we're seeing lots of others. Lots of other coaches.
They did play the Waylay on Lotus last time. They played Waylay on Icebox. Yeah. They dumped the Waylay on Icebox and ran in with this comp. It worked well for them. I liked actually some of the things that they were doing with their Waylay on Lotus when I saw it from Team Secret, if I'm honest. I liked the way that they post up the Waylay on Rubble, and then they can just give. I thought they had some great ideas and some great protocols. It didn't get them a win when they did play. They did win with the very standard meta comp in Kickoff, a good game against RRQ, so we know that they have some degree of being able to play this map, at least with the very standard comp. And for T1, I mean, you know what you're going to get, guys. It's going to be the single Sova, you're playing the double duelist with the ISO Yoru, and T1's just going to do, or is it it's the Raze this map, isn't it? I think it's the Raze.
Raze,
I mean,
yeah.
Almost certainly we don't expect changes from T1 at this point. I mean,
ISO Raze, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're so well built on these maps. They have such good protocols. They played, you know, very similarly the whole way through.
Yeah.
Their winning Masters run. So why change now if they believe in the style?
Except in the final against G2. And I think there's actually some lessons to be learned there. Like, the way that G2 won that game was a lot of patience, a lot of just waiting for T1 to aggress on a lot of angles. I really liked, actually, the way that they played the Rubble fight, breaking the door a lot of the time and using a Viper wall. So, honestly, when I think about that game and the way that G2 played that, with the Viper wall and the Teo comp that they played, I think if you're Secret and you want to take some learnings from that, they could go back to the Viper comp themselves and the super standard meta comp and try to adopt some of those same strengths that you got from G2 in that Masters game.
Okay, I think Team Secret has the tools. They have the players, they have the tools, they do have the ability to beat T1. Yes, they are the Masters champions. They got into the grand finals of Kickoff, but Secret and this squad has so much experience. They have a lot of raw firepower. They showed it, they reminded us just now on Icebox. So I want to ask you guys, pose this question. Do you think your predictions are correct?
I'm still not too worried, personally. I think T1 will be able to close out on map 3, especially on Lotus, a map where T1 have been historically very good. I mean, I think Team Secret, you know, they have a lot of potential. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think I would still lean Team 1's way heading into map 3, because I just don't, you know, they win their own map pick, and I get it. They went a little bit offbeat, a little bit off meta, kind of surprised T1, but I don't see it happening again. I would expect a more similar matchup to Haven, where, you know, T1 are also excellent, and I think Lotus is very similar to that.
T1 always drops a map and wins the series. Secret always wins a map and loses a series.
Okay.
Every time. Every time. It just happens every time. Since Kickoff.
It's true. That is definitely the pattern, and patterns have been, you know, following the trend so far in Pacific. I don't know if this is where we break the pattern. You know what? I think Secret could do it.
I'd like Secret to win.
Maybe, like, I'm wondering if I should
For the same reason I wanted Boom to win in Kickoff. I just want it to be chaotic. I don't want to watch a round-robin group stage where the teams that we all expect to win the games, because then, when we get to the end of it, it's kind of a little bit played out. So I love Secret to throw some chaos in, and what will they be bringing here? it's looking standard. It's not the Viper approach. It is Jesse Vash back on the Cypher. He does like to play a little bit that. Jeremy's going to be on the Raze instead of the Waylo. So Secret continuing to change up the comps map to map to map on Lotus.
I don't hate it though. Jeremy back on the Raze, I kind of miss it.
Yeah, he's good on it. I mean, T1, we're seeing the Raze and the ISO once
But
again.
the Viper,
from then.
there's not a Cypher. They're going Viper instead of Cypher this time. And they're throwing in the Fade there instead of the Sova.
Yeah, so small changes there, which is quite big for T1 to do, but
Yeah.
stylistically, it's not going to be massive changes, though. I will say the double duelist should still be the focus point of this comp.
All right, well, we are getting the full series, and of course we're getting the full series with T1 and Team Secret here. Let's send it back to the casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
It felt like it was an inevitability. Maybe not as much after the first map, but once we got to the halfway point of that icebox, it's like, okay, yeah, this one's going to go the distance. We knew the teams that we had here, but the question is, which one of them walks away victorious? Is it going to be Team Secret regaining their throne, their title, I should say, as kind of the Titan Slayers, the Robin Hoods of Pacific? Or will it be T1? Let's find out. 2-2 in pistols so far across the set. Let's see who gains the lead from here.
You gotta look at these minor changes that T1 has made. Early clear of the Prowler. Hiding Meteor in the corner.
Salvo's in a fault line out, but yep, Meteor still hidden for the moment. That stealth drone as well, not spotting. He's just gonna stay tucked here for the moment. As Izu able to find two, gives up his life to the boom bot to be able to get that advantage, but it's quickly traded back and equalizes. Wild Oreo on the peak does get rid of stacks.
Jesse's not seeing anything over at A towards Rubble.
He's also a little bit stuck, but never mind, just fights his way out. Finds the kill on the Silva. Now the C side completely opened up. It's just Buzz and Meteor to try to be the difference makers here.
See what they can do.
Shots just a hair off finding any kind of connection there. Salvo cycle back up. Gets the break here onto the shield. Chance for a reset here for Meteor, but needs to find a kill. But that bar is wearing thin. It's a double tap now, expiring. Instant headshot. Wild Oreo taking him down. Spot out on the Meteor. He's just going to be surrounded. Dealt with. Team Secret. 3-2 in pistols. Once again, they've had every single opening pistol of the map so far.
Yep, they've been really clean. And the trap never really got to be sprung. It was a good TP out by 2GE. Izu there, huge stuff.
I mean, you mentioned the changes here being put on display from T1.
Yeah.
We'll see how they look as we go deeper into this, but I have to suspect maybe it's because the last two times they played at Lotus were losses. They're both over at Bangkok, but they lost to G2, they lost to Vitality. Maybe they thought that, okay, we have to iterate on this a little bit more.
It was starting to get red a little bit. I mean, some of the combos they were setting up with the Sova and the ISO were starting to get figured out. So now you're trying to establish a little bit more map control with the Viper, using that toxic screen and other things to kind of make things a little bit more difficult. You don't have a Vice in here, which is what a lot of teams like to run with.
There's the peek out. So Orb just going to be snatched up here. Jeremy, 3 charges towards that showstopper, and all of Secret making their way out. They'll leave Jeremy in position, try to get a catch, just in case the pivot comes through out towards the mound.
Well, they're making a pretty good read.
Locating targets.
Haven't seen much, but just seemingly making a little bit of contact and expecting rotations out of T1 because of it.
Zach's got the reveal onto at least one there. Shifts around. It's in a position here at the door. Doesn't opt to go for the push, and it is going to be the call back, but they've left 3 players on this C site, so decent numbers to try to contend with this. As Meteor able to clear this. Snakebite now going to be thrown down. The undercut as well, just to try to slow things up. Might have to be a pivot into the B side as, yep, the door is going to be tapped. Stacks backpedaling, gets situated here at connector, but he doesn't know if there's going to be anyone approaching from behind. Plan can now come through. A couple seconds to spare on this. There's a swing out. Seeking kills, but none being found. It's looking like a flawless here as Jeremy pushing forward. I mean, yeah, got to play this out a little bit more cautiously, and gets the knife for some added mental damage. Flawless here from the side of Team Secret as they move up 2-0.
Where's that Tondo Gaming? It's been a while.
That it has.
And he was going for it. Nicely done. Really good pivots on the map.
10 seconds left.
Rerouted to C, thought, that's a lot of contact there with that vulnerable snake bite poison cloud combo. If that had been delayed like another half a second, it might have gotten a kill for T1, but
this is when Secret are at their scariest. They're vibing when they're feeling like, okay, we can go for this. We can go for these knives. Sees Nade out.
There.
Still so much weaponry for Team Secret to work with.
Ooh, Buzz looking for an exit path. Does manage to get out to safety.
3 players on half armor for T1. So that Outlaw could do a lot of damage for Jeremy if he can find the opportunities, but so far T1 being good about not giving those up. They're playing very slow. Just trying to see what the reactions are going to be out of T1 with this new comp. Trying to get reads, I suspect, on the utility and what that means for the positioning of T1's forces.
Probably checks on the 1, but rotation's already called here. T1 looking to reinforce that C site once again. Even stacks drifting away from A. They have Izu tucked in just on the entry here of B. But so much free space being gained at the moment here for the side of Team Secret.
Oh yeah.
Breaking the door, pivot getting ready to come through. Jeremy, oh, a little bit of a botch on the paint shell. Can't clear the haunt, but Izu's just swinging in to try to capitalize, but he completely gets caught off guard. Buzz, quick transition though. Mo's down 3. Bit of juggling here on the weaponry. There's 2 GE. Forced back, and Buzz bails him out of what was looking like it was going to be a horrendous anti-bonus round. As Meteor will find the final kill, and it's just the 1 casualty at the end of it all.
Jeez, ridiculous from Buzz. Absolutely ridiculous. I thought he was dead when he walked in there. I was like, oh boy, you got 2 players looking at this angle. That often doesn't go well, but he catches them kind of at a moment where they're just thinking about planting that spike. So nails the timing, nails the shots. Puts a nail in the round. Nicely done. Still some work to do here. Rifles abound. Economy's very important for both teams. Coming out of this one, huge dump of util, has to TP out of there. Does Sylvan, able to do so. But the poison cloud makes it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just some space opened up. Orbs now being handed to Envy. 3 charges from that Rolling Thunder. Thought maybe they would continue just trying to funnel Jeremy, given that he's so close to the showstopper. They want that extra oomph on these approaches to the sites.
That is kind of interesting. I kind of would have thought so as well. Probably would have put you in pretty good cycles for those ults. You just showstopper 1 round, Rolling Thunder the next round. Another smoke going to be popped by Sylvan. Meteor sliding on in to try to help.
Counter Paranoia going to be thrown TP into the corner. This is get red at all. Meteor's able to find 1, but oh boy. Whiff City there from the side of Sylvan, desperately trying to drag that crosshair over. He's unable to do so. 2 GE does get noted here as Izu. Peek in, finding 1, looking for a little bit more, interrupts the plant. Now just down to 2v3. The swing in, Buzz. Snappy to readjust, finds the headshot. Wild Oreo now very much pinned in this position. Just 20 health to his name. Flashback to offset, Buzz goes to the peak. Now down to Jesse Vash, the showstopper at his feet, no! He cannot pull the trigger, Jesse Vash, just a bit faster. And that is gonna be salt in the wounds for T1, an ult committed, but no round win. Secret up 3-1.
Ooh. Like the ideas, don't know what was going on with Sylvan there. He had been in that corner for quite a while when he had TP'd. Don't know if he just waited a bit too long or something like that. Great stuff from Jesse. And as usual, cool as a cucumber is Jesse Vash. It's a sick clutch. He's 5-1, and he's just, yeah, not bad, not bad.
Tell that the wheels are starting to come off here. T1 getting frazzled on having their usual crispness in their aim, their usual confidence. Paranoia out, they want to go ahead and fight over Mound. Wild Oreo not caught at all by the blind. Shuts him down, Meteor gonna be ushered out into the open. As Wild Oreo able to collect a 3rd kill. Armageddon now online. Buzz Missing the timing to find that shot. Gets him lined up though, finds himself a third. My God.
Down, C.
It's like Buzz. One guy who's still very much looking to win the game.
He got a collapse.
Was a stack, an opportunity, the one that is narrowly missed. A head scratcher of a round, just insanity on display. But still, Secret finding the victory at the end.
I don't mind the idea here at all from T1 to be aggressive off that orb tap. See if you can catch him sleeping a little bit. Wild Oreo so prepared for it. And then Buzz does crazy stuff with the Sheriff, and Stacks almost follows up. Tons of ults, though, for Team Secret. So they've been kind of cycling them around so they can get a bunch in play. This could be a brutal round, especially with the economy where it's at for the side of T1.
Showstopper now here. Jeremy lunging forward. Ooh, shorts it, sends it into the wall. Not quite what you want to be seeing here. Now he's going to be all on his lonesome. Gets taken down as Meteor comes away with 2. Reestablishes the aim. 2GE popped. As it's just back-to-back confusion. This time, T1 looking to come away with a win. Perhaps in flawless fashion, as Jesse not really leading any credence to Buzz's position behind the box. So T1 will go ahead and find their second round victory. As, yeah, Secret just gummed up on entry into the B site.
Yep, a little bit awkward. And then, you know, Meteor with a double tap up. Good luck. Look at that. Caught the TP, so he knew he could not, he didn't have to go for that other orb. Crazy good stuff. I mean, it's just coming down to these scrappy fights. It's just who can kind of outguess who on the timing and the positioning, and who's going to hit their shots a little bit cleaner. I mean, Rubble control be damned. Let's just brawl.
Oh, now it's Secret back onto a thrifty attempt, and okay, Oreo going to be taken down. Still been able to find Jeremy. As Izu does get picked, so just the 1 kill, as you said. 2GE getting into that B site is able to come away with 1. Sylvan fairly well convinced that he's in this spot, but Jesse Bash claws his way out. All info gained. 2GE here. Already situated as the Rolling Thunder going to go across. Just the push back onto Buzz, but it buys them a little bit of space, a little bit of time. And Stacks tries to make his way around. Prowler to try to check. I believe gets cleared out. And he loses the fight. 2GE to 27 health. Oh, the wheels have indeed come off. As Team Secret get themselves a thrifty.
Yes, this should do.
It's a bit sus. I mean, good start. 2GE there, teleporting right towards the back of B site. Right off the rip, throws a smoke into it and jumps into it. It catches T1 completely off guard. Nice work by him, and then Jesse just tucks into a corner, and for some reason, T1's pushing out there. I think you gotta calm the boys down a bit. Stacks is scratching his head, unsure of exactly what to make of all this, and some frustration from Meteor. I mean, it's just a little bit of, it's chaotic for sure, but you can control the chaos a bit better and not give up those. I mean, those 2 kills to Jesse are what turned the round around. Without that, it's probably just a pretty, you know, maybe a few more kills are found for Team Secret, but looking at a cleaner round for sure for T1, and instead they make kind of a questionable decision. I mean, they're trying to get aggressive, but it's so cute.
It is, but I mean, that sign might have to be rewritten after tonight. Given the way that this is going. Heavy setup over towards A. Undercut at the ready.
By any means necessary.
Meteor's got his ult, so he could just launch it right off the rip.
Sends it. Buzz hits the mid-transit headshot.
Oh, Buzz.
He's been good about that.
He's had some moments, but so is Team Secret today. They've had some crazy good ones.
For now, looks like 2GE just going to be left in a bit of a flank position here. Go on the lurk. Izu. Still about to come his way over towards B main. Just clears that out. Stay tucked back. We'll go ahead and drop the pin. Solid little game sense here from Stax. Sends out that Prowler. Does note the forward presence here of 2GE. In the meantime, Jesse Vash trying to sneak his way forward in towards this C site. He's drifted back, but back is just facing Sylvan. He happily collects the kill. Looks like they still want to try to play into this, though. Sylvan considering a reposition. Instead, just going to be cycling the smokes here. Paranoia still at the ready. Oop, double push out. Saw that pixel out of place. Paranoia not going to be connecting. Going to be slipping the net. Gets around the back, plays it quietly. Waits for his moment to strike, trying to see if there's going to be anybody else here. And oh my God, he's absolutely beefed it!
Not again.
And that's one you might be you might be feeling a little bit rough about tonight. The insomnia might strike.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker. God, what a shot from Buzz. Sylvan just finding some good timings, getting a little lucky. Reacting so nicely there to Envy. I mean, he never saw Envy come in. He only saw the shoulder of Wild Oreo.
Oh, that was just...
That's, I mean...
Grass-fed, non-GMO. Free, just...
Organic.
Free range.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Meteor is on an island.
He's in trouble.
And he is not going to be able to escape. Sylvan now has joined him on said island, and both will not find rescue. Orb is being taken by Stax out of the open with no cover, no information. Is Izu able to transfer on the two, but suddenly Buzz is by himself. Showstopper going to be called out, sends it, short sit, as Jeremy is able to get away. Headshot will connect, and I don't know what's happening anymore.
I'm just here for the ride. This is fun. I don't really care.
I don't know how I feel about this ride.
I am
It's just madness. I'm a bit confused about having an ISO try to solo hold C mound off the rip. I don't know if this is just a bit of a miscommunication here between Meteor and Sylvan.
So they're out, and then, yeah, the salvos come down. They're kind of stuck out there.
Yeah.
But I agree. Why are you there to begin with?
No, it's not a position you can easily hold with just an ISO, unless you expect a 1v1.
Somebody must have called that all 5 were at Mount, because otherwise I don't know why the hell Stax is trying to grab an orb.
That might be. Also that. The whole thing was... It seems like heads are a little lost today.
You go back to elementary school, learn how to count to 5. Well, Buzz. Up tier at Rubble. Prowler on the scout, swinging on the corner, and Jeremy finds the kill. Only just a tiny bit of damage taken. Gonna widely be shrugged off.
Oh, he just missed the kill contract. Meteor went for it, and it hit nothing. He was all the way back in spawn. Why?
I don't know. Stax on the repeat. Rewarded. It's Jeremy gonna be taken down. Has a tiny little cubby to tuck away in. Jesse Vash, though. Sliding forward, gets himself into the site, notes Izu's position, and they have no clue. The craziness continues.
Well, I think you're seeing what the lack of a Cypher is doing to this defensive side for T1. I mean, Meteor's probably just dead. Just go knife him, Jesse. Do it again.
He might.
Do it again.
He probably will.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the call.
Do it!
Nope, okay. He's turning it over a new leaf.
he's a changed man.
Changed man.
In his old age.
Armageddon shoving back Izu. Tries to send out the snake bite to go ahead and get disrupt on the plant. Stax. Counter swing. He's able to find Jeffy Bash after Sylvan falls, and now we go into a 2v2. Stax finding the first, spotting the second. Closes it out with a 4K. T1 pick up a 4th round win.
Why not?
I feel like this.
What's up?
This game, this map is like modern art because I don't understand it.
Oh, okay. Now I see.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's just a lot of like.
I'm like, oh, there's elements of this thing over here, but then I don't know what the correlation is between these two things in the piece.
I think if you want to really simplify it, if you want to find like the simplest answer here, it's that both teams are kind of running new comps and they look a little shaky on it. if that makes sense. Especially T1, I think, without that Cypher there, for those trips to kind of keep track of things, I think is causing them some gaps in their defense that Jesse is doing a great job exploiting.
Sure. Well, bunch of spam damage out.
Run.
Another attempt at a bit of a thrifty here, which Secret have been, they've been getting those through.
Yep.
Jeremy with an orb take gets him a showstopper.
High-low. But a good paranoia, if a good flashes could really just nullify that high-low. So that's kind of a gamble there, being taken by Buzz and Sylvan.
Meteor. Oh. Spot onto each other. Jesse has the confidence, goes for the swing, wins it out. Buzz now having to drop away. Stealth drone not going to be cleared out. Paranoia sent. Showstopper avoided. Sylvan able to find Jeremy. It's a decent amount of damage. Jesse Fast trying his luck once again over at stairs, but this time Stacks. He's down to scrap.
Now you've just got B-Site with Izu. Still has a snake bite though. They're actually going to pivot all the way towards Stacks, try to challenge him again. He's been playing solo on A, and they're going to try to see if they can capitalize. Scoop up a gun.
Grabs the weapon left there by Jesse Bash. 2GE intercepting into the B site, opens it up as Buzz does fall. Now a 3v3. Envy with a Sheriff, still something to be concerned about. Still very deadly push into the smoke, and 2GE at the ready. Snake Bite able to find one. Now it's left to Stacks once again to try to clutch it out. Has to break his way through the door and is able to do so. Minimizes damage taken. Haunt, no reveal. Oh no, 2GE. He ends up getting caught by it, and he somehow survives! 8 HP! Denies the clutch away from Stacks, gets himself a 4K. As Team Secret get up to 7 on the attack half.
It's just crazy. I mean, this is a huge win for 2GE there. Buzz just not anticipating this. Again, it's this lack of info and the lack of understanding of negative space for T1. I think there's just been a crutch here with a Sova and a Cypher on this comp for so long that you have such good awareness of what's going on around the map. Without that, I think it's a little hard for them to keep their mental in check. Meanwhile, Team Secret's happy to just drag them into the mud. Especially Jesse.
Ooh, this time, not quite going to be ready for it. The read, but just not quite the shot. Izu considering a re-swing, just does a quick little jiggle peek as Buzz pushes forward the vulnerable landing at Jeremy's feet, the headshot connecting as well. T1. A 5v2. My brain says surely not, but stranger things have happened. Had 2G gotten that kill on the Sylvan, then oh boy, I was going to be a firm believer. Wild Oreo going to look to try to make a go of this, but Buzz quickly will shut it down. 7-5 at the half as we swap sides.
Well, I guess the big question is how attacker-sided is Lotus today? You know, because it's been some good defense on Icebox for the side of Team Secret. If they can pull that together on Lotus as well, they could find themselves with a big upset win and a desperately needed one. Like you were saying, the worlds where they can get to playoffs, I don't know if there are any anymore after dropping a map, but
from what I was told, it was 99% coming into today that they weren't going to qualify and it would take a bunch of different tiebreakers.
Yeah, just like crazy.
And I don't know if them dropping a map has made those tiebreakers impossible, or if it's tiebreakers fully based on just series win record and head-to-heads type deal. I don't know. But what I will say is it's not looking great for those odds. But if they can close out the series, it's at least looking good for them in stage 2.
True. It brings hope back to this Team Secret team that has always been so competitive in Pacific. This year has really been a struggle for them for sure. T1 today, just after Haven, they just haven't looked as crisp. They haven't looked as clean. Doesn't seem like some of that coordination is there. They're kind of trying to make some of these hero plays that yes, they can work. Yes, there is that caliber of player, but that's not a recipe for successful Valorant in the long run.
Just look at the alternating pattern here.
Yeah, it's a checkerboard.
Just taking turns, throwing in clutching, throwing in clutching.
Yep. Getting ready to start a ska band there.
Yep.
I'm glad you get that. I know you do, because I know you two are a big ska fan. Oh boy.
Pain shell around the corner. That is going to do some significant damage. As Meteor ends up dying. Buzz down to 28, and the trap play here from Team Secret. A Gen-G-esque outside of B main. T1 now have their work cut out for them. Looks like they still want to commit potentially into B. Well, they'll let the door pivot. Stack's going to be backpedaling. Has to be wary about any kind of approach, any kind of aggression out of that A main position, or he can try to join in.
Cover going out.
That smoke should give it away that they're at least thinking about C. Yeah, that's going to put Team Secret on the move. This is taking too long. Stax is going to go on a fact-finding exploration. If he can find the space on A, he might call for the rotate. Smoke dissipated on C with 0 utility or contact for Team Secret, so
30 seconds.
They got to go now if they're going to go.
Left.
Another smoke cycled forward here onto the C site, and it looks like they're still just going to kind of continue forward. Stax is in. He's making some noise, and this is baiting Team Secret over towards this side of the map. Stax,
he's done it.
I mean, what a salesman. Get this guy a promotion, it would seem.
10 seconds left.
As Envy will find that kill. And now you've got 3 players entrenched on the C site versus 5. Sylvan taking a close approach. Does he go for the jiggle? I think he's just going to try to stay behind the box. Nope. Swings out. Puts a little bit of damage down. Sets up the one-way. Paranoia connecting at this range. Doesn't mind that too much. Looks for the right clicks. Just a tiny bit of damage taken there. As Buzz needing to come away with something. Finds the first. The headshot connecting. Izu getting another.
Last player standing.
Not much HP between the two of them, though. It's just Buzz with 14. Another paint shell cycled up. Sends it. Iffy going to be dead. Is that shot? Buzz! What an unbelievable Red Bull clutch the 4K to get the pistol. And from how this round started, you could have never predicted.
10 seconds left.
It's only T1. It's only T1.
Oh my God.
Just when you think they're cooked, just when you think Team Secret's gonna pull off a huge upset, this happens.
I mean, he's trying to stay calm and collected on the outside, but inside he's just like, can't believe I did it.
Yep.
Can't believe I just did that.
He's trying to look cool for the camera.
Oh man. I mean, I'm not sure what to believe. Is it Buzz's skill or is it Sliggy's curse? I'm sure he was thinking that was going to be done just like the rest of us. As okay, we're right back into the chaos. Push in, Sylvan. Looking for a little bit of damage, and okay, eventually we'll snap in to find the kill. 2 casualties though. And anymore, it's going to be catastrophic here for the side of T1.
He got lucky on that right click. Envy should have had him dead to right. Jesse might.
Jesse finds a headshot, but Buzz, I think he's feeling a little bit angry now. A 3K, a showstopper online as they go into the bonus, but a hell of a lot of damage dealt here by Team Secret.
He's got a showstopper now because he's frying. Oh. Envy just opened that door and smoked Meteor. Meteor was popping his shield, and he just clicked on his head 3 times in a row.
Sylvan, I'm thinking, is probably wondering, like, how the hell am I still alive?
That's what I was wondering. So he wouldn't be alone in that.
Put him on that, what was that TV show? It's like, I should be dead or whatever.
Yeah.
A miraculous survival.
Unbelievable. This has just been crazy, crazy map. No way you dry peek this. Ooh, okay, okay.
Certainly not.
Just getting a little info. Do you see the Tejo there? Kind of expected. You're going to get the drone baited out as well, so that's a huge win. Stax is like, you know, they've been leaving A kind of wide open. There's some Cypher util here, but forcing them to play for retake when we have a showstopper feels pretty nice. Are they going to rip the showstopper, though, to make sure it's clear? Yeah, they are.
Yep, they are. Sends it, takes the rope. It's looking for anything that he can. Envy, oh, the peek out, but the rocket's already been sent. Instead, it's just going to be a little bit of damage taken there by Buzz. As Meteor forced away from the angle. And he's gonna re-swing. A couple more shots sent, but the salvos will force him down. So the double tap shield going to be expiring. No chance at a reset now, but Meteor's still able to find one. Looks for a second, gets it. Wild Oreo put down. Already some damage dealt. Drop. Should be noted there by Buzz. They're just shoulder to shoulder through that smoke. 2G, however, able to find the fight. Jesse Bash comes up with one of his own. 2G trying to fight forward. Stack just dancing around the door. The fancy footwork, and the time is gone. 2GE now going to be locked in, no way to escape. The spike will claim him, and T1, never mind, Sylvan will claim it. He'll give his life for that, but everyone's going to die. As T1 convert the bonus and get themselves the lead.
This is insanity. Just all it takes is one hero play from Buzz, and all of a sudden T1 starting to click again. Good reads from Stacks. In a good, mostly good post-plant positioning. You know, Jesse has been really sharp on this map. Able to take out Izu when he's tucked right around the corner with a stinger. Speaking of stingers, a couple for Team Secret, a Guardian for Jesse. 16 and 10.
It's a little change up. We'll shift over. So just the one stinger, 3 sheriffs though. Team Secret needing to find some of that thrifty magic before this map starts getting away from them. But Envy, oh boy, wrecked. 5 HP remaining. Meteor wanted to go in for the kill collection, is able to do so.
Like the setup with the frag.
Triple setup here outside of the door. Shield's gonna be broken, and Meteor unable to reset the aim. Buzz blinded up, finds one, finds two, sees now that Jeremy is just around the corner. Boombot not gonna bounce out the way that he wanted, but he'll just go in, peek to the right click, strikes him down. Buzz is absolutely on one.
You can tell he's feeling it. By the way he's moving, he's so quick. That is, as we like to say, Angry Buzz. Just crazy stuff. Can Jesse do any more damage here? Round is over.
He's lowest cash behind here on the team.
Ninja defuse? Ninja defuse? Come on.
You'd have to get on it right now.
Yeah, he can't. It's too late.
This is no problem.
And looks for a little bit more. Finds the headshot. Izu takes him down and does die. So he does find some value.
It's the wily veteran there. Anything you can get out of that. Like the setup again. The paint shell's in too. The double tap. And then Buzz is just, oh my god, that's fast. Goodness.
Timeout call now here from the Team Secret camp. Somehow, in all of the craziness that we've been witnessing on this map, there's only been 2 timeouts called now.
That's rather surprising. But I guess it's been really back and forth, so.
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit difficult to find a timing when you're winning every other round.
Yeah. Like, what are you gonna say?
Slow things down, take a deep breath. Buzz go kill.
Buzz go kill. That seems like a good strat to me, because it's been paying off pretty nicely. I mean, man, Team Secret. This is a toughie. You're putting up such a good fight. I mean, no matter what, you're going to come out of this match. I think you should feel pretty good about yourselves. You know, okay, you lose today, you're out of playoffs. So what? You look good against the best team on the planet.
There.
Gave them a hell of a run for their money.
Good God. Just tallied it up. Buzz, to this point, 61 kills in the map.
Wow.
37.
In the match.
Yeah, in the match, I should say. 37 across the first 2. And now 24 here. 2GE, this is an unorthodox spot. Prowler kind of gives it away, though, so just has to go ahead and back off. As this time, Meteor not going to whip the grab. Does have Jesse Bash. He's been crisp. Has a Guardian, breaks the shield, but Meteor able to find the headshot, gets the reset. Buzz, even on that swing, is able to find some damage. 2GE going to be taken down. riding the wall here is Meteor. With Buzz alongside him, it's just an unstoppable force right now. The Buzz will fall. A little bit of a cut in the KDA. Meteor right there with 3 of his own. Again, the economy shattered.
What a neat little play there with that contingency.
Yeah.
That was so cool. He's just kind of wall riding. And then he sees him and just springs into action with Buzz at the same time. That is a very cool setup. And just, yeah, double tap helps too. Of course, winning that kill contract. For a moment there, I almost said, my money's on Jesse. He's been so sharp.
Yeah. They're still buying down a bit. I mean, lost bonus obviously is there for them. It's been a massive streak for the side of T1. Jesse glass cannon with that Guardian in hand.
Well, but they've got some ults too. They can make a meal of this. Judge for 2GE. This is definitely doable for Team Secret. Look at that! Look at those tripwire setups from Jesse.
Just looking to try to see if they could just bounce into one and then into the other. Buzz goes up and over the top of both. On the hunt, swinging the corner. Jesse was able to shut him down before. Looks like this time not going to be given the opportunity. Buzz just rerouting, running down the wick there, just buy as much space and time here for the team. As we now go into the post plant. Countering showstopper here from Jeremy. As he just sent it into the smoke, would be rewarded for it. Sends it close, Izu. Getting an immense amount of damage, then going to be flushed out of him, being able to find one. Buzz picks up one, back pedals, rolling thunder, crashing across, hitting 2 players here towards backside. Meteor desperately trying to stay alive, sends the contingency. He's able to get Wild Oreo off the back of that.
What?
Buzz now stuck. I don't know what just happened.
What was that?
It just felt like it was going to continue going, and then it ended. This is one of the weirdest rounds that I've ever commentated.
I don't understand. I'm so lost. Buzz is just like spraying into the box.
Okay, so what?
He wasn't flashed. Was he?
No. So contingency comes up, kills Oreo. He goes down. Paranoia. Oh, and he just finds him up over the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not alone.
Yeah, that last word, yeah, I'm right there with you. Up shot going wide. A little bit of damage going to be taken here. Undercut connecting. You just have to backpedal out. I'd like to start a GoFundMe for Paper Thin and I's psychological evaluations after this.
Yes, please. I'm going to need a little bit of assistance.
I think we're going to go straight to the hospital.
Yes. It is. It's been a map. I mean, they're just kind of... I mean, it makes sense with T1. You're going to death ball around this map. Try to find the weak side. See if you can just brute force your way through. I mean, that's everything you could ever want as Jesse.
Well,
where did that tether go?
It's caught him, but they're avoiding him. Armageddon not leading to much there. As the plank gets ready to come in, Buzz finding one, looking for a little bit more. Jesse Bash just going to be blinded out. Flushed out as Sylvan comes up with one. Gonna be in a row.
Last player
Just going to get taken down. 10 HP, not enough to make it happen. Jeremy weaves a shot through. Meteor on the floor. Swaps over to the Vandal. Just can't line it up. Stacks dancing around him. Match point now locked in for the side of T1 as they look to pull off an absolutely flawless attack side. Nothing gained here for Team Secret.
Well, this is classic Lotus in a way. You're kind of curious about the team that starts on the defender side. You're like, I don't know, maybe. And then this happens.
Yeah.
They're just running them over now. I mean, they're just turning up the tempo, throwing util. And another timeout, the last one from Team Secret, to try to see if there's anything they can do. Take 5 in a row. I don't know what the economy's like. It can't be great because you just bought an op.
I would say crazier things have happened, but nothing is crazier than this map.
Well, that's very true.
Like, T1's been clean in the round wins, but the manner in which some of these rounds have taken place, even in this second half, have just been insane.
It's chaos.
Yeah.
You never know where there's going to be some flank. Somebody's trying some weird stuff with util. Meteor's running in with his contingencies, or they're popping at the perfect moment to save his bacon. I mean, it's just been... It's been fun. I'll say that.
Oh, yes, doctor. I'd like an MRI, please. Well, what seems to be the problem? I just casted T1 versus Team Secret. Oh, my God. Get in here quickly.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Lay down on the table.
Get
Don't
this
move.
man an IV.
29 here from the side of Buzz. Looking to drop.
My God.
30.
He's just
good. Just say good.
So good. What else? I don't have any more words to describe how good he's looked on this map. I'm out of adjectives. Stellar, super, stupendous. Good. Really good.
It's you and me.
Kill contract, not going to come up with anything there. There's quick clear on the tripwire, quick rotation here from Team Secret. Jesse able to find Buzz as Oreo and Envy just kind of take over the round. Jeremy with the finisher. And just like that, able to go ahead and smother out the flame of T1. 4 more to go.
Well, the call there was just, look, they've been going A. Let's stack it, react to it, deal with it. And they do so quite nicely, and now they're going to get guns back in hand. So from here on out, if this goes to overtime, Team Secret's economy should be fine, mostly.
Well, first round here on the defense for Team Secret. He said economy still very strong from the side of T1.
Yes. I mean, when you win 7 in a row, 8 in a row.
7 in this half, 8 if you count last
Going
round
back
of
to
the first half.
7 in this half, thank you. No ults really to speak of.
Yeah, from the shadows from Sylvan, that's about it. No one else in the lobby having anything. Buzz 3 away from a showstopper, 2 from a pit here from Izu.
You won't see Sylvan do any crazy stuff like Art does on Omen on this map, where he just TPs into spawn and tries to cause chaos. You know what? Do it. Just do it. Do it.
Okay.
Ah, come on, man.
A little bit more balance. Just checks out. Backside. Nothing going to be spotted there. Ooh, couple shots on the door. Envy tucked away. Finds the kill quickly. Blast pack not connected. The undercut going to be going out. And Buzz is able to go ahead and find that one before Wild Oreo trades it back. Stacks finding Vash. Keeps it now at a 3v3. But the spike is on the floor, and Wild Oreo is here to protect it. Meteor narrowly coming away with the kill here on the 2GE is Izu. Spike now recoverable. As he gets it into a 1v1. Paint shell sent, but Izu sprinting away. He's going to get a pit off this plant.
This could be it. Yes, absolutely go for this.
Huge wraparound. Jeremy sending it back over. Goes for the tap on the door. Tells Izu all that he needs to know. So I think, yeah, he needs to play this out through main. A bit more ambiguity.
Let's have the boom bot.
Cleared. Oh, blast pack on his face. Hits him with another, but he's just down to no HP. Izu will go ahead and bring this madness to its conclusion. 13-8. T1 always going the distance. Still maintaining the wins. They take down Team Secret, and they lock their position in the playoffs here at Stage 1.
I mean, you do have to be really happy with Team Secret. This is the best we've seen from them in a while. And they really put up a good fight. They had a good read on Icebox. It looked like for a map and a half, they were just as sharp, if not sharper than T1 in terms of their aim, in terms of their reactions, in terms of their teamwork. And then Lotus was, well, it was a map.
It was a map.
It was a map.
I think it's worth saying, Team Secret, always a team that has a pretty good sense of humor about things. Taking a look at them in the lobby, all of them, except for Jesse Bash, have T1 icons.
Did they? Oh, it's so funny.
So I think they knew that this was going to be a tough battle. They knew who they were facing against. They also knew their standing as far as playoffs were concerned. Unfortunately, though, for Team Secret, this is the hard lock on them not making it into the playoffs here at Stage 1. But given the performances here today, that Icebox, the iterations that we're seeing, the ISO from Envy, or from Jeremy, if that's something that continues, Team Secret could absolutely be a heavy hitter there in Stage 2. It was a good bounce back after a fairly one-sided affair on Haven. I liked what we saw. We saw some decent perseverance. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it down to Bella once more to close out the evening on stage with a winner's interview. So we'll go ahead and hear from one of the players on T1.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and the interview for today, Mr. Buzz. Hello, if we could have you join us here. 버즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. Wow, your clutch on Lotus, that was what sealed the deal. And you told me last week, next T1 interview, that's going to be me. Now you earned it. What do you want to say? 오늘 로터스 클러치부터 이렇게 딱 버즈 선수가 정말 대활약을 해줬습니다. 저번 주에 저한테 T1 인터뷰 다음 거 제가 하겠습니다라고 했는데 자, 한마디 해주시죠.
일단은 조금 힘들게 이겨서 조금 불만이 많지만 그래도 이겨서 너무 좋고요. 오늘 나왔던 문제점들 고쳐서 다음 경기에 잘 대비해야 될 것 같습니다.
I mean, I think our match didn't pan out the way we anticipated it to be, but I think we know what to fix, and we're gonna prep for that, and we'll play better next time. You started off great on Haven. You had the upper hand on the mind games against Team Secret. I want to know, why were you guys so focused on hitting that A main? 이제 헤이븐에서도 팀 시크릿이랑 심리전은 T1이 압승했잖아요. 근데 궁금했던 게 계속해서 A맨을 때렸던 그 이유가 딱히 있었을까요?
그냥 저희가 A메인 계속 가서 이기니까 이것만 해도 이기겠다 싶어가지고 계속 했던 거 계속 똑같이 했던 것 같습니다.
There wasn't really any specific reason behind it. You know, we went there and we won the round, so hey, why not keep hitting it until, you know, it doesn't work? And we took that map. All right, that Icebox comp, the chamber ISO that Team Secret prepped, what was your initial reaction when you saw it? 아이스박스 조합도 좀 처음에 보고 놀랐을 것 같긴 해요. 좀 팀원들이랑 무슨 이야기를 나눴는지 한번 물어봐도 될까요?
일단은 뭐 그냥 하던 대로 하자는 얘기가 많이 있었던 것 같고 저도 아이소를 봤을 때 딱히 크게 생각이 없었는데 확실히 뭔가 레이나도 그렇고 저희 체인보도 그렇고 뭔가 한 턴 쏘고 딱 빠지는 그런 캐릭터인데 뭔가 아이소가 있음으로써 그게 조금 힘들어지니까 좀 많이 힘들어했던 것 같습니다.
We didn't really have much thought when we first saw it, but the comp that we have, the Reyna and Chamber, the agent skills, it ISO gets in the way of what we originally planned. So, yeah, we didn't think much of it, but we did suffer a little bit. All right, we all know the best team in the world is T1, right? But a lot of the talents were asking, who is the best entry in the world? You did so great today.
Probably Aspas.
All right, thank you to you, Buzz. We'll be back on with week 4.
It's you, Buzz. You're the best entry in the world. Just own it. You're the best.
Always been you.
Have some faith, have some belief.
I love you, Buzz.
Just say Aspas.
I mean, Aspas is pretty good, I have to say. Buzz, you know, he's just being a little humble. He thought about it.
After he dropped like 30, you know.
And you know what? I actually would have forgiven him for saying Jesse Vash this game. The way Jesse Vash played. He was sharp, man. Shut up, Vash.
He was lurking, he was shooting people in the back of the head. He was saying, hey, they play no Cypher on defense, so just walk straight up the guns.
Oh my gosh, yeah. They had a lot of those kind of rounds, actually. Secret had a lot of really good reads, a lot of really good ideas, and Vash was just fantastic across these two maps.
Yeah, I think like he uses his experience and his ability to read the game to be able to actually play Cypher quite nicely, particularly on attack. And he understands, I mean, this team has a lot of chemistry and he understands fundamentally the way that they want to be playing structure-wise, and therefore he can know like when to lurk, and it's a very good skill for your Cypher to have. You know when your team is pumping or when your team is hitting a site, that you're able to find those timings and when the rotations are going to be kind of leaving some gaps open on the map. And he was doing a really good job exploiting them, and he often does. You know, he's not just a one-trick Sova. Definitely can play a fair bit of Cypher. We've seen him play Cypher quite a lot this year, and he's looked pretty solid on it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in this game, part of me was expecting an overtime after this first half. It was so back and forth in the first half. But then, of course, T1 managed to swap over and just look so dominant on that attack.
Yes, and we can see why. Once again, they are completely undefeated here in Pacific, coming back to home soil after Bangkok and just telling everyone why they won. That said, it was mostly a full series every single time. They've dropped a map except one match.
Yeah. And you know, I think, like we said, they're not always the cleanest team, but they do always get the job done. That's something you have to respect about them. And Team Secret, you know, they did show a good level on Icebox. They are able to play good teams close. It's just they have the opposite problem where they struggle to get these games over the line.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think a lot of teams suffer from that in Pacific, and they suffer from map-to-map consistency. Again, though, that's another good example of Secret coming well prepared on a map and having a good approach. Icebox in particular, and even, I have to say, like their Lotus attack, they were definitely the better team. Unfortunately, when they switched over to the defense, though, it was not the same story, and a lot of that was definitely Buzz. He was having a lot of impact this game. He dropped 30 kills. The rest of the T1 boys also got rolling, and unfortunately, there was not much that Secret could do. They got 7 on defense and 1 in the next half. And it's not only Secret that happens to. I feel like I've been saying that about a lot of teams that just go missing half to half in Pacific right now.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, unfortunate for Team Secret here. Looks like they got the ball rolling, but a little bit too late now in stage 1 to, you know, have any real impact to go into playoffs. T1, of course, on the other hand, qualifies for playoff, and largely in thanks to this fellow right here.
Oh,
Buzz.
huge game.
Yeah,
huge game from him. And I think, look, again, T1 is looking mortal in Pacific. They are looking like it's another thing that came up in the coach content, where people were saying just because T1 won the international tournament doesn't mean they're necessarily going to dominate in Pacific. There's a lot of different play styles, there's a lot of different teams that you have to prepare for, and again, there's a few teams that are giving them some trouble. You know, Zeta, Secret, even teams that a lot of people have viewed as kind of these winless teams have been able to take maps off of T1.
Yeah, that will be interesting then when we go into playoffs, now that we have the 3 teams. We got DRX and as well as Boom, and so for T1 to reface against these 2 teams now will be very fascinating. Especially, let's talk about our match MVP. I think it's gonna be
Buzz. I mean, it has to be Buzz, right? I mean, especially after this map 3, there was no doubt in my mind. I mean, he played great all series. Look at that, just shy of 300 ACS on a BO3 that went, you know, quite a long way, a pretty big distance. So, mad respect for Buzz, played great, showing why he deserves to be on this super team, why he deserves to be leading it and, you know, charging headfirst.
Yeah, he's been consistent for a long time. He's a reliable performer that is always going to get his numbers at the end of the day. So Buzz has just been a fantastic duelist to watch, and particularly the Yoru on the first map was fantastic to watch, as well as the Raze. I mean, that's a hard carry performance to make sure that they qualify for playoffs and they don't, you know, get knocked a little bit by Team Secret.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of credit is not just raw talent. This guy works really hard. He has a very good reputation for it, and you know, these are the results of it. And speaking of results, let's see the standings now that week 3 is officially completed. We are at the halfway point right now. 3 teams qualified for playoffs: DRX, Boom, and T1. With Global Esports dropping a match today, this gives the other 2 in 5th and 6th place, PaperX and DFM, a bit of a fighting chance to take that playoff spot.
Yeah, in Alpha, there's a couple of very important games coming up, and not even necessarily just for the teams that are playing them. This is where the round-robin format is getting to that point where there's going to be teams watching from the sideline and preying on your downfall.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It starts to get real critical, you know. Out of those bottom 3, I think, you know, only one of those teams can go through, so it really is going to be it's going to be tight for them for sure. And across in Group Omega, we're seeing Nongshim and Team Secret down at the bottom, but it's very, very close down there. Team Secret, the only winless team, and RRQ up at the top right behind T1.
This is crazy. I can't believe we're reaching the end of group stages right now. So, of course, you guys must be wondering who is up next week, and here is the schedule. All right, I think a couple of these are really stand out right now. A lot of teams that we, like you said, they looked like winless teams initially, but now they're completely stepping up. Zeta is one of those teams. Talent has been kind of up and down, but overall trending on the up. How are they going to perform? What matches here really stand out to you guys?
I mean, must win for Nongshim. I think Boom, finally a really good test. Like, if they take down DRX, that's no excuses, especially with how Australia played today. And I've got my eye as well on that Talon Zeta game. They are both teams that are really hanging in the balance, so that game going to be very important for both.
I think GE Global is a big match for Group Alpha as well. You know, Global need to be stealing points away, and I think if Gen G are able to beat Global in that game, they might put themselves clear. So it's going to be a real big test.
Absolutely, and like you said, it's at the point where other teams are going to be eyeing the results of, you know, someone else, and because that will affect everything. And that's just how round robin works. Now, to end the show, there's something really important. Of course, as you guys know about the disaster that happened over in Myanmar with the earthquake that also affected surrounding regions. So please consider joining us in supporting the ongoing rescue efforts by donating to this link below, or you can scan the QR code here. Of course, any contribution is extremely helpful and it means a lot. And everyone here at Pacific, you know, we're sending our love and our support over to the affected regions. So leave it out here. Okay. All right. Well, that's it for week 3, guys. It's been a very long weekend, very rewarding. I think we saw a lot of growth all across the board from all the teams. So very promising for Pacific, best region in the world.
We're getting to the crunch time. Week 4 only gets more exciting, so you don't want to miss that.
That's right. All right, big time, Pilski. I hope you have a really great week ahead. I know it's a few days away and you can't wait for next week, but you will have to wait. I will have to wait. We will see you guys next time for more VCT Pacific action.
I mean, they have to know that the deadlock is going to be nearby, but they never got full confirmation on him either way. Estrella certainly has as he TP in. The re-swing, Yunathan able to go ahead and win out that fight. Flashback spots at the first. Mako locks him in position in DRX.
Really, really good game plans, especially behind the Yoru, winning 5 in a row.
Mako holding the line for 1. Yunathan. The rest of the team trying to push their way forward here into the site. Flashback.
Are you going to check this corner?
Drop down. Solid damage dealt. To be a timing from Yunathan. Showstopper sent up into heaven. Catches a glimpse of him. Knows that he's not going to be going for any kind of defuse. He will just put him down. 13-10.
He might be a victim of the new decoy change.
Well,
oh my god.
There's the 1-2, the undercut in play. Flash now going to be sent out. The classic drawn out. Flash through the smoke. Draws out the weapon to go ahead and clean him up, but he's got the ace. Brought to you by Predator, and that perfectly describes Buzz in that round. Position, Stacks is able to find Envy, and oh boy, here we go again, perhaps. The primary weapon. Stacks, not enough damage dealt. Still standing, still breathing, still looking for more. Tries to make it happen. But cannot find it. 2GE with a 4K. Paranoia connecting. This range doesn't mind that too much. Looks for the right clicks as Buzz needs to come away with something. Not much HP between the two of them though. This is Buzz with 14. Another paint shell cycled up. Sends it. Envy going to be dead. Is what is that done? Buzz! What an unbelievable Red Bull clutch. The 4K